make? Just curious. Once a week? Once a month? Once a day? His eyes get this merciless look with each question that makes my core rattle. But damn it, I try to keep my eyes on his. Is this the fucking census? I ask, bored. Maybe 4 times a week. Do you watch porn to get you off? Without the storyline, of course. I bite my lip and look down. I almost smile, but hearing our inside joke in that harsh tone actually stings a little. Fuck, I wasn't expecting that. I don't trust myself to speak, so I just keep my eyes on his sneakers and shake my head. Do you think about anyone in particular when you use it? His scent engulfs me as he steps closer, invading my personal space. He's so close that the tips of his shoes are almost pressing against my toes. My heart jumps as I realize I could reach out and touch him right now, and he could do the same to me. I've imagined launching myself at him and wrapping my arms and legs around him for 3 years. His eyes, voice, lips, and body have been etched into my every waking dream. 3 years of longing. And for what? Nothing. Instead of having a meaningful conversation, he's playing these stupid little games that amuse him. I wish so badly that I could, I don't know, hug him or kiss him. But I'm so afraid he'd push me away that I can't bring myself to do it. I know he'd push me away. It happens in an instant. Tears start burning my eyes at the mere thought of it all. I know what comes next. He's going to remind me that I could have had him, but instead chose to hide from him, as if I had a freaking option. I have to blink fast to keep from crying, but a fat tear lands on my foot anyway. I hope he doesn't see it. I bite my lip harder and nod my head to answer his question. Yes, I think about someone in particular, you fucking asshole. Does it live up to the real thing? A myriad of emotions hit me at once. Sadness, anger, and humiliation. My intake of breath is sharp but shaky. Still, I force my head to shake no at the question. He takes a step back. I hear the thud as he slams it into the drawer. I keep my head down as I whirl around and dash out of the closet and the room, furiously wiping the tears from my face. I can't do this. I'm not strong enough. The truth and the realization brings tears to my eyes. Rage surges within me at the fucking therapist who helped me through some of my trauma, but mostly at myself for allowing him to do this to me. No one can break you unless you give them the power to do so. And I gave him all of mine. It's why he's the only one capable of making me feel so intensely to this day. This feels like a betrayal, and I hate him for using it against me. God, I need to stop caring. I know I can do it again. It hurts that the person making me build emotional walls is also the person who helped me tear them down. I could ask him to leave. I could leave. Neither of those is a realistic option. I know he'd leave, but he'd stay right outside. If I leave, he'll follow me. The worst part of all is that as much as I hate him right now, I don't want him to leave. I just got him back. God, this is so fucked up. A sob rakes through me, but I force it down. When I hear his footsteps growing closer, I open the fridge and practically dive into it. I reach for the strawberry yogurt and turn it in my hand like I didn't just buy it 2 days ago. I'll be right back, he says behind me. I say nothing. Will the door lock when I leave? I shake my head. He sighs heavily. Will I be able to get back in? I nod. He stays behind me for another moment. I put the yogurt back and study the container of strawberries. When I hear the door shut behind me, I take a step back, slam the fridge closed, and run to my bathroom so I can break down without having to worry about him seeing me. Fuck him for this. Seriously, fuck him. When I'm done crying, I splash cold water on my face and take a few breaths as I call Marissa. "Hey!" she says. It's loud where she is. "Lachlan is here." She's silent, but I still hear the noise around her, so I know she hasn't hung up. "Mar?" "You're fucking shitting me!" she shouts. "How?" "I don't know, but there's too much for me to say. I'm meeting Wade for breakfast at 9. Can you come?" "Of course. Do you want me to go over right now?" she asks. "I'm coming over now." "No, he's here. He went outside for something, but he's coming right back." "I don't give a shit. You don't sound well." "I'm going to bed. I can't do this." My voice breaks on that word. "You can, honey." "Fuck, I can be there in 20 minutes. "I'll be asleep by then," I say quietly, because that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. "Breakfast." She exhales. "Are you sure I can't go over?" "Just meet me there at 9:30. "I'll be there." I rush out of the bathroom, set it to charge on the nightstand beside me, turn off the light, and close my eyes. My body is exhausted inside and out. For a moment, I think I won't be able to fall asleep. But I doze off before he comes back.
Chapter 31. Lachlan. I haven't even been around her for a full day, and this is already fucking me up more than I care to admit. She was sleeping when I walked back into the room, and I barely slept, trying to make sure I didn't move to her side of the bed and throw an arm around her. It's not like I want to do that, but I think my body would betray me and do it without my consent. She's the last woman I slept with. Truly just slept with. The only woman. That realization is jarring. For years, I've played out the scenes in my head of how things would go when I saw her again. None of them involved me sitting in a chair in the corner of her bedroom, watching her sleep. For an hour. Like a creep. At least the chair is comfortable. I bet she always sleeps in it, curling up in a ball like she likes to do. I pick up the throw that rests over the chair, inhale her scent on it, and drop it when I realize what I'm fucking doing. A faint glow comes through her curtains, and I can see her well enough in the dim room. She's so fucking beautiful. Is it possible that she's more beautiful now than she was then? I swear she is. She makes me want to strangle her. She makes me want to fuck the shit out of her. She makes me want to strangle her while I fuck the shit out of her and make her come screaming my name. It's incomprehensible that after everything she's put me through, she could still hold this much power over me. When she stirs, I pick up my phone to check my emails. It's what I should have been doing for the last hour. When her phone starts buzzing on the nightstand a moment later, I think better of it and hit the side button on my phone. She has no idea I'm here. I'll watch her a little longer to see what she does next. I've already wasted a chunk of my life doing this. I can watch her for 10 more minutes. At first, I think it's an alarm she set, but she reaches over and swipes the screen without even looking at it. That minor action fucks with me. It means she'd answer anyone who has that number. "Yeah." Her voice is raspy, the way it is when she first wakes up. My dick instantly gets hard. Harder. Fuck. I swear, she conditioned my body to react this way. Her raspy voice in the morning, instant hard-on. Her bitchy attitude, instant hard-on. The way she smiles at me, instant hard-on. The conviction in her words when she speaks about her soccer abilities, instant hard-on. The fire in her eyes when she's turned on, that's an obvious one. She's turned me into a fucking lab rat in a B.F. Skinner study, for fuck's sake. I really need to get my shit together. "Yeah, I know. I told you I'd be there." She throws an arm over her face. "Yes, I'll be there too. I'm not irresponsible." She's quiet for a moment. "Of course we can walk there together." "No, he won't. He wouldn't do that." "It'll be fine." She sits up quickly, her sheets rustling. Did you call me to remind me about breakfast or to question me like I'm a fucking suspect in a crime? I bite my tongue at her snappy tone. Fuck. She doesn't even say goodbye, she just hangs up. I almost smile, but then I remember that he has her number and I don't. Well, I do, but she hasn't given it to me. She tosses her phone on the bed carelessly and gasps when she remembers that I may be lying there. She presses a hand to the area I'm supposed to be in. I can't tell if she's disappointed or relieved that I'm not there, and that, of course, pisses me off. Looking for me, she screams, scrambling back and hitting the headboard with a hand on her heart. Jesus Christ, Lachlan, what the hell? I get up and open the blinds, squinting against the harsh sunlight. Lila doesn't even let me get a word in. She throws the covers off, gets out of bed, and heads to the bathroom before I even have a chance to make it back to the chair. I hear the toilet flush, the faucet turn on and off, and the shower start running. I wonder if she realizes she didn't take any clothes with her. She's probably used to walking around naked. I shut my eyes and take a breath. Do not picture her naked right now. If I start, I'll do something stupid, and I can't afford to fuck her. I'm definitely going to. I'll need to jerk off a few times before so I don't come in a second. That's how long it's been. Still, soon we'll have a marriage to consummate. I try really hard to focus on emails again, and then try even harder not to picture myself walking into the bathroom and fucking her against the shower wall. The water turns off, and sure enough, a minute later, she opens the door wrapped in a towel. I should look away. A decent man might. But she took my decency with her when she left me lying in a hospital bed 3 years ago. She walks into the closet, grabs underwear and a sports bra, and sets it on top of the built-in drawer. She turns and locates some clothes and places them with the underwear. I wait for her to pick them up and go to the bathroom, but instead she drops her towel. My jaw drops along with it. She doesn't look at me, but I know she knows I'm watching. I take in her naked form. I thought I was hard before, but this is too fucking much. I want to free my cock and jerk off to this visual. I will later, but the urge to do it now is strong. It's either that or go over there and bite her ass, her thighs, her tits, and her mouth, which will inevitably lead to her pussy, which will lead to sex, and that's not going to happen yet. She finishes getting dressed, puts her feet into a pair of slides, grabs socks and cleats, and walks out of the closet and the room. She doesn't look at me or acknowledge me once. It pisses me off, but I give her this. I invaded her life and am about to uproot it. I'm taking her back to a place I know she'd rather burn down than step foot in. I know she's mad at me over the vibrator incident, but I don't give a shit. The confirmation that she's been getting herself off to the memory of me was worth asking, even if I did want to break the vibrator for taking pleasure from me. I'm even angrier after hearing that shithead say that they'd fucked. Where did they fuck? Was it on this bed? I'll burn the fucking mattress. I know I shouldn't be upset. 3 years is a long time, but when it comes to Lila, I shouldn't be a lot of things that I can't help. I take a breath. He's obviously a lousy lay, which, no shit, I could see that from a mile away. I take a breath and stop thinking about it. It happened. I can't change it. I need to move on. When I hear her grab her keys, I look at the time on my phone and get up quickly. Where are you going? I stand by the bedroom door. You still have 30 minutes before your breakfast thing. Right, she glares at me. And in the meantime, I'm going to get coffee from a stranger who won't emotionally attack me just because they think they can. I thought you invited me to go with you. Fuck you. She turns swiftly, opens the door, and slams it shut behind her. I laugh. Yeah, she's angry, all right. Well, welcome to the fucking club of the angry and broken-hearted, Lila James. We don't share cookies. Only grievances. Luckily, I got ready 2 hours before her, and I'm able to follow her to breakfast. She probably knows I followed her, but I try to stay out of sight. I'm relieved to see Marissa. Her presence should make it clear to Shithead that this isn't a pansy-ass breakfast date. Marissa looks worried. Shithead looks confused. Lila looks expressionless. This is making her go back into her shell, which bothers me, but not enough to put an end to all of it. She will marry me, and I will get revenge on the person who did this to me. To her. I keep watching. Marissa starts crying. Shithead looks upset. Lila is still expressionless. This goes on for an hour. Lila's expression is the only one that never wavers. Shithead is the only one who gets a real meal and eats it all. Marissa eats a bagel. Lila orders the same thing, which surprises me since she only eats the everything side of bagels and ignores the bottom portion. I watch her take a bite and set it down. She takes another and sets it down. That's all she eats. When they finish, Marissa hugs Lila and gives her a kiss on the cheek. Whatever she says makes Lila's ghost of a smile appear. Marissa hugs Shithead next and takes off in the opposite direction, probably to her smoothie or flower business. Lila and Shithead start walking. She picks her hair up into a ponytail as he speaks. His eyes drop to her lips a little too often for my liking. He starts moving his hands like he's trying to convince her of something, probably not to leave with me. If he is, he's wasting his breath. There's no reality in which that happens. She'll leave willingly or I'll be forced to take extreme measures, and I'm trying to avoid that. Besides, I'm making her life better. When it's all said and done, she'll be a millionaire. Who wouldn't want that? We end up on one of the soccer fields behind tackle. They disappear into the building and walk out with nets and cones that they set up promptly. Once that's done, Shithead walks back into the building and brings out a bucket full of soccer balls. He kicks one to Lila, who stops it from rolling past her. I don't even think she was looking. Her reaction is pure instinct. She immediately starts doing tricks with it. It's enthralling. I've never seen her play, not in person anyway. I've seen videos of some of her games, but I've never seen her do this in person. She's fully focused on what she's doing, serious, even though she's goofing off. Shithead joins her on the field and tries to steal the ball. The ease with which they play one-on-one pisses me off. I don't know shit about soccer, but it seems similar enough to hockey. I'd learn to maneuver the ball if it meant getting to play her one-on-one. She'd kick my ass, but I'd do it anyway. She fakes him out, her body moving one way as she holds the ball with her other foot, kicks it right under his legs, and runs after it. It happens fast, blink and you miss it, but the entire play is a thing of beauty if you're paying attention. That smile, my smile, spreads on her face, but her back is facing him so he doesn't get it. She's running fast down the field as he tries to catch up. When he realizes he has no chance to take the ball away from her, he goes for a different tactic and wraps his arms around her to keep her from running. I push off the tree trunk I'm leaning against. I swear, this guy has a death wish. Lila squeals as he lifts her up, and I'm a millisecond from running over there and yanking her out of his grip when he sets her down. The moment her feet touch the ground, she pushes him hard and walks away to pick up the discarded ball. His expression falls. I smile, but now I'm left wondering what she'd do if I picked her up like that right now. Probably find something to stab me with. People start arriving shortly after. Parents with lawn chairs and coolers, and little kids wearing their uniforms to run onto the field. I'm done ordering food to be delivered when I see a group of moms walk up to Shithead. Two of them start openly flirting with him. Instead of taking a clue and accepting an offer from one of them, he glances over at Lila. If he was just her friend, I wouldn't even care as much, but he's a friend who wants to fuck her, and that automatically puts him on my shit list. I don't know how much more of him I can take. At least Lila's not paying attention. She's crouched down, tying a little boy's shoes, and has 4 more standing behind him, waiting for her to do the same for them. As soon as she finishes knotting the laces, each one of them leaps forward, giving her a tight hug. Her face breaks into a smile as she ruffles their hair. It's not my smile, but it's a smile nonetheless, and all of hers are incredible, so they eat it up. Seeing the way she interacts with them makes my stomach feel hollow. A vision of her playing with our children crosses my mind. I push it down and bury it. The little blonde girl I saw in the pictures runs over when the boys are done and throws herself at Lila, knocking her on her ass. Lila laughs. I'm standing far, but I hear it, and fuck, I miss that laugh. She stands up with ease and helps the little girl up. A blonde man, whom I assume is her father, walks over, shaking his head with a laugh. They talk until the little girl tugs Lila's shorts and forces her attention away from her dad. He smiles like he already knows what she's going to say. I walk over. I need to hear what they're saying and why she takes so many damn pictures with her. I know Lila sees me. I'm hard to miss, but she pretends I don't exist. As I eavesdrop, I keep my distance and look at my phone screen to check how far the driver bringing my food is. "Another one for your collection?" Lila says as she stands up, brushing her shorts. "I don't mind having you on my phone," he winks. If she notices, it doesn't show. Who the fuck is this guy? When she turns around and leads his daughter to the field, he blatantly checks her out. I snap a picture of him and send it to Liam. Me. Who is this? Liam. I don't know. Who is it? I know he's doing it to annoy me. It works. Me. I wouldn't ask if I knew. He doesn't respond. Me. Facial recognition. Liam. Why? Did he rob a bank? My brother, the fucking comedian. Me. Just do it. Liam. We can't use facial recognition on every guy who talks to Lila. Fucking ask her who it is. Now I'm the one who doesn't respond. Liam has been dealing with my bullshit since I got out of the hospital. I went into the hospital unconscious, but otherwise hopeful, and stepped out bitter and angry. I know my brother thought that finally seeing her again would snap me back to my old self. Thing is, I don't even remember what I used to be like before she left. I'm not going to lie and say seeing her didn't make a difference, because the moment her eyes met mine, I felt like I always used to, watching the hockey puck in suspense. I'm too angry to give in, though. Maybe if I'd found her moping in her baggy t-shirts and just scraping by, my anger would have vanished immediately. I'm a complete asshole for it. I know I am, but what the fuck? I've been living day to day like a fucking zombie. Hockey practice, hockey game, home, rinse and repeat. Now I'm at Duke Tech and it's more of the same. Boring and unfulfilling. So, yeah, I would have liked to have seen her moping a little. My brother doesn't understand my resentment. Mom doesn't either. They hung out with her for a couple of hours at a hockey game and fell in love with her instantly. Of course they did. How could they not? Which is why, when I told Liam I needed to find her so I could marry her, he readily agreed. My poor, kind-hearted brother thought I was going to show up here like Eros. He didn't realize I'm on my Anteros shit. I start walking back to the oak tree I've been standing under. Me. I need you to find out who he is and hack into his phone and delete his pictures. He calls me. I answer with a heavy exhale. I fucking know, okay? I remove the baseball cap from my head and quickly rake my fingers through my hair before putting it back on. Have you lost your fucking mind? He spits, overlapping my words. I pause mid-step. Is that a serious question? Jesus, Locke, he says, exasperated. Did you tell her why you're there? Of course. What did she say? She agreed to leave with me. I lean my back against the trunk of the tree and close my eyes. So she's cool with marrying you after all this time of not seeing you? Of course. Why wouldn't she be? He's quiet for a moment. Does she know you're getting married in Fairview? When I don't answer, he shouts, You haven't even told her? What's there to tell? She agreed to marry me. She agreed to go to Fairview in Chicago, I say. Can you do what I'm asking? This guy's a creep. He has too many pictures of her on his phone. It's disturbing. Oh my, Liam bursts out laughing. That's what you find disturbing? Whatever, Lee. Do it or don't, but don't call me to lecture me on my gray fucking morals. It's her fault I'm like this. Lachlan, he breathes into the line. I'll see you at home. Yeah, he mutters. Will you be at the engagement party? You mean the one the bride-to-be probably doesn't even know about yet? Yes, I'll be there. He hangs up the phone. Asshole. Now that I think about it, I should probably invite Marissa and Prescott to the wedding. My original plan wasn't this elaborate. I was just going to take her to the courthouse and get married, but my wheels started turning and I realized that whoever is responsible for all of this would be livid if they saw her marry a person they also tried to get rid of. My mother thinks Lila loves Fairview. Liam thought the same until I stupidly let it slip that the reason I hired more security is that Lila doesn't feel safe there. It's none of their business. This is between me and Lila, and anyone who wants to stand in the way is considered a threat. I grab my food from the delivery guy and keep my eyes on that dad as I eat. For the rest of the game, I try to figure out how I can get his phone. Chapter 32. Lachlan. When the game is about to end, I walk back toward the field. This time I don't bother camouflaging. This isn't a Clark Kent situation. I could probably be in a body bag and Lila would know who I was, but I want to make sure that she knows that I know that she knows I'm here. I can barely remember the man I was before Lila barged into my life, but I know I never cared enough about anyone to reduce myself to pettiness. Look at me now. Mister, I would never chase anyone, and I'm standing on a soccer field in this hot-ass weather in a city I've never been to, chasing someone who is currently acting like I don't exist. Ain't that some shit? I take off my ball cap and set it facing back as she jogs to the other side of the field to help a little boy with his laces. My heart tugs again. The reaction pisses me off, By the end of this, I'm going to need a serious psychological evaluation. From my peripheral vision, I see someone walking over, so I look in that direction. One of the hot moms that had been flirting with Shithead is headed my way. She smiles and stands all up in my personal space. I immediately want her to leave me alone. What is up with people in this city? I bet dating apps have a higher success rate here than anywhere else in the country. "Do you play?" she asks. I look at her. "No." "Oh." Her blue eyes roam up and down my body. "But you play something. You look like an athlete." "Hockey." "Oh, a contact sport," she says with a wink. She gives me a smile that I'm sure makes a lot of people jump to seal the deal. I don't return it. I may be angry as fuck, but I don't need this right now. The last thing I need is for Lila to think that I'm even remotely interested in anyone else. I'm not, fucking, obviously, but Lila always jumps to the most extreme conclusions. She wouldn't only think that I want to fuck this woman. No, that would be simple. She'd think that I would fuck this woman in her ugly minivan, get her pregnant, and marry her. She's sick like that. I love that about her. Right about now, I'm wishing Shithead or the stupid dad would take this woman's attention from me. With the way he's been staring at Lila, the dad seems to have forgotten that his daughter is actually on the field playing. I keep my arms crossed and my glare directed at him. If only I had Superman's laser beams right now. "Does your kid play here?" the mom asks, snapping me out of my thoughts. "Not yet." "Oh." She says it in a flirty tone as she accidentally brushes up against the side of my arm. "Did you just move here?" "Not yet," I say through gritted teeth because, of course, that's when Lila decides to look over here. It's quick, but our eyes meet. I need to get rid of this fucking lady. I stay quiet. Maybe if I ignore her, she'll leave. The dad is pointing his phone at the field, and it takes everything in me to stay put. He might actually be taking pictures of his daughter. God, I need to steal that phone. The mom shifts and clears her throat. I'm 2 seconds away from walking away when it occurs to me that she can be useful. It's not like Liam is helping me out. "Exploring your options?" she asks. "You can say that." When I look at her again, she's checking my left hand for a ring, as if that would stop her from trying to get me to her minivan. "There aren't many dads here," I say, making it a point to look around. There really aren't. "Nah, Cooper is usually the only one." She points at the blonde guy I've been watching. Cooper. "What does he do?" "He owns the sports center." She looks over her shoulder toward the building Lila works at. Interesting. "He owns it?" I ask and look at him again. "Is he an athlete?" "Was. Soccer. He was good, too. Played pro overseas for a while, but he had too many injuries and decided to hang up his cleats and open up tackle to help athletes train, overcome injuries, and stay healthy. People come from all over the country." "What about the coach?" I nod at shithead number 1. "Wade?" she asks. "He plays for the U.S. soccer team." "Plays?" My brows shoot up. "Why is he here?" "He took a season off, and he has a thing for Delilah." She rolls her eyes when she says this. My jaw clenches. "She's gorgeous, sure, but I don't see the hype." The woman shrugs. "I hear she's practically a hermit." A hermit? Ha. I saw her out, twice. She's definitely not a hermit. This woman probably lives in the suburbs and doesn't know what happens in the city after dark. I look at Shithead again. Pro soccer, huh? Pro soccer, yet Lila's able to fake him out easily. He's probably a bench warmer. "I'm Tammy, by the way," she says after a moment. "Nice to meet you, Tammy." I nod politely, but keep my arms crossed as I look at the field, my eyes on Delilah's every move. Beside me, Tammy's quiet, probably waiting for me to give her my name. I don't. Lila whistles 3 times. "Well, the game's over." Tammy turns and very obviously lets her eyes roam my body. Again. "Do you want me to show you around the city?" "No." I look her dead in the eye. I already have someone showing me everything. She looks disappointed, but smiles and walks back to the rest of the hot moms who are waiting for her. I wonder if they agreed on who would come up to me, and if they set a bet on whether or not she'd seduce me. People like to shit on men when they make bets about things like that, but when women do it, it's fine. Annoying is what it is. "You have got to be kidding me," a familiar voice says behind me. "Marissa," I smile and turn around slowly. "It's been a while." You're a terrible human being, you know that? She narrows her eyes as she closes the distance between us. She plants both palms on my chest and pushes me. I don't budge, which makes her more upset, so she clenches her fists at her sides. Taking her back to Fairview? What the fuck is wrong with you? I have some unfinished business there and a luncheon to attend, I shrug. Why would you do this to her? She asks. Don't you think she's been through enough? Oh, she's been through enough? I huff out a laugh. I'm sorry, do you not remember that I was sent to the hospital? Oh my. She takes a deep breath as if trying to rein in her anger. So this is you trying to get revenge on her for being the reason you were at the hospital? No, this is me trying to get revenge on the person who did this, I say, and on her for leaving me with no fucking explanation. Wow, she says, searching my face. You don't love her. Oh, I chuckle humorously. Now you're going to tell me how I feel? If you ever loved her, you wouldn't make her go back there. You know she's going to hate you for it, she says. I don't give a shit, I shrug. She looks at me for a long moment. Do you remember the first thing I told you when it was clear that you were interested in her? No. Why don't you enlighten me? I remember damn well what she said, but fuck it, I'm just standing here anyway. If you fuck up, she'll never forgive you, she says. If you think this will end with her taking you back, you might as well forget about that right now. I look away, scanning the field. The moms are still having their little meeting and glancing over it every so often. The dad is still looking at Lila. Shithead is staying close by, pretending he's talking to the kids, but he's looking at her too much for that to be the case. I'm not at all surprised that she has a little fan club of men who want her. The way she acts here, the way she dresses. This Lila is the whole package. She may not be smiling or laughing all the time, but she gives them just enough to want more. I should feel bad for them. Even if I wasn't here to whisk her away, that would have never happened. She can't give another man more when already gave me everything. You should go to Fairview in a few days, I say, looking back at Marissa. Why? Don't your parents still live there? Yes, she says tentatively. You should go. What's in a few days? She asks. That's when I'm marrying Lila. You're getting married there? Her eyes widen more than I thought possible. She takes a step back, setting a hand on her chest, and breathes. Holy shit, Lachlan, does she know? She knows we're getting married. Marissa looks at me, and I wish it was anger that I found in her eyes. Instead, it's disappointment. She thinks I deserve it, I know. I'd once promised to protect her best friend, and now I'm doing this, which she sees as the complete opposite. I am protecting her, though. Once I'm done in Fairview, she'll no longer have to hide. She can go back to being Lila James. Hopefully, Lila James Duke. We won't be in danger, I say. Locke, she frowns. She was run off the road. She'll be in danger the moment she gets there. She looks away momentarily. Why would you make her marry you in the one place she hates? What does it matter where we get married? That's the point, isn't it? Her jaw drops, but she recovers quickly. You want her to suffer. Do you know how much she... She shakes her head, taking a breath. Forget it. You don't deserve to know. She meets my eyes again. You know, after the accident, after Luke, I had to endure her tears and screams and then nothing, fucking nothing until you came along and made her feel all of these different emotions. God, I've known her since we were born, and I have never seen her as happy as she was with you. She looks over to where Lila is. I was so grateful for you, but now it's clear that you're the worst thing that's ever happened to her. I swallow the knot of emotion that creeps up my throat. This isn't news to me. Lila told me herself that I made her feel. After she'd been numb for so long. I'd reveled in that. It made me feel like a fucking king to know that I got a version of her that no one else had. I got her tears, her smiles, her laughter. I had her completely. Until I didn't. Hearing the person who knows her quite possibly better than I do say this is harder than I care to admit. It doesn't matter, because it goes both ways. We both made each other experience things we never had before, and then she fucking left like it meant nothing. Well, then, I guess we're even, I managed to say. She's the worst thing that ever happened to me. Marissa shakes her head and starts to leave. Wait, I say before she takes another step. She turns to face me again. What? Who's that guy? I nod toward the dad. Oh, really? She laughs humorlessly. Now you want me to help you identify men who are a threat to you? She scoffs and starts walking away, but thinks better of it and turns to me again. That
is a single dad who's been waiting patiently for her to sort out her shit so he can finally make his move. He's also her boss, but now that she's done with her internship, he can ask her out.
I knew I hated the guy. Why doesn't he?
He won't bring any woman, even Lila, to his house around his daughter unless he knows it's serious.
Marissa shrugs.
He must see Lila as a possibility since he hasn't even gone on a date in like 8 months.
I glare at him again. He told you all of this?
No, but people talk. Everyone knows it, she says. Just like they know that Wade is in love with her. They have a bet going in the center about when she'll finally cave. Cooper isn't participating for obvious reasons.
I feel my jaw tick. If she's trying to make me angry, she's succeeding and she knows it. She doesn't like either of them, I say like a fucking child in the playground.
You're right.
I take a breath. She seems happy here.
What would make you think that?
Her brows pull together and her voice finally softens. You're her best friend. I guess you'd know a lot better than I would. I look at Lila again. She's picking up the cones while Wade talks to the group of moms. She just seems happy. Marissa doesn't say anything. She just stares at Lila with a sad expression on her face that I don't understand, so I keep talking because I need to know her thoughts on this. She smiles here, I say.
She smiles here?
Her wide eyes shoot to mine.
She has her moments, sure. She's happy when she's with the kids.
I've seen her smiling. I stare at Lila. The other day, Prescott posted a picture where she was laughing while shithead number 1 was carrying her.
On my birthday?
Yeah. She blinks.
You thought she looked happy on my birthday?
I know what I saw. I push down the urge to pull out my phone and show her the screenshot I took. She's looking at me like I'm speaking a different language, so I repeat, I saw her. She was laughing.
God, Lachlan, you're so fucking stupid sometimes.
Marissa laughs, shaking her head.
She's not happy. She's just gotten very good at pretending.
With that, she walks off. This time, I don't stop her. I don't even know what that means. I know what I saw. I know what I see. Marissa helps Lila pick up the rest of the stuff. I should have probably gone over there to help a few minutes ago when she started, but I don't want to step foot on that field. I may be angry. I may want to see her suffer, but I don't want to take this from her. By the end of this, she'll either love me and stay married or leave me and change her identity again. It doesn't really matter. If she does that, I'll just find her again, and next time, I'll be a hell of a lot faster. I'll catch her when she steps foot off the damn airplane.
Chapter 33. Delilah. I have a 3-hour break, but I can't go home. I don't care if Lachlan follows me around the world, but I don't want him there when I'm feeling like this. My apartment is my sanctuary, and he's making me feel like a lunatic. I can't stand him right now, but watching Tammy flirt with him was maddening. Instead of going home, I go to Marissa's smoothie shop. It's a bit crowded today, but thankfully the 2 comfortable accent chairs in my favorite corner are empty. I grab my usual smoothie and head to the chair. Wade walks in and picks up the smoothie he ordered to go. And when he sees me, he comes over. I wish he wouldn't. I just want to be left alone right now. He smiles as he walks over, though, and it's so genuine that I push away my annoyance. Instead of taking a seat across from me, he sits on the wooden coffee table between the chairs and sets his forearms on his thighs as he looks at me. You good? I'm good. I take a sip of my smoothie. Are you sure you don't want me to stay and help with the training session? He asks. No, you already made plans. I'm fine. I say. I'm serious. I can't tell with you. He exhales heavily. Which makes me think you're not joking when you say you don't feel anything. But then he comes and... I don't even bother to ask him to elaborate. I know how I am when Locke's around. I mean, I don't even need the chime of the door alerting a new customer's arrival to tell me he's in here right now. My entire body comes alive in his presence. I hate it. I glance up and sure enough, he's standing by the counter glaring at us as he waits for his smoothie. I look at Wade. I don't know what to say to that. I don't acknowledge him, but from my peripheral vision, I see Lachlan walking over with his smoothie. I don't look up at him when he takes the chair across from me either. I keep my focus on Wade. He doesn't even notice anyone else has joined us. Maybe he does notice, but since the shop is so crowded, there's no reason for him to think it's Lachlan.
You don't have to say anything.
He scoots closer to me.
I just feel like if you can give him a chance, maybe you can give me one too.
I glance away and look at the hallway that leads to the back door.
Delilah?
Wade says after a moment. When I turn my face again, I catch Lachlan's glare. Again, I ignore him.
I can't. I whisper. I'm sorry, I just can't.
Am I not enough of an asshole for you? Wade asks. That makes me laugh. I bite my lip and glance up at Lachlan again, who now looks more amused than he does angry. He raises his eyebrows as if waiting for me to respond to that.
If you want me to be an asshole.
I bite back a laugh. Wade, you wouldn't even know how to be an asshole, and I like that about you. He exhales. Lachlan shoots daggers at me.
So?
It's complicated.
Look, we'll both be out of town the next few days. Just, when we get back here, go on a date with me. A real one. Not gonna happen.
Locke says, his voice menacing. Wade's eyes widen for a moment and narrow as he stands up and turns his body in Locke's direction.
You know what, asshole? Wade says. If it weren't for you, she'd be dating me.
Locke's lips twitch.
But she's not. I can wait,
Wade says with a shrug.
She'll get tired of the way you treat her sooner or later. Maybe. Maybe not.
Locke crosses his leg, setting his ankle over his knee as he leans back in the chair.
The fact still remains that she'll be with me. Until she's not,
Wade shoots back. Locke's face immediately darkens, but he remains seated.
If you want to believe that, that's on you. But I'm telling you right now, she's never going to fucking date you. Just because I'm a nice guy, it has nothing to do with you being a nice guy.
Locke says, his green eyes hard as he uncrosses his leg and leans forward in his seat.
She won't date you because you're not me. It's that fucking simple.
The words that sting me make Wade laugh. I look away. I know it only hurts because he's right. The last 3 years have proved it. Still, the fact that he knows it and says it so callously hurts. I wish it didn't, but I can't change what he makes me feel. I take a breath and focus on remaining calm and not showing him how much his words affect me. I keep my eyes on the back door the entire time I sip on my smoothie.
Mark my words, Lachlan Duke,
Wade says, as if Locke isn't real and sitting right here. I glance over again.
Sooner or later, you'll lose her again, and I'll be here, waiting to pick up the pieces.
Locke's jaw clenches, but he doesn't respond. He continues to shoot daggers that I know would be fists if we were outside.
Text me,
Wade says to me. I nod in acknowledgement. When I don't look at him, he exhales heavily and walks away. The moment he walks away, I spring up and go to the back. Marissa's office is tiny, but she has a comfortable chair. I set my cup on her desk, settle into the chair, and close my eyes. I'm trying not to kick myself for my actions, but it's hard right now. I shouldn't have signed that document. For him, I'd do anything. But my sanity isn't something I'm willing to lose. I've been fine here. I've missed him so fucking much, but I've been fine. And I know some people like Marissa make the argument that simply surviving isn't truly living. But for me it is, and I'm okay with that. For so long I wanted to bring him here, and now that he's actually here, I don't know what I feel. If I wish him away, I'd miss him. If he stays and continues to tarnish the place that has brought me peace, I'll hate him. I take a few deep breaths. I've survived worse. And I know I'll survive this. I just wish I didn't have to. When I open my eyes, I check my phone and realize I slept for an hour. An hour, shit! Without Wade's help with my setup, I actually might be late. I spring into action and grab the emergency bag I keep here. I brush my teeth, fix my ponytail, apply deodorant, and wash my face. When I walk back into the lounging area, Lachlan's still sitting in the same chair doing something on his phone. He's so fucking gorgeous that for a split second I want to drop all pretenses and kiss him. I don't. I won't. Good looks do not overshadow good hearts. Ever. Outwardly, I ignore him when I grab my cup to toss it. Inwardly, my heart is skyrocketing. I say goodbye to Marissa and jog to the pitch. It's only a block over, so it's not like it's a huge feat, but I have a lot of shit to do before the kids I'm training get here. In my mind, I start going over the drills. I've never worked with a co-ed team, but since it's just drills and training, they could be poodles and still catch on. Wade usually trains the boys/men, and when he's out of town playing, Cooper does it, or he has some of his friends drop by. Today, both of them were busy, so the kids are stuck with me. I'm walking out of the building with cones in one arm and dragging a bucket full of soccer balls with the other, when I get the tingling sensation that crawls up my arms and seeps into my core when Locke's around.
Let me help you,
he says behind me. I think about it. If I let him help, I'm sort of letting him in. But I'll get this done faster. Fuck it. If he's dead set on following me around and trying to make me feel like shit at every turn, he might as well help. I let him grab the bucket, set the cones down, and go back inside for the nets. The only reason I'm emotional when he's around is that I let my guard down completely for him once, and it felt good. I felt something. Now, I can't make myself not feel things around him. He makes me angry, sad, confused, and relieved. Worst of all, he brought butterflies with him and set them free in my stomach. He's not the Locke I once knew, though. He may look the same, walk the same, and smell the same, but it's not him. The imposter in front of me shouldn't even make me feel this way, and I hate it. I take a very deep breath and focus on soccer. Soccer and helping people are the only things that get me going these days. With his help, the setup is done 15 minutes before the kids are supposed to get here. Thank you, I say, my eyes on the pitch.
You're welcome.
God, his voice. His freaking voice still slays me. At least he still has manners. He follows me and looks around when I walk back inside to grab my water bottle. Part of me wants to show him around the center, let him see my office, tell him all of the things I've done here and will continue to do. But I don't. So far, my head is winning the battle against my heart. It's not an easy feat. I want him to kiss me again, but I don't. I want him to fuck me, but I don't. I want to show him this part of my life, but I can't. Letting him see what I do here would be letting him in more, and I don't know how to feel about it. It's a sad realization. Lachlan was once my best friend. Now, he's just a stranger who makes my heart skip. You want Gatorade? I ask, opening the fridge.
Sure.
I grab the yellow one, his favorite, and my refilled water bottle and head to the door. As I approach, he pushes the door open with his back and holds it that way for me. When I get right in front of him, I thrust the Gatorade into his chest, the closest thing I'll ever get to a punch. I know this because the impact makes my hand hurt. My eyes stay on the bottle, which he still hasn't grabbed. I don't know if it's still your favorite. We have other choices if you want them. He wraps his hand over mine as he grabs the bottle. Fireworks go off in my head, the remnants zipping through the rest of my body. Somehow I manage to hold back the gasp in my throat and not react outwardly.
There's only ever been one choice,
he says, his voice a low rumble that vibrates against my hand. Oh my God, why does he do this? I glare up at him and find that cocky-ass smirk on his face. My heart, of course, does a flip. I take my hand and walk onto the field. I'm waiting for 8 people today, 4 girls and 4 guys. Right now, I'm counting 7. Movement catches the corner of my eye, and I turn to find the straggler running over. I can already tell he's trouble with his messy light brown hair, golden skin, and chiseled jaw. If his hair was a little darker and his eyes were green, I'd say he's related to Lachlan. I bet he's probably the hottest soccer player at his college. I glance at the girls. 2 of them look like they're freaking out. The other 2 are rolling their eyes. "Hurry up, Barlow!" one of the guys shouts. "I told you not to stay at the party last night," another one says. I give them a moment. I used to hate when my coaches didn't let us talk before training. During was impossible and after was exhausting. I look at my watch. They're 5 minutes early, so I'll give them that. The kid, Barlow, finally reaches us. He looks at me and whistles, one of those cartoon whistles that lets everyone know he likes what he sees. I roll my eyes, start stretching. I walk back to the chair to get my clipboard with all their information, names, ages, schools, where they've played, for how long, etc. Locke is sitting in the chair, legs sprawled out like he's totally comfortable, which I know is a lie. That chair sucks. He's wearing sneakers, black joggers, and a plain light gray short-sleeved t-shirt. I'm sure he dressed this way knowing he was coming to the pitch, but I don't think he realized how hot it could get. Normally it's a little cooler this time of year, but we had a weird winter and we're having a strange spring. Today it's 85 and sunny. Not black jogger weather in my opinion, but that's on him. Closing the distance between us, I grab the clipboard from underneath the chair and stand next to him as I scan it. There's no shade anywhere else, and in about 35 minutes I'll be willing to sit on his lap if it means getting out of the sun. "I bet these fuckers trip over themselves to sign up when they hear you'll be here," he says. "You'd lose that bet." I shoot him a quick glance. I don't usually train co-ed. "Good," he says. "That last fucker who got here is already on my nerves." "Why?" I raise an eyebrow. "Does he remind you of someone?" He scowls. "Does he remind you of someone?" "A little, yeah." His scowl deepens. I keep reading. There's no point in telling him that while we're on the pitch, to me, he's just another kid I'm training. Locke wouldn't care. He'd probably be bothered if a baby whistled at me. I have to admit, I'm kind of surprised to see him upset about the attention I've been getting from guys. With the amount of animosity he feels towards me, I wouldn't think he'd still be jealous. I will say Wade is the only one who has ever publicly pursued me in 3 years, so it's funny that this happens when Locke happens to be here. The jealousy is the only part of the old Locke I've seen so far, and I like it. I'm such a hypocrite. My father was a very jealous man, and I'd constantly tell my mother that it was a toxic trait. Now look at me. I jog over to the group, taking the clipboard with me. There's no way I'll memorize any of this in the minute we have left. They're all still stretching when I reach them. "Before we start," I say loudly. I've gotten used to being loud here. "My name is Coach Delilah. You can call me that, or Lila, or D. I don't mind." I start. "You can call me whatever you want," the Barlow kid says. "Shut up. You may want to hear this." I snap, and go back to what I was saying. I go fast. If you're good enough, you'll catch on quick. If you're not good enough, this will be good for your endurance, and you'll get there. If you don't want to work to get there, you can get the fuck off the pitch and go home, because I won't waste my time on you. Some of them inhale sharply. Some of their eyes widen. Barlow, the little shit, nods with a smile. He's really not that young now that I'm seeing him up close. I know he's not my age since he'd have nothing to gain from being here, but he can't be too far off. "Another thing, no goofing off," I say. "If you want to gossip, you can do it on your break or when we're done." I nod my head sideways for them to follow me to the first drill I have set up. The field is pretty much an obstacle course. They've done all of these drills 1,000,000 times by now. But here, they'll do them and I'll time them. I've never trained them, but I know they're regulars here. And timing them is the only way we'll know whether or not they're getting better. This is your starting point. I point at the little yellow cones I have set up. We're breaking it down and going one by one. When we're done, we'll go straight through. When that's done, we go to the net. Ladder drills, I announce, and look at the first person in line. Natalie, you're up. I set my timer. When she's done, I look at the next one. Priya, you're up. I set my timer. When she's done, I look at the next one. I keep going like this until I reach Barlow, who's last in line. When it's his turn, I expect him to be joking around, but he's all business. Huh. He's one of those. The only other person I know who can do that, turn it on and off, is Lachlan. I've never been able to. When the ball is at my feet or I'm focused on a drill, I barely hear anything. That's how locked in I am. I set my timer and tell him to go. When he's done, I record his time and we move on to the next one. Single leg weave, I announce, nodding at the first one. Go. I time her. This goes on until they're finished. Technically, we could stay working with these cones the majority of the time, but I set it up separately to make it a little different. We move to the orange cones. I catch Barlow talking and laughing with the guy next to him. The guy sees me looking and immediately stops and looks forward with a straight face. Barlow also stops and looks forward, but he's smirking. I'm not gonna lie. If he was in my college while I was playing, I'd probably like the cocky little shit. Switch the line! The last person goes first and the first person goes last! I wait for them to switch. Barlow is focused on the cones with a serious expression on his face. I decide if his time is good enough, I'll let his talking slide. If not, he'll have to do frog jumps while everyone else finishes the drill. Outside foot, start with your right, I say, and set the timer when he starts. His time is great. They all do it before we switch feet and they do it again. We move on. Inside, I say, and time them. Croqueta, I say on the next one. After this one, they're panting and sweating. Take a 3-minute break. I set my timer to 3 minutes and they run off. I hear Lachlan running up behind me. I swear. I like the little speech you gave in the beginning, he says, his voice low and husky. I bite my lip to not react. Yeah? You still get off on bitchy attitudes? I keep my eyes on the group. He lets out a surprised laugh. No comment. No comment, asshole. I look up at him. It's so sunny that I have to bring the clipboard up to shield my face. Did you come out here to tell me you're leaving? No. Did you come over here because you want me to add you to the line? You'd like that, wouldn't you? He smiles, that slow, sexy smile that makes my knees weak. I lock them. I would, actually. I let my arm fall and look back at the group. I'd do it for you. My eyes catch his, and I see something in them that makes my pulse race. I blow my whistle and take a step forward. Break's over! Behind me, I hear Lachlan say, "Yes, ma'am," under his breath as he runs off. My heart skips again. We finish the rest of the drills, do them once all the way through, and finally get to the net. I let them do whatever they want there and go through the things I haven't filled out on the checklist. Chapter 34. Lila. That shit's hard, Barlow says, standing beside me as he catches his breath. Life's hard. Yeah, but you're making it harder. I raise an eyebrow. Your coaches don't make you do these drills? Of course, but not like that. And normally we end with sit-ups, not doing the entire thing again. You can do sit-ups on your own time. I lower the clipboard. Hey, Coach D! One of the guys calls out from the pitch. Can you do the drills? Of course I can do the drills, I say. I wouldn't make you do something without testing it out first. They all laugh, including Barlow. but he gets closer and says, "I'd let you test me out." "You're something else," I say, but can't help the way my lips twitch. "How old are you?" he asks seriously as he turns his body to face me. "None of your business." "Come on, don't be like that." He cocks his head, his wild curls falling over his eyes before he swipes them back. It's insane how much he reminds me of Locke. 25. His brows hike up. "That's it?" I blink. "What, do I look old or something?" "No, I just figured since you're not..." He shrugs. "I figured you were older and you didn't like younger men, but you're only 2 years older than me." Oh my God. That actually makes me laugh. I turn to face him. "You thought that because I didn't jump on your advance, it must mean that I'm older?" "Pretty much." He shrugs. "No offense, Barlow," I start. "Asher," he says. "No offense, Asher. But 1, I put up my finger. That doesn't work on me. And 2, I put up another finger. I have too much baggage that I would never dump on you." "And 3, she's taken," Locke says behind me. My stomach does a flip, but I don't move, don't look at him, don't say anything. I keep my eyes on the guy in front of me, whose brows furrow momentarily as he looks over my head. "Oh, shit, I guess I should have asked if you have a boyfriend," Barlow says with a chuckle. "But you didn't because you don't really care. You'd fuck her anyway," Locke says. Christ on a cracker, I'm going to murder him in his sleep. I glare at him. "Well, I mean, can you blame me?" Barlow says. He puts his hands up and his eyes widen suddenly, and I can only imagine what Locke looks like behind me. "I mean that respectfully. I should have asked anyway." The answer would have been no, because I don't have a boyfriend, I say. As soon as the last word leaves my mouth, I feel Lachlan's heat at my back. He wraps an arm around me and pulls me to his chest. I can't breathe, think, or respond. Barlow doesn't seem bothered by this. I'd bet money the only reason he's not pushing is that he knows he'd get his ass kicked in a heartbeat. I continue to let Locke hold me. Not because it feels good or comforting, or because I instantly feel like I belong in them. No. I let him keep his arms around me only because I don't want to make a scene. But the moment these people leave, it's on. God, I hope I can calm down by the time they leave. "Well then, if you ever change your mind..." Barlow shrugs and sprints over to the pitch to join his friends. Jesus Christ, Lachlan! I shimmy hard and he finally drops his arm. I turn and glare at him, expecting that hard look on his face. But I'm met with dancing eyes that I've missed more than anything. I swallow and lower my voice. You can't just scare off every man who comes near me. No. He raises an eyebrow. Watch me. You're being ridiculous, I say. I said no to him way before you came over. You said no, and he heard maybe. His green eyes are hard on mine. I can't deal with you right now. I turn around and ignore him. I say goodbye to most of the kids and speak to a mom about her daughter. When everyone is gone, I take a deep breath and look at the cones I have set up. I was dying to join them on their last drill, and when that guy asked me if I could do it, I really fought the urge to. I decide to go through it once to see if I beat any of their times. I do it, check the stopwatch, and look down the list. Barlow and one of the other guys beat my time, but not by much. When I'm done, Lachlan walks over and helps me pick everything up. He's quiet the entire time, which makes me a little nervous. When I finish putting everything away, I walk down the hall to get some Gatorade and start wiping off my sweat. I'm finishing when I hear the door open and look over to see Lachlan walk in. I'm surprised it took him this long to walk inside. He lets the door click shut behind him and stands there, staring at me for a moment, before he stalks over. The walk from the cooler to the door takes me 13 steps. Lachlan seems to do it in 3. His eyes are dark, filled with fury and something that makes my heart pound harder. Without warning, he lifts me up with his left arm and presses me against the wall behind me. He crashes his mouth to mine in a hungry kiss. My body reacts instantly the way it always does. I wrap my arms around his neck and go to wrap my legs around his waist, but he stops me. I'm about to pull away to find out why when I feel his grip on my ass tighten and he slips his other hand past the elastic of my shorts. I gasp into his mouth. We can't do this here. My mind is screaming that, but he starts touching me, his fingers leisurely going up and down my folds, and I lose all sense. His lips leave mine, and he puts his face in the crook of my neck, nibbling me there. I moan deeply. He presses his thumb against my clit and slips 2 of his big fingers inside me. I throw my head back with another loud moan. I wouldn't be surprised if the force gives me a concussion. He moves his fingers so deftly that I whimper and dig my nails into his back. "Fuck," he says, a rumble that I swear shakes through me and the entire building. I'm shocked I don't come from that alone. It's been too long. He bites my neck and does the same to my collarbone. I don't even have time to process how sweaty I am right now because his fingers are moving in a way that'll set me off any minute. He knows how to do it, too. He's studied and memorized every one of my moans and gasps. He's holding at bay on purpose. Fuck! Oh my God! I gasp, moving my hips to ride his hand. Please, Luck, make me come. I don't care that I'm begging. Apparently he does, because he stops moving his fingers. I make an embarrassing sound in protest. My head is still thrown back against the wall, my neck stretched to give him access to it. I'm breathing hard, waiting, wondering why he's on pause when I need him at double speed. I lower my head and look at him. What the hell, Lachlan? I say, my voice a raspy pant, needy. If this is part of his plan to torture me, it's working. Look at me, he growls, biting my lower lip and sucking it into his mouth. When he pulls away, he starts fucking me with his fingers, and my brain explodes. I can't take my eyes off him even if I wanted to. You're mine, Lila James. He adds a 3rd finger, and I scream when he does something with it that sets me off. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God! My entire body shakes. I come so hard that my eyes roll back and my vision goes dark for a second. He doesn't move his hand as I try to catch my breath. I'm waiting for him to put me down, but his fingers start back up, slowly now, his thumb on my clit moving in slow, teasing circles. No, 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 I say, gasping loudly. I can't. Look at me. It's a command I can't deny. I open my eyes and find his burning into mine with such a force that the mix of that, the brush of his thumb and his fingers hooked inside me makes me come again. Holy fucking shit, Lachlan! I squirm against him, riding the wave of the orgasm. Fucking mine. He growls again as he takes his fingers out of me and sets me on the ground. I immediately bend over, panting, with my shaky hands on shaky knees like I just ran a marathon. What the hell was that? It takes me a moment to compose myself, but when I do, he's serious again, his eyes still burning as his jaw twitches. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to touch him? Kiss him? I've never been uneasy around him. I hate feeling this way. Why did you do that? I ask quietly, to gauge his response. To remind you. I have no words. He's robbed me of them. He's robbed me of everything now. My thoughts, my emotions, my words, my freedom, and my sanity. I can't figure him out right now. He does things that let me know he cares about me, and then acts like nothing happened. Does he still love me? Or does he just want to possess me? I don't know if I'm strong enough to find out. I'll willingly go down the rabbit hole if it'll lead me to the man I fell in love with. But I'm scared that I won't find him.
Chapter 35. Lachlan. I caved. I'm a human being, goddammit. I've been patient enough. I thought I was turned on before, but when everyone was gone, Lila walked to the beginning of her fucked-up obstacle course and set her timer. I watched her do the entire thing at record speed. She'd looked at the timer and nodded her head as if to say, not bad. I almost went out there to scoop her into my arms, but I didn't. I kept my hands to myself and helped her pick up what seemed like 1,000 cones. I thought I wouldn't be as pent up by the time we finished putting everything away, but I was worse. All I could do was think about that little fucker Barlow. I didn't even take his picture. I know he's not a threat, but seeing her laugh with him was too much for me. I stood outside, staring at the door, trying to convince myself to walk away, but I couldn't. It's physically impossible for me not to touch her. All day I wanted to kiss, touch, claim, and make her remember how it feels between us. Honestly, I don't even know who I'm torturing anymore, her or myself. I'm still angry, but when I see her do things that make her come alive, like running the obstacle course or interacting with the little kids from this morning, I just want to throw her over my shoulder, take her to the nearest surface, and devour her. After the nudity this morning, and now this, I'm going to need an ice shower today. Regular cold temperatures won't do it. I could have fucked her. I could still do it, but I'm not going to. I'm too angry right now, and it's not part of the plan. She makes me lose all reason, but I hold on to my anger. She fucked me over. She left me. What now? I ask when she finishes her Gatorade. I normally shower, but I'll shower at home today. She shuts her eyes and takes a breath. When she opens them, she asks, Do you want me to show you around? Sure, I shrug. I've been dying to see this place. I have to admit this place is impressive as hell. Indoor pools, saunas, multiple gyms, and areas for doctors to work with patients. An X-ray machine. The list goes on. I personally think Lila should be playing pro soccer, but I can see what attracted her to this career and this place. She guides me down a hallway and pushes the door at the end open, turning on the light as she steps out of the way so I can walk inside. This is my office, she says. You have your own office? My eyes widen. Yep. We get an office after 6 months, she says. It's a good-sized space with a desk, 3 chairs, and a small bookshelf. No windows, but Lila doesn't need shit like windows. She'd shut the blinds and never look outside anyway. I'm surprised she doesn't have blinds on the glass partition with the view of the hallway that takes up half the wall. I take it in and picture her here. Does she dress in office attire? Scrubs? Fuck, I want her to dress in both and visit me at my office. She doesn't have any personal items, only little owls on the bookshelf and a mason jar filled with colorful pens. There's no display of her ribbons or her glass trophy. If you walk in here to have a conversation, you'd never really notice how bland it is, but I do. It's the kind of office that you can pack up in under 5 minutes if you need to leave. Maybe Marissa's right. Maybe Lila's pretending to be happy here. Fake it till you make it, right? Yeah, that hasn't worked out very well for me. I go around her desk and look up to see her standing by the door. She suddenly looks tense as fuck, like she's trying to keep herself from moving. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. Well, she was like this about the dildo, which I understand, but I can't imagine she has one of those in her office. What, do you have a picture with that douchebag here? I half joke. If she does, I'm going to rip it. I should probably warn her.
I have a picture with a douchebag,
she says in a bored tone and crosses her arms as she looks down the hall. I'm not prepared for what I find when I step behind her desk. She has 2 unframed pictures taped to the bottom of her iMac. There's no way to hide my shock when I see them. They have creases on them like they've been folded and unfolded, one of me in my Fairview Blaze uniform. I was probably skating up to her when she snapped it. The other one is of us sleeping on her couch, her head over my heart, my arms around her. I've never seen it before, but I assume Marissa took it. We look so fucking peaceful, so happy. I remember that day. We'd stayed in, made pasta, and watched Pocahontas. I got offended when I finally understood her John Smith reference, and she'd laughed and laughed. Fuck. I can still hear that laugh in my head. I can still picture her face. I swallow hard, trying to find my words. When she told me she didn't let her friends talk about me, I thought it was so she could try to forget me, but I guess I was wrong. Why the hell would she do this to herself? She'd have to look at these pictures every time she sat here. It has to hurt. It's hurting me, and this is my first time seeing them. When I look at her, she's looking down the hall. Why? My voice is so quiet, I'm not even sure she hears it. She looks at me, her eyes searching mine like she's trying to find something that she's not sure is there. I wish I knew what she was looking for so I could just fucking give it to her. After the longest moment, she finally speaks. It doesn't matter anymore. She turns and walks out. An ache settles in my chest the minute she's gone. I look at the pictures again. I have to go through with my plan. I will go through with it, but fuck, this is more difficult than I thought. When we get to her place, we take turns getting ready. We don't speak. I know she's brooding as much as I am, and she's probably hangry, which is the worst, and probably the only time her bitchiness doesn't turn me on. She has to be starving by now. I'm fucking starving, and I had 2 full meals on the field and a 40-ounce smoothie at Marissa's. She had a huge protein smoothie too, but she was too active today for that to be enough. Because of our mutual silent treatment, I'm not sure where we're going or how to dress, but this city doesn't seem very pretentious. The men probably wear fishing shirts to dinner and shit. I end up wearing a black V-neck t-shirt and dark jeans. I check Lila out for the 5th time. She's wearing a short black romper, a really short black romper. Jesus. She can wear whatever she wants, but I don't know how I'm supposed to keep myself in check. As it is, I haven't been able to stop replaying how she looked when she came on my fingers. How she felt. What's the plan? I ask as I comb my fingers through my damp hair. She stares at the movement. Nothing in her expression changes, but I see the longing in her beautiful eyes. I almost pick her up and kiss her right there. I deserve at least 3 gold medals by now for the amount of restraint I'm showing. Burgers, she says simply as she puts on some black sandals and looks in the mirror. I bite my tongue to keep from saying anything, but I can't stop staring at the bottom of her romper. It's loose enough that I could push it to the side and fuck her with it on. I need to stop messing around and stay on track before she derails this train. I know I do, but she drives me fucking crazy. She turns to see how she looks from the back. She's perfect. I don't even know why she bothers triple-checking. I put on my sneakers and follow her out, staring at her ass the entire walk to the elevator and picturing all the things I want to do to her. How'd you find this place? I ask as we walk down the block. I have to admit, it's a nice city. It's not Chicago or New York, but it's nice. I can tell it's booming with the amount of people our age who live here. It's clean and everyone seems nice. Some of them are a little too nice. A travel magazine? I stop walking. She notices and turns around. What? A travel magazine? We were in California and I already knew the only way I could get away was to change my name and location, so we skimmed through a travel magazine. We instantly fell in love with it, and it was within driving distance of one of the universities that accepted me into their program, so we moved. She shrugs. I start walking again. I'm assuming by we, you mean you and Marissa? Yep. I fight the annoyance building inside me. I know she did what she felt she had to do, but what the fuck? A travel magazine? That's absurd. This entire thing is absurd. I'm not going to say it since this is the first normal conversation we've had since I arrived. Even though she's hangry, she's not giving me clipped answers. She actually seems cordial. I have to say, seeing those pictures is fucking with my anger. Well, technically, Marissa fell in love with it, she says. I just went along with it. So Marissa chose where she wanted to live and you just agreed? I ask. Yeah, she says. When she looks at the expression on my face, she adds, Marissa has done a lot for me. Too much. She's never turned her back on me and doesn't have to hide with me. The least I could do was let her pick where she wanted to live. She's not kidding when she says Marissa has done too much for her. It makes sense that Lila would let her have this one thing. When we finally get to the restaurant, I hold the door open for her and follow her in. It's not what I expected when she said burgers. It's a fancy steakhouse. You look familiar, the hostess says the second we walk up to her. I must have a familiar face, I say. Do you have any tables for two available? She stares at me, her eyebrows pulled. She probably saw the news about my retirement everywhere and can't piece it together. Honestly, any other time I would have told her, but I'm hungry and the only person I want staring at me is currently focused on the stupid old world map they have hanging on the wall beside her. Table for two, I repeat. Oh, the hostess blinks. We're all booked. You can sit at the bar if you'd like. I look at Lila, who shrugs and says, I prefer the bar anyway. I lead her there, instinctively moving my hand back and reaching for hers as we walk. Hers is the only hand I've ever held. I remember the way the smile broke across her face, the one I love most, when I told her that. After she left me, when I wasn't feeling angry, I regretted not being able to hold her hand in public. I expect her to ignore me, but she surprises me by not only putting her hand in mine, but lacing our fingers together. I almost die of a heart attack right there, from fucking hand-holding. I begrudgingly let go when we reach two stools at the corner of the bar. A few other people are sitting here, but the bartender practically runs to us. Hey there, Delilah, he says in a sing-song voice like the song. I roll my eyes. Real clever. Gin again? Gin again. She gives him her ghost of a smile. But I also want a burger. Goat cheeseburger cooked medium, right? He says. She raises an eyebrow. Yep. The fucker shrugs and smiles like he remembers everyone's order. Yeah, right. Jesus Christ. Does everyone in this city want to fuck her? I can't blame them, but damn, give me a fucking break here. Oh, I see you brought a friend, he says, smiling wide as he sets two napkins in front of us. What can I get for you? A friend. It's like every man in the city read a manual on how to piss me the fuck off. It's probably a local bestseller. I'm starving, and the burger will be the first meal she consumes all day, so I withhold my comments. I'm still giving him a blank stare when Lila sets her hand over mine. The gesture sends a jolt through me. My eyes snap to hers. Just tell him the type of liquor you want and let him work his magic, she says, eyes twinkling. I usually drink my liquor straight up, but I'll say yes to anything when she's touching me and looking at me like that. A boat? A car? An airplane? Yes, yes, yes. Unfortunately, nothing that can be purchased with coin would make Lila's list. I look at the bartender. I'll take the gin. Any specifications? He asks. Nothing too fruity, spicy? Surprise me. Anything to eat? He asks as he's about to walk away. I'll have the same burger she's having. Medium? Sure. I usually don't order medium at restaurants since they tend to overcook the meat, but I'm trying to keep things simple tonight. Once he's gone, I pivot my seat slightly towards her. Is every man in this city in love with you? No, she rolls her eyes. It just so happens that the ones you've met like me. Like her, sure. Would like to get in her pants, maybe. Not that it's any of your business, she says, nodding toward the bartender. But Pat's gay and definitely not interested in me that way. Huh. I know that it shouldn't matter, but I take him off my shit list anyway. He's officially the only person on the nice list for now. Besides, she says when I say nothing, look who's talking, mister. I just smile at a girl and her panties drop. Jealous? She takes her hand from mine and swivels her seat to face the bar. I hate it, but I take it as another indication that she still cares about me. Really, though, I say when she doesn't speak, is there something in the water in this city? People have no boundaries. Do you even know the definition of boundaries? She laughs, a real laugh, the one I've missed. I feel my lips hitch. For a moment, her eyes soften, and I feel like I'm staring at the puck and my heart is about to leap out of my throat. I forget what we're talking about. The bartender comes back with 2 yellowish drinks and martini glasses. I'm already wary. We pick up the glasses at the same time and bring them to our lips. The guy's watching us on bated breath, so I hope, for his sake, this is good. I take a sip. Damn. I don't know what's in it, but I immediately love it. It's a little spicy and a little citrusy, but it also has a hint of sweetness in it that balances it perfectly. It may just be my new favorite drink. We set our glasses down. He watches us. This is probably why he likes Lila so much. She keeps him on his toes with her passive expression and eyes only I can read. After what seems like forever, she gives him 2 thumbs up. 10 out of 10. He lets out a relieved breath, then looks at me. I was a little skeptical when I saw the glass, but it's the best drink I've had in a while. I'm so glad you both like it, Pat says, smiling wide, and walks to the person on the other side of the bar. Lila turns to me slightly. Do you really like it, or are you trying to be nice? When have I ever tried to be nice? I shoot her a look and add, to anyone but you. She studies me for a long moment, her eyes all over my face. When she moves to swivel her chair to face forward, I grab her forearm, then run my hand down to hers. I don't know why I do it, because now I want to touch her everywhere. Nothing about her expression changes, but I see the fire in her eyes. It's a lick of a flame just starting, but it's there. Fuck, I want her. I don't even bother reminding myself that I'm mad at her. What's the point? I can be mad all I want, but I'll never stop wanting her. Why the pictures? I ask because it's been driving me crazy since we left the sports center. She immediately shuts down, takes her hand back, and swivels the seat to face forward again. Jesus Christ, it's a simple question. She looked nervous about me seeing the pictures, but she didn't make a move to stop it from happening. She could have shown me her office from the door and shut it. She could have rushed forward to hide them while I was looking around. How can she expect me, of all people, not to ask about them? Just answer the question, I say quietly. I just need this one answer, and then I'll drop it. Her eyes flash to mine. Last time you asked me questions, you humiliated me. That's the only thing you've done since you got here, so forgive me for not wanting to play your little game. I'm leaving with you tomorrow. I'm going to a place I thought I'd escaped for life. And you know what? She gets off of her stool. I'm shocked by this alone. Not that she's being loud or causing a scene by any means, but she's always been mortified to lash out in public. I know I should probably be upset about it, but it's hot as fuck and shows that I can still make her feel like no one else can. I'm not doing this for the money. I'm doing it for you. If I wanted to, I'd tell you who attacked you and let whatever happens to you happen, she says, moving closer so she's only inches away from my face. But for some stupid fucking reason, I can't do that. Because despite what a piece of shit you've been to me, I can't bear anything happening to you, and I feel like going with you might somehow save you from harm. So, fuck you, Lachlan Duke. She takes a deep breath and turns to leave, but whips back around with renewed fire in her angry gaze. And you know what else? You weren't the only one who was hurt that day. I was also attacked and sent to the hospital, so just... fuck you. What? I pull back, her admission hitting me in the center of my chest. What do you mean you were attacked? What hospital? What are you talking about? She looks at me in disbelief. I already know she's not going to tell me, which pisses me the fuck off. My jaw clenches so hard I think I might break it. You don't deserve to know anything that happened to me. You don't deserve to know anything about me at all, she seethes quietly. Don't ask me for anything else. I don't have any more to give. She throws her napkin on her chair and stalks off. She managed to rip me a new one in a low tone so no one's watching. I stare after her, my heart in the pit of my stomach, when she turns the corner and I can no longer see her. Fuck. I can tell she's been holding that in, probably since the dildo incident, maybe even before that. I can't even process what she just told me. She ended up in the fucking hospital? That wasn't in the folder. I should kick Liam's ass for his half-assed job. I'm still staring across the restaurant as if she's going to magically appear. Finally, I swivel my seat and wait to get the bartender's attention to pay the check and take the food to go. Lachlan, right? Pat asks as he walks over to me. I look at him for a long time, trying to figure out how he knows my name. Hockey fan, maybe? Yeah, I respond after a moment. She's told me about you. He looks in the direction she disappeared to. Can't even imagine what she must have said about me. What could she have said? My curiosity must show because he smiles. Whenever they showed your face or said your name, she'd make me change the channel. He points at the television on the other side of the bar. One day, she saw you on the screen and... He swallows, glancing away like it hurts, which further hurts me. I asked who you were, so she told me. She comes here a lot then, I say. Only for lunch when the place is practically empty. She always sits right there, has her burger and fries, listens to me babble, and leaves. He blinks and shakes his head, focusing on me again. I'm sure it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I've never seen her truly smile or laugh. Certainly not the way she did tonight. A harsh laugh leaves my lips. Yeah, she smiled, and then I went and fucked it all up. I take a large gulp of my drink, hoping it'll get rid of the knot in my throat and the guilt in my chest. It doesn't. I guess her lack of smiles and laughs isn't an issue. She has a lot of admirers, I say because I can't seem to let that shit go. She does, Pat chuckles. Those poor souls. I feel myself smile a little, which seems to egg him on because he continues. I know I'm a complete stranger and I probably shouldn't be saying this, he says. But that girl is so fucking in love with you that none of the men in this city ever stood a chance. Fuck. I thought that was what I wanted to hear, but right now all it does is make me feel worse. It was good to meet you. He taps the bar twice and pushes off to help someone else. I'm about to call him back to ask for the check when my body becomes aware of her presence. The way my cells seem to sense hers is inexplicable. It's also how I know that this will never end. Lila gets back in her seat, picks up her napkin, sets it on her lap, and takes a sip of her drink as if nothing happened. I stare at the side of her face. Don't. It's all she says. It's all she has to say. She only speaks to Pat. Even with him, it's just short answers and tiny pretend smiles. I realize that I'm seeing her shutting down right before my eyes, and the only things I can think about are that she has pictures of me in her office and that she has spoken to all of these people about me. I came into her life demanding things from her and thought she agreed purely out of guilt, fear, or money, only to find out that she agreed because she cares. This is why Marissa and Prescott guard all of her secrets. This is why men chase after her despite her standoffish attitude. This is why I fell so fucking hard for her. I've met more people than I can count, so I know gems when I see them, and this fucking girl has a heart of gold. Black gold, if that's a thing, but gold nonetheless. I pull out my phone and text my brother. Me. She went to the hospital the night I did. Why was that not in the file? Liam. Damn. She's okay though, right? I stare at his words. I didn't even think to ask that. I mean, she's obviously okay. I've seen her running and jumping since I got here, but still, I haven't even asked her if she's okay. I haven't asked her if she's happy here or whether or not she missed me. I know she did, but I should have asked her. Nicely. I couldn't. I've been holding on to this anger for too long. She fucking left me. That's the one thing she knew. She fucking knew would hurt me the most, and that was what she did. I understand that she thinks she had to do it, but I can't just forgive her for that. The knife is buried too deep in the wound. I take a deep breath and look at her again. Her expression is completely blank now. When she tilts her face and examines the bottles on the shelf, I can't even read her fucking eyes. Damn it. Me. She's fine. Find out what happened. I put my phone away and get another drink when she does. I might as well drink my sorrows away. Chapter 36. Lachlan. We walk back to her place in silence. Broody, uncomfortable silence that makes me itchy. I'm trying to figure out when the last time I apologized to anyone would have been and come up short. It's not that I can't apologize. I'm man enough to admit when I fuck up. It's just, what would I have apologized for? I've probably apologized to my mom and Liam at some point in my life. Never a woman. I need to apologize to her, though. I fucked up. I knew I was fucking up the moment I kissed her and demanded that she marry me and go back to Fairview. I knew it, but I did it anyway because my anger overrode everything else. She didn't deserve it. She doesn't deserve it, and yet I can't right this wrong. I still need her to marry me. I still need to go back to Fairview. I know that until that's not handled, she won't be with me. I scoff at my own thoughts. I don't even know if that's an option anymore, but the thought of being apart from her any longer hurts too much for me to consider anything else. I'll chase her for the rest of my life and prove to her that I can be worthy of her, if that's what it'll take. We're quiet as we walk into the lobby, the elevator, down the hall, and finally into her apartment. "I'm sorry," I say as soon as the door shuts behind us. She sets down her purse and looks at me, expressionless. Fuck. I can't let her do this. I can't let her go blank on me. I have a feeling that if she puts up walls between us, I won't be able to tear them down this time. It's a terrifying thought, a possibility I can't live with. I follow her into the bedroom. "Lila." She ignores me, walks into her closet, and starts taking off her jewelry. She sweeps her hair to one side and tilts her neck a little as she unclasps her necklace. Even the way she does that is hot. Is that even possible? I stand at the entrance, leaning against the wall, waiting for her to acknowledge me. She doesn't even spare me a glance to scowl at me. This is bad. This is really fucking bad. "I'm sorry," I repeat. "I heard you," she says. "I really am." "I said I heard you." Her eyes flash to mine. "I'm trying to figure out if I even give a fuck anymore." My heart sinks. No, fuck, no. Don't say that. I can't do this with you right now. I'm tired. It's been a long day, and tomorrow will be another one. I'm sure every day that follows until this contract is over will be as well. Just let me have peace in my own fucking apartment, for fuck's sake. I don't respond. What can I even say? She grabs her pajamas, and I take a step back to let her walk out of the closet and go to the bathroom. She shuts the door and locks it. The sound is so jarring that it makes me realize this might be the first time she's locked it since I've been here. God damn, this is fucking bad. I sit at the edge of the bed and wait for her. I don't even remember what I'm supposed to be angry at her for. I was mad about my hockey situation. I was mad that I had to jump hurdles to find her. I gave up hockey to fucking find her, and when I finally did, she was... It doesn't matter. None of it matters anymore because she flipped this on me. She plays this game much better than I do, and I'm okay with that. God, she went to the fucking hospital. Was she attacked as badly as I'd been? My throat closes up at the prospect of that. She was probably alone in the hospital. I'm sure Marissa was there. Definitely Prescott, since he was the one who gave me the news that she was gone. But that's it. Her dad visited me with all of my coaches, so he couldn't have been with her. Not that she would have wanted him there. All I know is that I wasn't there. She probably didn't even get any flowers. Fuck. She was in a fucking hospital bed when she sent me those flowers. I'm sure of it. I set my elbows on my knees and bury my face in my palms. I can't lose this girl again. It can't be too late to redeem myself. I don't know how I'm going to pull this off, but I have to. When she's done in the bathroom, she ignores me and walks to the kitchen. By the time I'm finished showering, she's either sleeping or pretending. I lie beside her, my mind running a mile a minute as I try to stay on my side of the bed and process all of this for the 100th time. The woman I love, who I'd give anything to have, who I gave up everything to find, is finally next to me, and she might as well be on another planet with how far she feels. I turn on my side and face her. I can't see her in the darkness, but I can make out the shape of her back since she's facing away from me. I can't handle it anymore. My chest feels like it's going to cave in. I just want to touch her, hold her, something, anything. If she wants to kick me out, I'll leave. If she tells me not to put my hands on her, I won't, but I need to try. I move to her side, put my arm around her, and pull her to my chest, the way I used to before she left, before my life lost its meaning, before I let my anger drive my actions. A sense of peace instantly rolls through me when I bury my face in the crook of her neck and inhale her scent. She smells so good. She feels so good, so perfect. I'm so sorry, Lila James. I don't even know what to apologize for first, but I'm sorry for all of it, I say against her neck. Please don't stop caring. She inhales deeply and lets it out. She doesn't say anything, but she lets me hold her. And that's enough for now.
Chapter 37. Lila. Delilah, whatever the fuck you want to call me. We land in Chicago around 10. It's a 3.5-hour flight, all of which I spent curled up in my own little first-class cubby, trying to watch a movie that won 1,000,000 awards. For what, I have no idea unless they give awards for Best Snooze Fest. I'm awoken by the skid of the tires as the plane touches down. The captain starts talking about our gate as I unfold myself and start to gather my things. I switch my phone off airplane mode and text Marissa to let her know we landed. She texts back immediately with a string of emojis that I can't concentrate on right now. The airplane parks, and people immediately do what they do, getting up and trying to get their bags so they can be the first ones out of the airplane. I have no connecting flights, and I'm scared of what awaits me outside the airport, so I'm not in a rush to get out. I take my time, putting away my headphones, grabbing my charger, and looking for the chapstick I accidentally dropped during the first 5 minutes of the flight. That's what I'm doing when Lachlan walks over and stands in the middle of the aisle to wait for me. We haven't spoken since my tantrum at the restaurant, which I loathe myself for. I still can't believe I did that. The only other time I've ever lost my cool like that was at Marissa's party 1,000,000 years ago. I swear he's the only person who can make me this angry. I lose all reason around him. I look up and see people excusing themselves as they try to get past him while he just stands there and stares at me like we're in the middle of an open field. Even this frustrates me. I say nothing. I find my chapstick and follow him out of the airplane. When we step out onto the loading bridge, our suitcases are waiting for us. These aren't carry-on suitcases. They're big ones that rode in the bottom of the plane and are now somehow up here while everyone else rushes to baggage claims. The employee smiles as he rolls them to Locke, and smiles wider when he gets tipped for it. Locke rolls them both while I follow, trying to wrap my head around what just happened. It's probably best I don't know. The entire thing felt like a drug exchange. Knowing him, he would put me in the middle of a fucking drug cartel situation, as selfish as he is. I truly feel like I'm going crazy. Maybe it's the lack of sleep, or all of the things that were thrown at me at once, but I can't get my emotions in order. I let him hold me last night, and let him apologize while I pretended to be asleep. But I'm not ready to talk about it yet. I'm too upset and still processing it. All of the spare glances I've caught from him have been wary, which is good. He's right to be scared. He probably thinks I'm going to bail on him at the last minute. Honestly, if he thinks that, he doesn't know me at all. We walk through the airport in silence. Since we already have our things, we head outside where a guy in a dark suit, who looks like he could kick anyone's ass, is waiting for us. He looks scary, but his smile reaches his eyes as he shakes Locke's hand. As he takes out bags, Ronnie introduces himself to me. When the doors open, the bitter wind hits me so hard that I take a step back and cross my arms. I check the weather. It's not even that cold, but the Chicago wind doesn't seem to get the memo about the changing seasons. I remember the last time I visited with my parents, it was summer and still brisk at night. Our bags are loaded into the trunk of a black SUV with heavily tinted windows, where another terrifyingly large man is waiting to open the doors. What even is this service? When Dad played pro, we were picked up and driven around in any city we went to, but the men didn't look like this. Not that I'm complaining. Maybe Lachlan is as paranoid as I am after all. Once we're sitting in the back seat, I look at what he's wearing. Charcoal dress pants, a brown belt, matching dress shoes, and a white button-down with the sleeves rolled up. He dresses so formally these days. It's weird. Hot, but weird. I'm wearing jeans, an oversized white dress shirt with rolled sleeves, and plain white sneakers. I open my backpack, take out my black cable-knit sweater, and tie it over my shoulders. I don't know where we're going, but I know I'd fit right in at a country club or a Ralph Lauren ad. I keep my eyes outside and get lost in the view. It's such a beautiful city. I don't remember much of it. The Bean, and some face sculptures that spit water from their mouths. I never even got to go to a ball game at Wrigley because Mom didn't feel good and we had to stay at the hotel while Dad played. Unfortunately, it's not in the cards this time either, with spring training going on. What's the plan? I ask.
We have a few places to go to.
He looks at his watch.
Breakfast with some of my former teammates who are in town for a charity event. After that, we have a rooftop gathering, and tonight we'll go to a cocktail engagement party my parents are hosting for us.
Fantastic, I said, deadpan. When I visit cool cities, mingling with rich assholes is always on my itinerary. Lachlan laughs. It's a real laugh, a carefree one. I feel my lips twitch, dying to break out in a smile, but I smother it and keep looking outside. Will we get married in a courthouse here? I ask after a moment.
He
clears his throat.
We were supposed to get married at the courthouse in Fairview.
My head whips to face him. I'm sorry, what?
It's where we met,
he says, studying my face. Oh my God, this motherfucker. A heat wave rolls through me and suddenly I feel like one of those cartoons with smoke coming out of their ears. I won't react, though. I won't react. This man who claims he wants my forgiveness is trying to fake marry me at the place he knows I loathe, and he's trying to make it sound romantic. I should slap some sense into him. I don't. I don't react at all. It's the best thing I can do right now. It's hard as hell to do with him, but I'm so livid that I manage.
I said, were, Lila, past tense,
he says quickly before I can get a word in. The fact that you'd even think of doing that. I look outside. The worst part is that I feel more betrayed than I do angry. A part of me wanted this to somehow work out. I thought I'd do this and somehow we'd find our way to how we used to be together. But that seems impossible. My Lachlan, if he's even in there, is buried too deep. The only reason I'm even entertaining that being a possibility is that he was somehow able to reach me when I thought it was impossible. Still, I never would have purposely hurt him. I may have been a bitch now and then, but I would never purposely humiliate him. I would never take him somewhere I knew he hated and force him to marry me there. I cross my arms and keep my eyes outside until the car stops in front of a hotel across from the Bean. At least I was able to see that. He gets out of the car and waits for me to get my small purse out of my backpack and put some things in it, including my phone. When I slide over to his side, since it's against the sidewalk, he holds his hand out for me. My treacherous heart skips the moment my fingers meet his. I take my hand back quickly and rub my palm against the side of my jeans, as if it'll erase the feel of him on it. I glance up to look down the street and notice his jaw clenching, as if wiping him off my hand somehow pissed him off. After speaking to the man up front, we take his advice and follow the signs that will lead us to the banquet room. What's the charity? I ask.
Breast cancer,
he says.
One of the players' wives was diagnosed last year. This was what she wanted to do for her birthday.
Oh. I guess I'll find out soon enough how she's doing. But as I walk, I silently hope she's doing well. One of the girls I went to med school with was diagnosed while we were there. She went through surgeries and chemo and never quit school. Thankfully, she's doing well now. Last time I asked, she said her margins were clear and she's working with cancer patients. We check in at the door. Lachlan gives the woman an envelope he had folded in his pocket, and we're let inside. It's a buffet, and the room is set up beautifully with pink flowers on each table. A man who must be one of the hockey players walks toward us with a huge smile on his face. "Luck," he says, stretching his hands and hugging him with a loud pat on the back.
"Thanks for being here, man. Morgan will appreciate it." "Of course."
Locke smiles.
"How's she doing?"
"Amazing," the guy says, grinning as he delivers the news.
"She just got clear scans. She's healthy." "Fuck, that's amazing."
Locke gives him a side hug and a pat on the back. The guy finally looks at me and smiles, extending his hand to me.
Gunner.
Lila, I say with a smile. His eyes widen as he looks from me to Locke and back to me. It's nice to meet you. I'm so happy to hear your wife is doing well. I can't even imagine what you guys went through.
Thank you.
He keeps the smile on his face and my hand in his as he looks at Locke again for some kind of confirmation. When he looks at me again, he smiles wider as he drops my hand.
Welcome to the Lightning family.
Thanks. I guess. I don't add that part because this is awkward enough. He tells us about the breakfast and to help ourselves. We thank him and start walking away. Obviously, Lachlan's told them about me. God knows what he said. Probably that I'm a huge bitch who abandoned him. We speak to Gunner's wife, Morgan, who's the biggest sweetheart. The rest of the time, Locke does most of the talking. He introduces me as his girlfriend, which is a little far-fetched. Then again, I'm technically his fiancée. He's talking to some of his teammates when my stomach starts growling and I excuse myself. I'm about to grab a plate when a very familiar voice says my name and I turn around to face Mason. My jaw drops and I get out of the line as he walks over.
Today must be Fairview Reunion Day,
he says as he envelops me in a hug and lifts me in his arms. I smile as he sets me down.
How the hell have you been?
He asks, giving me a once-over.
You look, well, incredible, like always.
Thanks. I smile. How are you doing? Do you still play? He shoots me a faux dirty look.
I'm wounded that you don't know the answer to that.
If it makes you feel any better, I haven't watched a hockey game in 3 years, I say. He grabs my hand and pulls me further away from the line so we have some privacy to speak.
Last I heard, you disappeared,
he says, his eyes searching mine.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I guess I'm back, I say, then laugh. I don't know what's happening. One minute I'm in Rhodes living day to day, and the next, Lachlan shows up and, well, brings me here.
He never stopped talking about you,
he says with a laugh.
I mean, ever.
I don't know what to make of that. I bite my lip and glance away, my gaze clashing with Lachlan's on the other side of the room. I can't tell what he's thinking. He doesn't seem upset at all by my interaction with Mason, though, which is nice. I look at Mason again. How'd you end up playing on the same team?
Crazy, right?
His brows shoot up.
He dropped way down in the draft and ended up near me. He was picked up by them, and shortly after I was traded over. It's been nice.
I bet.
What about you? Did you go back to soccer?
He asks.
Or med school. It was med school you'd applied to, right?
Yep. I finished recently. I'm about to start a residency program in a week.
Holy shit!
His brows shoot up.
So this is... What is this?
He asks, and I know he's talking about Locke. I honestly don't know. I glance over at Locke again and find him still watching me.
That man...
He shakes his head.
Let's just say the entire fucking team knows your full name.
I don't even know what to make of that, I say quietly. He shrugs, looking away for a moment.
I wish he hadn't retired.
Me too, I say. He was born to be on the ice.
Well, if anyone can convince him to come back, it's you.
Mason smiles at me. I make a non-committal sound, and we move away from the topic. We catch up on what everyone is doing with their lives, and before long I look up and watch Lachlan as he makes his way over, his green eyes solely on mine. The way he makes my heart race is unnerving. I hate that despite any anger and disappointment I may feel toward him, he still affects me the way he does. I know Mason is still talking, but it's hard to focus on anything with my erratic heartbeat.
"Leave my girlfriend alone,"
Locke says, wrapping an arm around me and pulling me to his side. Mason laughs.
"I was just telling her that you two are meant to be together."
"I agree," Locke says, his deep voice making my stomach somersault. He lowers his mouth to my ear.
"Did you eat?"
"Not yet."
"Mace, my girl needs to eat so you can get in line with us or pick this conversation up another time,"
Locke says, leading me back to the line. 1 hour and 2 plates of food later, we say our goodbyes to everyone and walk out. I'm dreading being alone with him in the car again. So many things are spinning through my head. He spoke to his teammates about me, which is nice, but he also guilted me into this situation and wants to take me to the one place he knows I hate. He was planning to freaking marry me there. The thought creates a feeling in the pit of my stomach, and I have to struggle to keep it at bay after everything I just ate.
"That was nice,"
he says. It was.
"You were great."
I hear the smile in his voice when he says this, but I don't entertain it. I won't, even though I'm dying to look at his infuriatingly handsome face. I know. He laughs. In the car, I'm staring out the window, soaking up every single bit of the city as we head to our second event of the day. I hope it goes by fast. Chapter 38. Lila. "Do I need a white dress?" I ask when the silence gets too loud.
"Do you want one?"
Do I want one? I blink at him, letting out an unamused laugh. The nerve of this guy. I don't know the protocol for a fake relationship and fake wedding. I feel movement and his warmth at my back before he speaks. I brace myself for it.
"It's not fake,"
he says, a low growl, his breath on the shell of my ear.
"It's real. This,"
he wraps an arm around me and pulls me against him,
"is real. You have every fucking right to be upset, I'll give you that. But don't you dare say that what we have is fake."
Whatever, I don't really care anymore, I whisper, even though my entire body is betraying me. He lets go of me, turns the other way, and growls so loudly that both men in the front seat look back to see if he's okay. I keep my eyes on the flowers we're driving by, blooming new, colorful life into this gray, dark world. We end up at a place called Cindy's Rooftop, where the view of the city is spectacular. I can only see it partially from inside, so I've been waiting until the socially acceptable moment to excuse myself. I don't even know why we're here, mingling with people who work for his absent father's company, but I don't ask. Maybe I'll ask him when he's done charming people. He's had that fake-ass $1,000,000 smile of his plastered on his face the entire time we've been here, but I know he's brooding. He's upset about my fake comment, and I really don't care. I said what I said, and I stand by it. Despite that, he took a sip of my drink before handing it to me, which seems like a small gesture, but it means a lot to me. After 40 minutes of small talk, I've reached my limit. I take the opportunity to excuse myself and head to the glass doors. As I step outside, I revel in the cool breeze and make my way to the edge, where a surface wraps around the rooftop. There's a clear view of the Bean, the surrounding park, and a beautiful skyline backdrop. I set my drink on the surface and text Marissa a picture before putting my phone in my purse. I smell men's cologne and feel someone stand beside me as I pick up my cup. I take a sip of my drink and keep my eyes on the view ahead, hoping they'll get a clue and leave me alone. It's a networking event, though, so I don't have high hopes of that happening. "Nice, right?" the man asks. My eyes snap to his. It's beautiful. "It's even nicer at night." I bet. Are you new with the company? No, I'm just visiting. You sound unsure, he says with an amused smile. I look at him again. He has kind, dark eyes and a genuine smile. Both rare things to come across these days. I'm visiting, I say with more conviction. That was me last year, and look at me now. He widens his arms. I'm guessing that means you love it here, I say, taking a sip of my drink. You work for Duke? Yep, just got promoted. To what? Head of cybersecurity. Fancy. I raise my eyebrows and look back at the bean. Does that mean you can hack into anyone's computer? He laughs. I can, but I don't. Have you done it? I turn to him. I was a nerdy teenager once. And now? A nerdy adult. He chuckles. My lips twitch. Nerds always get the last laugh. Cheers to that. He lifts his small, clear cup. I'm Sean, by the way. Lila. I tap mine against his. So, if you're not with the company and you don't know whether or not you're staying, I'm assuming you're here with someone. You'd be correct. Who's the lucky guy or lady? Guy. And I'm not sure he's considering himself very lucky right now. Oh, trust me, he is. He says. He doesn't check me out, though. He keeps his eyes on mine. I look over my shoulder, my eyes immediately captured by Lachlan's. I can see his tense jaw from here. I sigh heavily and turn back around. At the last event, he stuck by me, and when he didn't and I small-talked with one of his teammates, he didn't get upset. Now he's upset. Well, he was upset when we got here, and I don't care. The longer I sit with my feelings and think about all of it, the angrier I become. The way he showed up angry and demanding, the fact that he guilted me into signing a marriage contract, the way he plucked me out of my life. I'm to blame for it as well. Ultimately, I chose this. I know this because everything I said last night was true. I'd rather do this than have him get hurt again. Love sucks. That's what this comes down to. I can't make myself fall out of love with him. I could ignore him and try to stop wanting him, but what's the point? What's worse is that I can't stop thinking that if he'd shown up and proposed for real, I would have probably said yes. Even after 3 years apart. As crazy as that sounds, I just want him to be my Locke again. It's complicated, I say after a moment. Relationships are hard. I glance at him. Maybe you should hack into his brain for me and tell me what he's thinking. He laughs loudly, throwing his head back. If only I had that power. It may have saved my marriage. I laugh. Honestly, I think it's best that we can't read other people's thoughts. Really? He raises an eyebrow. Not even your boyfriend's? Especially not my boyfriend's. My lips twitch when he laughs again. Do I know him? He asks, turning toward the party. I turn with him. I doubt it, I say. Locke is staring so hard I'm surprised I don't explode on the spot. I move the position of my fingers on my cup so that my middle finger subtly sticks out to him. His jaw ticks again. This time, he doesn't stay where he is. I watch as he starts excusing himself from the group he's speaking to. Oh, shit. I hold my breath and turn my attention back to Sean, hoping he suddenly needs to use the restroom and leaves before Locke closes the distance between us. I know Locke won't do anything stupid, but the thought of him giving this man hard looks bothers me. Well, it was nice to meet you, Sean, I say, hoping he gets a clue. He smiles. Nice to meet you, Lila. Good luck with trying not to hack into people's computers, I say, as he starts walking away. He laughs. Good luck hacking your boyfriend's brain. I laugh lightly. When I look up again, Lachlan is walking over with a fire burning so intensely he looks like a charging bull. A very hot one, but a bull nonetheless. I throw out my empty cup and raise an eyebrow. "Are we leaving?" I ask. "Yes." He grabs my hand and watches Sean walk away before leading me to the elevator.
"Did you enjoy speaking to Sean?"
He asks, his voice low and controlled. I want to strangle him. I did, actually. He's a very nice guy. I look up at him, watching the way his sharp jaw tenses.
"I guess it's a good thing you don't like nice guys,"
he says. We're not alone, so we're silent the rest of the way down. In the car, I think he's going to ask more questions, but he takes a phone call and speaks to someone that I assume is his agent. I try to listen to their conversation to find out if he's coming out of retirement, but he makes it hard with the way he's almost whispering. It's maddening. It's worse that I care to know. This situation is driving me insane. Chapter 39. Lila. When we get to his building, there's a group of guys waiting for the elevator. It's pretty clear they've been day drinking. That, or they're all insane. In my head, I'm stomping my feet. The last thing I need is to deal with annoying, overgrown frat boys. Why does the universe do these things to me? I avoid eye contact at all costs as I step forward and push the already lit button twice. I know it won't help, but it makes me feel like I'm doing something. Two of them look at me when I pull away from the button. I instantly get a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, and I silently pray that for all our sakes they don't speak to me. I look at the other two elevators and see their out-of-order signs, so we're just waiting for the one in front of me. Lovely. Behind me there's a guy bragging about how much ass he got last night, and another egging him on and telling him that it's what he's supposed to do at his bachelor party. Disgust curls in my stomach. I glance back because I'm too curious not to, and see one wearing a pin that says groom in the middle of words I don't want to concentrate on reading. He's now talking about the blonde who sucked his dick. I look at his face, then his friends, then cross my arms and turn around again. I fucking hate people. The feeling sitting in the pit of my stomach gets worse. I hope the bride is getting railed by a guy who looks like David Beckham or Idris Elba and moves his hips like Channing Tatum. Maybe she's having a foursome. God, I hope she is. I wish I could call her and tell her to run the other way. I glance to my right and see Lachlan's fists curling. I step forward and hit the button 2 more times. "I don't think that makes it move any faster," one of the guys says. Even though I have 10 comebacks for that, I ignore him. The same guy gasps loudly and turns to Locke, whose jaw has been ticking since we left the rooftop. If he grinds it anymore, he's going to need a dentist. "Hey, Duke, right? Lachlan Duke?" the guy says. Locke just looks at him, and because the guy is too drunk to understand that nothing about his face says that he wants to speak to someone, he keeps going. "Damn, man, why'd you retire? You were the best center we've had in a while and the best fighter." Some others jump in to agree with drunk guy number 1. I cover my face with both hands. Kill me now. I'm about to take the stairs just to not deal with any of them. Not that I know what floor we're going to. I hear Lachlan respond accordingly, telling him some bullshit about the family business. They ask more questions. The elevator finally arrives. Locke pulls me to his side as we step in, and I stand as close as I can to him so I don't even brush up against the guy next to me. I don't know any of them, so I can't be sure, but I think he may be the drunkest. There are so many of us in here that we're like sardines in a can, shoulder to shoulder with no room to move. One of them manages to hit the numbers. Another one makes the sardines in a can joke. Everyone keeps talking as if we're in an open space and not stuck in a steel tube. I try to look for the sign to see if we're at the weight capacity and about to be in a real-life Tower of Terror situation. I picture it happening and quickly refute it. I cannot die with these fucking morons.
"So, where are you from? And what do I have to do to see you again?"
The drunk guy to my right slurs, his beer breath hitting the side of my face. I know he's only speaking to me because he's drunk. I'm the only woman in the elevator, and judging by their little bachelor party shenanigans, he probably thinks he's picking me up. But it doesn't make it less uncomfortable. I keep my eyes forward and bite my tongue.
Sweetheart.
The guy starts up again.
I just asked, okay, fuck this,
Lachlan mutters, and I squeeze my eyes shut and hold my breath.
If one of you touches her, I will kill you. If you flirt with her, I will kill you,
Locke says, the growl in his low, menacing voice halting their conversations.
Don't look at her. Don't talk to her. Don't even fucking think about her.
They remain silent. The guy next to me stiffens and tries to move away from me. My eyes pop open and I press my lips together to hold back my laughter. I can't believe they actually listen and shut up. He's a freaking lunatic and they're a bunch of idiots. They outnumbered Lachlan by a landslide. If anything goes down, he'll be the one who's fucked. But for some crazy reason, they listen to him. Maybe it's his height and overall physique, or maybe his reputation on the ice precedes him. The doors open and they all file out quickly, muttering apologies and goodbyes. When the doors close, I step away from him and the laughter I've been holding back bursts out of me. I look up at Lachlan and find him watching me with a pissed-off yet amused expression. The elevator stops again. "You're fucking crazy, you know that?" I say between laughs.
You think that's crazy?
He lunges at me just as the elevator doors open and hoists me over his shoulder. I let out a surprised squeak but stay put. There's really no point in trying to fight him on this. He punches the code and opens the door to his apartment, kicking the door shut behind us. It locks itself automatically. I can't see much of it since I'm hanging over his shoulder, but the floors are marble and it takes him a lot of steps to reach what I assume is his bedroom, so I know the place is big. I make an oomph sound as he drops me on the bed. He says nothing as he starts ripping off his clothes, his shoes, socks, and shirt. I watch, enthralled. Lachlan Duke is so fucking hot, it's insane. It's not like I could ever forget that, but seeing his body, his face, his eyes right now gives me an immediate reminder. Everything about him is perfect. It's as if someone got the best parts from a handful of hot guys and put them all together to create him. My lips part slightly as he unbuckles his belt. My breathing picking up and my body tingling in anticipation. A small part of my brain is reminding me that I'm mad at him, but the bigger part of it is rooting for me to let him do whatever he's about to do.
Take your clothes off,
he demands as he works on his belt. I'm still ogling. He pulls his belt from the loops and whips it so hard on the mattress that I jolt with a squeak.
Now, Lila!
Holy shit. Okay. I spring into action, kicking off my shoes and unbuttoning my shirt. I stand next to him to take my pants off. His hungry eyes take me in slowly, waking up my entire body as he finishes undressing, taking off his pants and boxers simultaneously. My breath halts at the sight of him. Before I can stop it, a soft moan leaves my lips, and he wraps his long fingers around his dick and starts stroking himself. Holy fucking shit. No fantasy I've conjured in his absence could ever do this man justice. I feel myself grow wetter as I stare. I lick my lips. I'm sure I don't mean to do it, but I know that I do it because when my eyes flash back to his, they're molten.
You want this? You want me to fuck you?
His hand slows down as his eyes take in my naked form again. They're darker than ever when they reach mine. A midnight forest. I inhale sharply and nod.
Or are you too angry to fuck me, Delilah?
Of course, he knows he's making me angrier by calling me that. But he hasn't been inside me in 3 years, and I feel like I'll die if he doesn't fuck me. Right now, I don't give a shit what he calls me. I can be angry later. I want it, I say, glaring at him through my lustful haze.
Come here.
I close the distance between us, stand in front of him for a moment, and drop to my knees. I don't know if he wants me to do this, but I need to. He lets out a deep grunt when I splay my hands on his muscular thighs and dig my nails in as I inch my face closer to him. Before I even have a chance to lick him, he grabs my hair and pulls me so hard tears spring into my eyes. His eyes are cold and shut off as he looks at me. It's a sight I've never seen on his face, but right now I only care about what I'm doing.
I'm not going to be gentle,
he says, gripping my hair tighter. I suck in a breath, arching my back to relieve the pain a little. I don't care, I say, and manage to narrow my eyes despite the pain. Just fuck me. Maybe this way I can finally get you out of my system. He arches an eyebrow.
You're going to regret saying that.
He pushes my head back in position. I look up at him and find him watching me as I lick from his balls to the tip of his dick. He hisses. I readjust myself on my knees and start teasingly swirling my tongue around him. I close my eyes and smile each time he grips my hair like he's about to lose control. I open my eyes to look at him as I go back to the head and suck him into my mouth slowly, letting him stretch my mouth as I swirl my tongue around him.
Holy!
His grip tightens on my hair.
God damn it, Lila!
Hearing him say my name like that makes me go faster and take him deeper. He sinks both hands in my hair and holds the back of my head, pushing me to take more of him. I start to, gradually. His hands tighten on my hair, and without warning, he pushes himself deeper than I can take him, so far that I feel him in the back of my throat. I gag, but he doesn't let up as he starts fucking my mouth, increasing the pace each time I make a sound of protest. My nails dig into his thighs, and he groans so deeply that for a millisecond I forget the pain. He thrusts again, and tears start seeping out of my eyes. He fucks my mouth until he reaches the back of my throat again and again, groaning deeply each time he does it, which turns me on despite the discomfort. Finally, he pulls out slowly and lets go of my hair. I land on my hands and start gasping for air as I wipe my face. I look up to tell him off and find that maddening, cunning smile on his face.
What happened?
He asks, jaw ticking.
I thought you didn't care.
Asshole. I glare up at him. I don't. Before I can react, he picks me up like a rag doll and sits me on the bed. The look on his face is murderous. I definitely struck a nerve, but fuck him. He wants to play this game? Okay then, let's fucking play. My mouth still hurts, but I manage to give him my fakest smile and watch his eyes turn to slits. I turn around, get on my hands and knees, and push my ass toward him. This was his preferred position when he fucked women before me. He'd told me that one night. They were just fucks, nothing else. I didn't even look at their faces. I didn't care. Even though I hated every single one of them, the knowledge that he was different with me made me delirious. I personally love this position, but that's not why I'm doing it. This has become a power play, and I know him. He may be pissed off enough to hurt me the way he knows he just did, but not seeing my face while he fucks me will hurt him more. When he doesn't move, I look at him over my shoulder and push my ass back again. His jaw works as he steps forward, his eyes flashing, when he smacks both ass cheeks hard enough to make me yelp, and I jolt forward.
You want to play games, Lila James?
He smiles ruthlessly as he grips my hips and pulls me right back to him.
Is that what this is?
Just shut up and fuck me, I breathe, as I turn away and stare at the white plush comforter beneath me. My hair cascades on either side of my face like a curtain. The only warning I get is his fingers digging into my flesh. He spears me so fucking hard it actually knocks the wind out of me. I'm really wet, but nothing can prepare me for his size. I scream.
Fuck!
He says in a low, animalistic groan that makes my entire body tighten. He stops moving for a moment, pulls out, and does it again.
Fucking hell, Lila. You feel so fucking good.
He does it again and again. I scream. I don't know what I say or sound like, but I know it's enough to make him pause just for a moment before he starts fucking me. His thrusts are deep and ruthless. My stomach and pussy clench with each one. He curses under his breath when he feels it happen. I bite my lip to keep from shouting again. He feels so good. Too good. Somewhere in my jumbled thoughts, I realize he's not using a condom. I don't care right now because I know him. I trust him. I know he'd only do this with me. I will ask later, though. Right now, if he stops fucking me, I'll die. If he keeps fucking me, I might die. I gasp and tense up when I feel a wet finger coaxing my other hole and hold my breath for the intrusion.
Relax,
he says, slowing his thrusts. I can't relax, though. He squeezes my ass with his other hand.
Fucking relax.
I bite my lip and drop my head as I try.
Look at me.
It's a demand I can't deny. I look at him over my shoulder. I wish I hadn't. It only serves as a reminder of how fucking gorgeous he is. He holds my gaze.
Do you trust me?
My eyes widen. He wants to talk about trust now, in the middle of this. He's done this to me before, but it was when he had my unequivocal trust. His finger moves again. I tense, and his eyes hood, making me wetter. It makes me feel sick. But despite everything, I do trust him. If I didn't, I wouldn't have blindly signed the stupid contract.
Do you trust me? Or is that also gone?
His eyes are hard as he asks the question. I know he's upset, but fuck, why now? I take a breath and nod. His eyes darken.
I need to hear the words.
I trust you, I whisper, looking at him.
Relax for me then,
he says, his voice softer now. I feel my body relax and shiver when he dips his finger in. The moment he feels that, he starts fucking me hard again. He makes everything feel so damn good, even this. His grip tightens on my ass cheek and moves faster in my other hole when I bring a hand to palm my breast and play with my nipple. I'm going to come. I know I am as long as he doesn't stop. Don't stop, I moan as I tug it, my eyes rolling back. Please don't stop.
Fuck, baby.
He slows for a moment, and I know he's watching me play with my nipple. I push my ass back so he can keep moving, the motion making his finger go deeper. I squeeze around him and moan loudly, feeling my entire body hum with the beginning of an orgasm. With his other hand, he slaps my ass hard, and that's what throws me over the edge. I convulse, gripping the sheets hard as I squeeze and pulse around him with a loud scream that I'm sure the entire city can hear. My eyes roll back with the intensity of it. I don't want him to stop. I want him to lose his mind the way I just did. An angry growl rips through him, and he suddenly stops moving. He pulls out his finger first. My arms and legs are shaking as I hold myself up. I'm on the cusp of another orgasm when he stops moving. No, don't stop, I say, panting. I look over my shoulder and watch his jaw tick as he pulls out of me completely. I wait for him to thrust back inside me. But he just pauses there, looking at me like he's about to fucking lose it. No, I say again, shaking my ass. His eyes darken as he looks at my movement, but he continues to just stand there. Why the hell did you stop? He glances away but doesn't answer. It doesn't look like he's going to keep fucking me, which what the hell? I turn and sit, looking at his cock to see if something's wrong with it. But it's hard and glistening with the pleasure he just gave me. Is this part of his punishment? He's not going to let himself come with me? I bury every single emotion that rolls through me at the thought of that. Lachlan, I demand. What happened? He looks at me again, his eyes dark and molten. He doesn't say anything as he leans over, lifts, and pushes me gently so I'm on my back in the middle of the bed. He grabs my throat and squeezes it as he settles between my legs again and sinks into me ever so slowly. My eyes roll back as he fills me, inch by inch. He takes his hand from my throat and sets it beside my head as he lowers himself closer to me. His thrusts are slow, but just as deep and not any less effective. He's still hitting me in places that make it hard to think, hard to breathe. He slows down even more and drops his head to my chest, bringing his mouth to my breasts. He takes his time with each one, licking, biting, and sucking each nipple into his mouth. Oh, fuck, I whisper, my eyes rolling back and my hips moving on their own to meet each of his thrusts. I'm so close again. So close. He can make me come right now if he wanted. But I can tell he's drawing this out, making it last, either as punishment or to make up for lost time. I'm not sure there's a difference anymore. I try to stay in the moment and watch the way each muscle on his abs and arms clench. I bring a hand up and slowly run the tips of my fingers down his sternum. He shivers at my touch, and I look up at him. My heart squeezes at what I find in his eyes. Yes, they're intense, but this isn't an angry fuck. This is something totally different. This is him before. This is him when he loved me, even though neither of us spoke the words aloud. That's haunted me through the years. I wrote them down, but I should have told him. The way he's looking at me brings an entirely different kind of pain, the kind that crushes my chest and threatens to break it into pieces. For a moment, I get completely lost in his deep green eyes. I see his pain, his longing, his love. It's too much, too raw. I feel my eyes prick with unshed tears and decide I don't want this. I don't want this version of him if he's just going to go back to being a complete asshole. My chest feels like it's caving. It hurts so fucking much. I turn my head away. He grabs my face and turns it back. I shut my eyes. I can't look at him. I can't.
Look at me.
He rasps, moving a little faster now. I feel the pressure building. I bite my lip and shake my head. I can't, I whisper.
I need you to look at me.
I can't, I repeat a little louder, tears rolling down the sides of my face and hitting my neck.
I need you to look at me.
He lets out a deep breath and stops moving. My eyes pop open. Butterflies flap deep inside my belly. I wish I could exterminate every one of them, but it's no use. He'd only resurrect them. He pulls out and rests back on his knees, lifting my hips so I'm off the bed and angled toward him. He holds my gaze as he thrusts in slowly again. A string of unintelligible words leaves my mouth. I feel out of my depth. I try, but I can't hold his gaze when he's looking at me like this, like he's as consumed by me as I am by him. Tears prick my eyes again. Why won't it stop? Why does he do this to me? Why do I let him? I turn my head quickly and try to blink them away. I wish I could hide under a pillow. I wish I could get on all fours again, or on the floor with him fucking my mouth. Anything but this. Again, he grabs my face and my eyes shoot to his. I know I can close them, but he'd just find a way to open them.
Does this feel fake to you?
He grunts as he fucks me harder now, his thrusts matching the anger in his tone.
Does it?
I have no response. I can only gasp and shake my head. He slows his thrust and lowers my body, bringing his face down to lick the tears that trickle down my face. He continues with the slow thrusts, his face inches from mine. It feels intrusive, the way it did before when he became an addiction.
Does this feel like something you can just get out of your system?
He takes my mouth in a bruising kiss.
Tell me.
No, I gasp. It doesn't. It's not. I'm not sure how much more of this I can take without my heart exploding out of me. I know I could live until I'm 100 and I'd never be able to get him out of my system. The connection we share runs deeper than any animosity we may feel. The chains that bind us are too strong. The only thing that could extinguish this is death. I bite my lip harder as my chest heaves a little. I'm terrified I'll start crying again. He must see it, the way he sees right through everything else I say and do. Because his eyes soften as he brings his lips to mine again.
Come on, Lila James.
He rasps out, taking my bottom lip into his mouth.
I want everything. Give me everything.
Oh, fuck, Locke! I moan loudly when he changes the angle of his hips, hitting me exactly where I need him. My eyes roll back, but I bring them right back to his to ensure he won't stop moving. Right there! Right there! Please don't stop!
Fuck, you feel so good. So fucking perfect.
He bites his lips and brings a hand to my nipple, pinching it.
Come on my cock, baby.
I come immediately, shaking and thrashing beneath him. I feel him expand and jerk inside me as he finds his orgasm. My name leaves his lips in a loud growl as he continues to come. My stomach clenches at the sight of it. He's so beautiful when he lets go. We're both panting as he sets his forehead against mine for a moment before he pulls out, rolling onto his back. He faces me and sets a hand on my waist so I'm turned to him as well. I'm wet and sticky between my legs, but I stay put. I look into his eyes and the air in my lungs vanishes again. There's nothing more overwhelming than being consumed by Lachlan Duke. He infiltrates when you're not paying attention. He pokes little holes in you and waits for the right time to invade. By the time you notice, he's already formed a coup d'etat against the emotions fighting against him. He brings a hand up and cups my face.
I'm sorry.
Me too. He lets out a heavy exhale and pulls me into his arms. I hug him back just as tightly. We stay that way for a while. I wish it would last forever.
Chapter 40. Lachlan. Because she wants to explore the apartment and we're pressed for time, we shower separately. We'll miss the cocktail event if we don't hurry up, and there's no way I can keep my hands to myself after what we just did. I follow her back to the foyer. She's wearing one of my black t-shirts, which fits her like a dress. It probably wasn't the best choice, since I still can't stop staring at her legs. I watch her face as she takes in the place. Lila may have grown up with wealth, but she hates overly extravagant things, so this should be interesting. The apartment, if you can even call it that, isn't mine. It's one of the many luxury residences my father owns. If an important client flies in from out of town to meet with him, he sets them up in one of these. I guess that's the kind of shit billionaires can do. He sent me to the biggest, most lavish one he owns. It's an obscene 2-story, 7,000 square foot, 4-bedroom, 6-bath, fully furnished penthouse on East Grand Avenue, with the most fantastic 360-degree view of the city. My first thought, the first time I walked in here, was, Lila would hate this place. I'm sure she'll think it's nice, because it is, but it's too much for anyone without a family. Even then, there are too many cons to raising a child here. She looks to the left and frowns. I step up and look with her. Technically, I'm getting a tour as well, since I haven't cared to explore the entire place. She takes a few steps and looks to the left side. Is that an elevator? Yeah, but they're currently replacing the flooring and mirrors per my father's request, so we have to use the other one. Like peasants, she whisper-shouts as she turns to walk down the hall. I laugh. Oh yeah, she's really going to hate this place. She walks to the kitchen, then the living room, and then she stands at the door of the bedroom I use but doesn't step inside. She turns and walks to the other side of all of this, where there's a second foyer that leads to a spiral staircase. I bite my lip to keep from laughing at the look on her face as she freezes at the threshold. She mutters something under her breath that I'd kill to hear and walks to the stairs. Setting a hand on the iron handrail, she walks slowly up the stairs. When we reach the second floor, she finds another large living room with a TV and shakes her head. Your thoughts? I ask because I can't take it anymore. You don't even want to know, she says as we continue. I follow her to the next area, a room with a full bar, pool table, and 6 huge leather chairs. Next, to the 3 furnished bedrooms, one with a king-size, one with 2 queens, and another with a toddler bed and cute play teepee. It's actually pretty nice. Lila takes a deep breath and turns around to head downstairs, back to my bedroom. She walks past the bed, toward the sitting area with the bookshelf and 2 plush white chairs. She sits in one of them and looks out the window. I put my hands in my pockets as I watch her take in the view, wishing I could snap a picture of her right now. Messy hair, no makeup, in an oversized shirt, and she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. So fucking perfect. I turn and get our suitcases, which Ronnie brought in while we were at the rooftop event that I'm trying to not even think about. The way Sean was laughing at whatever she was saying pissed me the fuck off. Not because she was talking to another man and making him laugh. Okay, that was part of the reason. Mostly, I was upset that she was giving someone else something that she hadn't given me since I found her. I know I've been a dick and she has no reason to joke around with me, I get it, but still, that shit hurt. Especially after she just told me she didn't care and that what we have is fake. That shit really hurt. Deep down, I know she cares and knows this is real, but it doesn't make it easier to hear those words. Not after I'd been the only person who could make her feel and care. I can't lose that. I won't. She slaps her hands on her legs as she stands and walks over to me. My heart beats a little faster as she sways her hips and holds my gaze. Fuck, she's hot. When she reaches me, she stops on the other side of the suitcases. Her beautiful face gives nothing away as she looks up at me. She truly has the best poker face I've ever seen. I hate it, she whispers. My lips pull up. I knew you would. I see the confusion in her eyes, but she says nothing else as she grabs her suitcase and wheels it to the closet. I should be unpacking. Instead, I lean against one of the tall cabinets and watch as she starts unpacking, shaking her head each time she finds a different article of clothing. You're a dick, you know that? She glares up at me. I know. I offer her a smile that I hope looks apologetic. Throwing her things into the suitcase like that for someone like her, who likes her clothes neatly folded, was a dick move. She said she didn't know what to pack, and I knew less, so I just threw in the majority of her closet. Now that I'm looking at the pile of clothes, I feel kind of bad. I take a step forward to help her. She looks up at me again, not a glare, not a smile, just a hard stare. Please don't try to help, she says. You've done enough. Ain't that the fucking truth? The mess I made in her suitcase is nothing in comparison to what I've done to her. To us. I mean, fuck, she wouldn't even answer a simple question because she thought I'd use it to taunt her. I'll have to make up for it somehow. After she set the shoes where she wants them, she starts pulling out the dresses and hanging them. I'm shocked that only the green one is wrinkled, considering. I'll have to iron it for her, or steam it, or whatever I can do to that material to take the wrinkles out. She puts the white one on a hanger and stares at it once it's hanging. Up top, it's a corset, the kind women wear in the bedroom to impress their partners. I guess sewing it onto a dress and wearing it outside the house is in style now. Images of her tits in that dress flash through my mind. Sweet Jesus, who the fuck decided that was a good idea? I clear my throat. You should wear it tonight. Her eyes shoot to mine. If I wear it tonight, I won't have anything to wear to our fake wedding. Oh, for fuck's sake, I mutter. Again with the wedding bullshit. I push off the cabinet and run my fingers through my hair. For someone who acts like they don't care about anything, she sure as hell gives a fuck about this. Maybe I should have made her sign a paper contract instead of a digital one. Maybe I should draft a new one that just reads, "This is a real marriage." Anything. I can't figure out which part bothers her. I know Lila. Sure, she signed the contract for my sake, but I don't buy that this is what she's upset about. If she genuinely didn't want to, she wouldn't have. Guilt or not. I don't care what anyone says. Besides, she would have made 30 snarky comments about the contract itself. Is it that she wants to walk down the aisle? Fuck, maybe she needs a ring to make it real. I hadn't even thought of that. Lila's not a materialistic person, but whether she admits it or not, buried deep inside her is a hopeless romantic. She probably wants me to get down on one knee and declare my love for her. Fuck, that has to be what this is. My palms suddenly feel sweaty. I rub them against my shorts. I actually have a ring for her. I've had one for her, and a proposal speech I've rehearsed countless times. I could propose to her tonight when we get home. But if I give her an option, she might say no. Fuck. If I get down on one knee in front of this woman and she flat out says no to me, I can't think about it. It doesn't cease to amaze me that for my entire life, everything was a sure bet, my father's presence notwithstanding. Yet with her, I never know where I stand. That really fucks with someone like me. You can buy a wedding dress, I say after a moment. You mean you can buy me a wedding dress? She says with a twinkle in her eyes. I just smile. If I talk and we start bantering now, we really won't fucking make it to this thing. She finally finishes hanging up the dresses and a few blouses that also need to be ironed. I'm really kicking myself for this right now. I fucking loathe ironing. But it'll show her that I care, so I'm going to do it. She moves on to her underwear, grabs them all in one hand, and walks over to the drawers on her side of the closet. I expect her to fold them, but she just dumps them in there and plucks out a little white thong that has the tiniest trip of lace. My mouth is already watering. I won't survive her. If I have to stand next to her looking hot as fuck in that dress, knowing that she's wearing that underneath, I might have a heart attack at my father's estate. "That's what you're wearing under the dress?" I ask, my voice sounding hoarse in my own ears. She meets my eyes. "It's either that or nothing." Oh, fuck no. I turn around as fast as I can and walk out of the closet with a raging heart-on. We don't have time for this right now.
Chapter 41. Lila. We haven't spoken a word since our interaction in the closet. It's a strangely comfortable silence. As comfortable as pent-up sexual tension between two people who have been apart for 3 years can be anyway. When I walked out of the closet wearing my dress, he looked like he wanted to punch someone. When he walked out wearing his tailored black suit, I wanted to punch him. We stood for a full minute checking each other out. Neither of us said a word, but when our eyes met, I knew the fire in mine matched his. Somehow we made it downstairs without mauling each other, probably because we haven't spoken. I think if he would have even said, "Push the button" to me in the elevator, I would have jumped on him. We've only been in the SUV for about 5 minutes, and we left a huge space between us. With the amount of heated sideways glances we've shared, I know I'm not the only one trying not to think about fucking right here in front of Ronnie. Fuck, that might be kind of hot. I shake the thought away fast and think about what a difference one day makes. I'm choosing not to be angry about the Fairview courthouse thing. He corrected that mistake before he even made it, so I can't really hold it against him. I still wish he would have gone about this differently. I understand that he was upset at me, but that doesn't really excuse his behavior. I glance over and my heart dips when I find his hooded eyes on my cleavage. "Can you play some music, please?" I ask finally. I need to distract myself somehow. "Of course." Ronnie looks at me through the rear view. "What would you like to hear?" "Honestly, I don't care. Anything." "Maybe you should pick," Locke says next to me. "She has awful taste in music." "Excuse me, I like a wide variety of music," I say, shooting him a look. "Can't argue there. You have the wardrobe to prove it," he says, the edges of his mouth tugging. We stare at each other for a moment, his eyes burning, my stomach somersaulting, before I look away quickly again. It's going to be a long night. Ronnie turns the radio to the first station they have on, and a Drake song fills the space. I'm happy for a quarter of a second until I realize it's a song about lacking communication and how beautiful things could be if this time would be different. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," I mutter. I look at Lachlan again and we share a laugh. It's not even a new song, so I don't know why they're playing it. I don't want to be a pain in the ass and ask Ronnie to change it. I wish I could telepathically fast forward. Oh my God, each verse makes me more uncomfortable than the previous one. I feel like I'm being emotionally attacked by a rap artist. I bet someone's already tried to sue him for that. 2 upbeat songs later, we arrive at a gated house. I'm not sure you can even call this a house. It looks like a hotel. The front lawn looks like it could easily be the length of 2 football fields and the width of I don't know what, but it's enormous. And the house itself? There are mansions, and then there are mansions. I grew up in an extravagant home and have been to plenty more. I've never seen anything like this, though, and I've seen some shit. I swear it takes 2 whole minutes to drive up to the estate. When we reach it, Ronnie opens my door first. I step out and look around, taking it all in. Even if we'd had the money to afford such a place when I was growing up, I couldn't imagine living like this. My parents were pretty mindful about money. From a young age, I was taught that not everyone was as fortunate to have what we had, and that we shouldn't go around flashing our privilege. This isn't flashing. This is floodlighting. I try not to think about it. Not my money, not my problem. I repeat the mantra a few more times.
Impressive, right?
Locke walks up to me as I finish looking around. I meet his eyes. I hate it. He laughs, and it's such a real, uncontrolled laugh that I smile wide, and I'm still smiling when I turn toward the steps that lead to the estate. I'm already by the door when he catches up and reaches for my hand. I look into his eyes as I let him take it, and we thread our fingers together, feeling that instant flutter in my chest that I get when he touches me. I've always marveled at the way his touch can both turn me on and bring me comfort. Right now, it's doing both. We stand just outside the door for a moment, holding hands and looking at each other, and it feels right, despite where we are and why we're here. He looks away and taps the door twice with his knuckle. A man wearing a black suit on the other side opens and greets us. We return his greeting and walk into the grand foyer. Lachlan leads me down a hall with the most incredible statues I've ever seen, and art on the walls that belongs in a museum. This entire estate should be a museum. It's the kind of place your parents take you to and then threaten to disown you if you touch anything. I'm trying not to even look at anything as we walk by, just in case. The hall opens up to another foyer just as big. This one has natural light seeping in from the dome glass up top. It's actually quite beautiful. Standing around the circle are 3 clusters of old men. We say hello as we walk past them. All I see are men and more men. Huh.
Is it called a cocktail party because of the amount of cocks in the room?
I ask quietly. Lachlan laughs, his eyes twinkling as his grip tightens on my hand.
God, Lila.
He grins, shaking his head as we keep walking. I guess he thinks I'm asking as a joke. I'm not. As we walk, we say hello to more people, smile at their congratulations, and I finally see one woman amongst the men. She's older, but not as old as most of these men, who are easily my dad's age and beyond. They're obviously his father's friends. I smile politely and pretend to listen, as Locke speaks to one of the men about golf. This is his 3rd golf conversation. Some of them asked about hockey, which is understandable. But golf? I've only been here 10 minutes and I'm already falling asleep. As they speak, the woman excuses herself and walks over to me.
Congratulations, dear, she says.
I'm Laura. Thank you. I smile. Lila, it's a pleasure to meet you.
All of the women are in the tea room.
You should join us, she says, smiling as she walks away. Thanks, I say, the smile frozen on my face. Oh my God, the tea room. Kill me now. There's no way in hell I'm going in there unless there's some kind of hallucinogen in the tea. After a couple of minutes, my cheeks begin to hurt from fake smiling, so I drop it. We receive a slew of congratulations before we finally see his mother, who's the only familiar face in the room thus far. She's smiling as she walks over wearing a beautiful navy dress with her dirty blonde hair picked up in a classy low bun. Locke lets go of my hand just as she reaches me. Hey, Valerie, you look amazing, is all I can get out before she wraps her arms around me in a tight hug. I have to awkwardly lift my hands and pat her in order to sort of return it. This wasn't the greeting I was expecting, considering we've only met once. But I'm grateful for it. She pulls away and takes me in. Oh my God. You're even more gorgeous than the last time I saw you. Her eyes flick to Lachlan. Isn't she?
She is,
he says, taking me in slowly from head to toe and back. His eyes are dark when they reach mine again. I feel myself shiver and look away quickly, my attention back on his mother. I'm thrilled about your engagement. You don't know how happy I am that I finally get a daughter, she says. She still has that wide smile on her face that reaches her eyes, so I know she means it. Her statement hits me in the center of my chest and travels to my throat, but I manage to push past it and smile. Maybe it's the fact that I lost my mother at such a crucial age, but it feels good to hear that. Not that anyone could ever replace my mother, but having the support of a woman is unmatched. Thank you so much, I say, smiling. That means a lot to me. I know this is a lot to take in, but you'll sort of get used to it, she says quietly. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, I say, laughing lightly as I look around. She looks at my hand and focuses on her son. Lachlan, where's her ring? I watch the scene play out as she rips into Lachlan, who tells her it's being fitted because it was too big on me. I shoot him a look. Nice save, asshole. At least he looks apologetic about it. I assume she knows about the situation if she asked him and not me. Locke has been telling everyone that the wedding will be intimate. Just us, which is technically true. I've always thought of an intimate wedding as romantic. This is everything but. I push that aside. If I get sad, I'll get angry, and I can't let myself get angry again, especially here. You must be Lila, I hear behind me, and turn to see a tall man walking over. It's obvious who he is. Lachlan is a younger copy-paste version of him. And damn, if this is what he's going to look like in 20-plus years, I'll take it. You must be Henry, I return, offering my hand for him to shake. He does, but also pulls me into a warm embrace, which startles me. I've only heard negative things about this man. How he was cold and didn't pay attention to his kids, so this is unexpected. He's smiling wide, a real smile that reaches his green eyes when we pull away. Okay, now I'm really confused. You're as beautiful as Val said you were. Thank you. I give him a polite smile. Your home is... I start searching for positive words and come up short. Too much, he offers. I laugh lightly. Yeah. Hopefully you'll give us some grandkids to fill it and make it livelier, he says, still smiling. Yeah, I don't think this place is very kid-friendly. I look around at the museum we're standing inside of. We'll have to get rid of a few things. He pats my shoulder lightly, smiles, and says, Welcome to the family. I smile politely, wondering if I should say the same to him. I don't. That would be a bitchy thing to do in his own house. Locke says hello to his father and places his hand on my lower back to lead me away. I know it's a lot, but you're doing great, he says low, near my ear. I can't even hide my shiver. He digs the tips of his fingers lightly into my flesh, and I shoot him a warning look. He grins that sexy grin of his, and I swear my knees go a little weak at the sight of it. Locke, a moment of your time, please, his father says, making us turn around. Lachlan looks at me. Go, I say. I'll be fine. You sure? He searches my eyes. I'm sure. I smile at him. If all else fails, I'll take myself to the lost and found. He brings his mouth to my ear again. I better be the only one to find you. My heart skips when he pulls away, and I see that dark look in his eyes that holds promises he can't make good on in front of an audience. My pulse races as neither one of us looks away. I get the immense urge to tell him that I love him. But I won't. Not here. Not yet. I have to make sure he's not going to flip on me again. He kisses my forehead and walks to his father, who's been watching us the entire time. As I walk away, I take my phone out of my clutch and check it. I'd set it on airplane mode before I started getting ready, and I forgot to unclick it. Sure enough, I have texts from Marissa, Prescott, Wade, and Cooper. I start going through them and responding accordingly. Marissa, WTF, you haven't updated me. Marissa, what's going on? I'll answer hers when I'm done with the rest. Prescott. Mar told me everything. I can be there tomorrow, but LMK if you need me sooner. Me. I'm fine, really. Everything is fine. Not getting married in Fairview, but I'll keep you posted. Press. But you still are getting married? Me. Yeah. Prescott. You're okay with it? Me. I am. As I type it, I realize that I'm telling him the truth. Marrying Locke was never the issue with any of this, though. The way he went about it was messed up, but the actual marrying him part is easy. I don't know what that says about me, and it doesn't matter. Nothing can change the way I feel for him. Wade. Hey, checking in. Worried about you. Me. I'm fine. I'll update you later. Cooper. Sorry to bother you on a weekend, but I'm confirming that you're starting the residency next Monday, not this Monday? Me. Next Monday is correct. Cooper. Cool. See you then. Smiley face. I go back to Marissa's and start typing fast. Me. OMG, I'm at HTE biggest mansion you'll ever see in your ducking life. Me. Like way bigger than Cribs. Me. Also, we're not getting married in Fairview, but I don't know what's happening otherwise. Ugh, I don't even bother fixing the texts. My hands are too shaky. Marissa. Locke's dad? Me. When they said billionaire, they meant it. Marissa. Damn, take pics. Me. I can't. Even if I could, I'm too nervous. Marissa. Get a drink. It'll calm you down. Marissa. Glad he saw the light about the wedding there. Maybe he's not mad anymore? I think about the way he fucked me. Honestly, if that's what he does when he's pissed off, I'll take it. Me. IDK, maybe? Marissa. Are we giving him another shot? Me. Maybe. I think so. I don't know. Marissa. Ugh, I wish we could discuss this in person. Just go with your gut. Love you. Me. Love you. I set my phone on airplane mode again and put it away. Maybe I should get a drink. Chapter 42. Lila. Turns out, it's not called a cocktail hour because of the cocks. Google says something about New Orleans, bitters, and prohibition. I'm setting my phone back on airplane mode when I hear my name again and look up to see Liam heading over. He's smiling wide, his eyes twinkling the way his brothers do when he's not being a perpetual asshole. It's good to see you, I say, returning his quick hug. Likewise, you look incredible, he says as he pulls back. You look great as well. My lips lift a little. How have you been? How are you adapting to all of this? Well, let's just say I've gotten used to having my breakfast and coffee ready for me in the morning, and I can't remember the last time I did my own laundry, he says. That part took a little getting used to. I bet it did. I laugh. But I guess it's not a terrible thing to have to get used to. Things could be worse. He grins. How have you been? How's it going so far with my brother? It's going. Has he been pleasant? Pleasant? I laugh. I don't think Locke knows what pleasant even means these days. Really? He frowns. I mean, he's been awful for 3 years, but I thought when he saw you... You thought he would swoop in like a knight on a white horse? I ask. Pretty much. He shrugs. I can tell he means that, which further amuses me. Either he doesn't know his brother as well as he thinks he does, or he's kidding himself. There's not much of a difference between the two. Either way, he's clueless. He's getting better, I will say that. I say. But you do know he's crazy, right? He was like this when you were with him 3 years ago. Liam raises an eyebrow. he's not wrong. I guess. I bite my lip. He used to be different, though. I still have hope. I'm just scared he'll turn back into an asshole. I'm sure it's tough. Liam sighs. Bear with him. He has a lot to be angry about, but he'll work through it. I blink at him. He has a lot to be angry about? I know Liam doesn't know all of the shit I've been through, so I can't expect him to be sympathetic toward me because of that. And he probably blames me for everything Locke had to go through during and after the attack. But what the fuck? Because he got screwed over, I should be okay with him uprooting my life like he had every right to do it? And the way he went about all of it? Hell no, fuck all of these people. And I don't? I ask after a moment. You don't think the situation is fucked up? I didn't say that. He points at the bartender behind us. Do you want a drink? I debate it as I look at the setup. There's even a bartender ready to pour drinks. It feels like I'm at an open bar wedding. All of the bottles behind him are open, but I'm not worried about anything happening to me as long as Lachlan's around. He may be a lot of things, but I know he'll always take care of me. A drink wouldn't hurt, I say. I ask for gin and lime. Liam gets another whiskey. You know what I don't understand? About the marriage thing. I say after taking a few sips of my drink. He can get any woman in the world to agree to this. Any. Why would he go through the trouble of finding me? You're serious? Liam stares at me. Yes, I get it. We have something special, I say. But he could have paid someone else off and told them he never wanted to see them, since this was just a means to an end. You can't be serious. He keeps staring at me, searching my eyes like maybe I'm the one with some loose screws. My brother was never, and I mean ever, going to marry anyone but you. Under any circumstance. I don't see why. I say quietly, as my heart skips. I'm full of shit. I know exactly why. We both know we can't have what we share with anyone else. Still, that's a lot of trouble for a fake freaking marriage. I say that aloud, and Liam shakes his head, still giving me that look. Has my brother told you anything at all? Liam asks. About what? About any of it, he says. I can't imagine you'd be this upset if he'd told you, so I'm guessing he didn't. I take a sip of my drink. Well, I'm all ears. I know it doesn't feel like it because his anger overrides everything else. But he loves you so fucking much, he says. He spent 3 years looking for you and didn't stop until he found you. He fucking gave up hockey to work for our dad. For you. Surely I didn't hear him correctly. My heart is pounding so hard, I'm sure he hears it. I thought he gave it up for the money since he wasn't getting paid what he'd been promised. Dad owns a $1 billion security company with programs that can help us find anyone in the world. He shoots me a pointed look. Locke wasn't just going to ask Dad for help for obvious reasons. But when Dad went to him with an offer, he took it. Up until that point, he'd tried everything to find you and failed at every turn. The only reason he quit hockey was because he knew it was the only way he'd find you. He watches me process this. When I don't speak, he adds, marriage is a clause in his contract. Since he's the oldest and has to be the more responsible one, he has to be 25 and married. It's total archaic bullshit, but that's the way it is. He can't get his inheritance without it. Holy shit. I think I say that aloud, but I can't hear anything through the loud ringing in my ears. I'd been trying to piece everything together, but I didn't consider... Oh my God. Why wouldn't he just tell me this? He had to know that I'd agree to help him in a heartbeat if he had. I see it now. The reason he's dead set on going back to Fairview isn't just revenge. It's to get rid of anything that stands in the way of us being together. And since he knows that's the only thing holding me back, he's... Holy fucking shit. He gave up hockey for me. For me. My chest hurts so damn much right now, I don't even know how I'm managing to breathe. I know how difficult it was for me to give up soccer, and I didn't even do it at a pro level. He's too damn good to give it up. He can't. I don't even bother hiding my tears. I try to swipe them away as they come, but they won't stop. He can't do that. He can't give up hockey for me, I whisper. Lila. Liam sets down his glass and gives me a sympathetic smile. My brother would give up his inheritance, hockey, kidneys, and testicles if it meant he'd have you. I wish that was hyperbole, but it's the truth. I bite my lip hard. That's why he's been so angry with me. Because he gave up his dream, and when he found me, he thought I was living mine. Oh my God. I press my hand to the ache in my stomach. Why would he do this? Somehow I manage to set my glass down. Each time I go over it, I feel worse. He gave up the thing he's loved since he was a kid. For me. To find me. He made amends with his absent father to find me. My heart is somewhere in the pit of my stomach. Soon I'll have a crevice in its place. I wipe my face again. I hate you so much right now, I whisper, looking at the floor. I know. And I'm sorry. You needed to know, though. The man you love is still in there. Liam says. I know he is. I nod, swallowing past the knot in my throat. Where's the bathroom? He points me in that direction, and I practically sprint to it. The bathroom is as lavish as the rest of the estate. There's a fancy-looking chaise, which is ridiculous, and mirrors everywhere. I look at my reflection. This is all my fault. If I'd told Lachlan everything back then, maybe he could have gone to the police with me and they would have believed him. Even as I think it, I know it's bullshit. Even if all of us had made it to the police, it wouldn't have mattered. Fairview takes care of its own. And that extends to the police department, the courts, the freaking university. Fuck. If I thought I was upset before, it has nothing on what I am now. This fucker ruined my life, fine. But to ruin Lachlan's? I don't accept it. God, I'm so angry at myself. If I'd let Marissa and Prescott fill me in on his life, I would have figured it out much sooner, and maybe I could have even helped him get out of that mess. For him, I would have lawyered up and gone back to Fairview. For him, I would have let them mock me and call me all sorts of names. He should have told me. As soon as he saw me that night when I signed that contract, he should have told me. I know why he kept it from me. Even if he hadn't been angry and tried to guilt me into this, he knew there's no way in hell I'd let him give that up for me. He has to know that, right? There's a knock on the door when I'm trying to fix my makeup, but I can't seem to stop the damn tears. I'm almost done, I say, dabbing my face again. I look at myself again and take deep breaths. I can do this. I need to do this. I toss the hand towel in the bin that says used and open the door with my polite smile. I'm ready to excuse myself when I see a very pissed-off Lachlan Duke standing at the door. He studies me as he steps closer, and I'm forced to take a step back. Did something happen? I ask. What did he say? He asks, his voice low and menacing. What? Who? I take another step back, trying to process what he's asking, but I can't think straight when he looks at me like this. My eyes widen when he shuts the door behind him. Locke.
What did he say to you?
He seethes, holding me so I don't fall as he marches me backwards until I hit the mirrored wall. He has to be asking about Liam. But how would he have seen us? We were in completely different rooms. We were the only ones in that damn little gallery. He couldn't have seen me crying. But he must have, and I'm not sure I've ever seen him this upset. His breathing is uneven as he sets his hands on the mirror and cages me in. My heart skips as I look at him. I slip my hands under his jacket and slide them over his dress shirt, pressing them to his chest. One over his wildly beating heart. Locke, I whisper, keeping a hand there as I reach up and brush his hair away from his forehead with the other. His eyes soften for the tiniest moment, so I ask, "Are you talking about Liam?"
He upset you.
His jaw clenches harder if possible.
He made you cry. What the fuck did he say?
I stare at him for a moment, thinking about this entire fucked up situation. And maybe it's because my emotions are all over the freaking place, but I start to full out laugh. You're this pissed off because your brother said something to upset me? I search his eyes, still laughing. Even though you've been trying to hurt me from the moment you found me?
Lila.
He groans loudly, pressing his forehead against mine.
I apologized for that. You know I'm sorry.
He pulls away and looks at me again. This time his voice is calm when he asks,
"What did he say?"
He told me what you should have told me the second you saw me, I say. Why didn't you tell me?
He had no right to tell you that.
His eyes narrow.
I'm going to fucking
I grab and pull the lapels of his jacket, pressing my lips to his before he finishes the sentence. He's so shocked that it takes him a second to react. When he does, he snaps, grabbing my hair in a fist and pulling me against him like he wants to somehow mold our bodies together. He makes a sound in the back of his throat when I lick the seam of his lips and wrap my arms around his neck to deepen the kiss. His hips surge forward. I moan and bite his lip at the feel of him on my stomach. I need more. I think I say that. Or maybe he reads my thoughts. Either way, he lifts me and walks to the bench on the other side of the bathroom that I thought looked ridiculous a few minutes ago, but I appreciate now. He's still kissing me as he sits down and sets my feet on the ground. I pull away and lift my dress to my hips. His eyes are molten as they take in my body from the waist down. I set my hands on his shoulders and straddle him, kissing him deeply again. We're all tongue, teeth, and nails, two savages who've been apart for too long. It doesn't matter that we did this a few hours ago. We have years to make up for.
Fuck.
He breathes against me, pressing his lips to my jaw and dragging them down my neck when I throw my head back. God, yes, I gasp, my hips moving against him of their own accord. He grips my thighs harder and bites the tops of my breasts as he moves his thumbs upward on my inner thighs, drawing slow circles that drive me crazy. I'm so drunk on him that I may come just from that. When he finally reaches where I want him, he brushes his thumb over my panties. He inhales sharply against my mouth and pulls away. I make a sound when he stops moving his hand.
Fuck, baby,
he growls.
Are you always this wet?
Only for you. I grind my hips, gasping when his thumb presses against my clit at the movement. He slips a finger underneath my panties, but doesn't move it. I grind again, feeling the pressure once more. "Lachlan, please, please, please."
"Only for me?"
he asks, the low gravel voice making me rock my hips again. I tug his hair harder, and his dick twitches against me.
"Why?" "Because this pussy is mine. Tell me."
"Yes, maybe. I don't know," I say, breathing harshly.
"Tell me."
He strokes me and I throw my head back, my eyes instantly rolling to the back of my head. "Fuck, don't stop," I moan, grinding. Oh my God, he just needs to move his finger up a little. The tension builds in my stomach, coiling and pulling. "Please don't stop. Please don't stop."
"Tell me you're mine."
He pulls my bottom lip into his mouth, sucking it hard as he moves his finger slightly, brushing just where I need him and keeping me just at the cusp of an orgasm. Bastard.
"Tell me you're mine, and only mine, and I'll make you come. Fucking tell me."
My breath is ragged as I try to move my hips again, but he holds me with his other hand, stopping my movement completely. "No, no," I breathe. "Don't stop. Don't stop."
"Look at me."
He slaps my ass hard. I glare at him. "This isn't funny, Lachlan."
"I never said it was."
His eyes narrow on mine.
"Tell me."
I don't know why I don't just say it. We both know I'll say just about anything right now, and it's not like he doesn't know the answer. I open my mouth to speak when he lifts me and sets me on the floor to shrug off his jacket and unbuckle his pants. He lowers everything to his ankles and sits back down. My stomach clenches when I straddle him again. Holy shit, fuck. He's not even inside me and already this feels so good. I rock my hips forward, my wet folds sliding up and down his velvety, hard length. My breath quickens as the tension continues to build. He hisses and stops me with a grip on both my ass cheeks. I gasp loudly. "Oh my God, please."
"Fuck. Were you this wet in the car?"
he asks, his voice husky. I don't know how much more I can take. I let out a loud, frustrated groan. I look at him, at this beautiful, annoying, maddening man that I can't seem to help not falling for. He stares at me, his eyes searching mine. His lips come down on mine again as he lifts me and positions me right at his tip. "Locke, please," I whisper shakily against his mouth.
"Tell me who you fucking belong to."
"You, damn it, always you! I've always been yours!" I practically shout. He loosens his grip on me, and I start sliding down. He stretches me so much that I have to bite my lip hard to keep from screaming.
"Fuck!"
He growls against my neck as I finish seating. I clench around him, still adjusting, and his hands grip my ass tighter.
"I'm never going to get enough of you."
I start moving slowly, up and down, throwing my head back as I ride him. My stomach clenches, and when he brings his hand between us and finds my clit as I rock my hips, I have to bite his shoulder to keep the scream inside. The bite sets him off. He starts lifting his hips and using his grip on my ass to control the pace, going deeper, harder, faster. My entire body coils and starts to shake. He stops so suddenly that I whimper. "No!" I cry out, lowering my head and looking at him. I can't take any more.
Keep your eyes on mine,
he grunts as he starts fucking me again, grabbing my hips so hard I know he'll leave marks. But damn. Oh, fuck.
You're so fucking hot. Look at me when you come for me, baby. I need to see you.
I do, and I stop breathing. On his next thrust, I feel a bomb go off inside me. I shake uncontrollably as he rips the delicate material of my already stretched and ruined panties and thrusts a few more times, going deep as his thumb finds my clit again. I'm so sensitive there. I don't think I can take any more, but he feels too good. I sink my hands into his thick hair and start rocking against him to meet his thrusts. My eyes screw shut as the feeling in my core starts again. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Don't stop! Oh, fuck! I chant, beginning to clench around him as he slows his thrusts.
Open your eyes,
he says huskily. I look at him and come so hard that I don't know how the fuck I don't scream the house down. My throat instantly hurts from holding it back. My body spasms as he empties himself deep inside me. We stay like that, our foreheads touching as we try to catch our breath. He cups my face in his hand and tilts my head up, pulling back just a little so we can see each other better. He pulls away slightly, his thumb drawing slow circles on my cheek as he searches my eyes. In his, I see something I haven't seen in a long time. The green is light enough for me to see the little brown specks that I love so much. I love him so much. I knew this, of course. It's not a new realization. But it hits me hard at this moment. We need to talk. We need to talk about a lot of things, I say quietly. But right now, I think we should get back to our engagement party. He leans in and gives me the slowest, longest, sweetest kiss I've ever experienced in my life. When he pulls away, we just look at each other. Pain, sorrows, and I'm sorries passing through each of us. I kiss him again. Another slow, soft kiss, wishing we could erase all of the bullshit and get a do-over. When we pull back, he sets his forehead against mine again. We stay like that for a long time before he speaks again.
You fuck me up, Lila James,
he whispers. He pulls me into his chest, and I smile against him. For the first time in a long time, I feel safe again. Loved. Chapter 43. Lila. When we walk into his apartment, he locks the door and sets the keys on the entrance table. I look at the key tray and decorations on the table. 3 little monkeys, see no evil, talk no evil, hear no evil. Did you pick anything at all in this place? I ask. He chuckles. It's not my place. My dad owns it. Are you going to keep it? I ask, watching him as he loosens his tie.
You told me you hate it,
he says with a tiny smirk on his face as he shrugs off his jacket. I really do, I whisper, my heart pounding harder with each article of clothing he takes off. I try not to let it show because there are other things we need to do and we can't get distracted. When he's finished, he just stands there, and I hold on to his forearm. His eyes dance as I grip him and reach down to take off my uncomfortable heels. He still has that expression on his face when I look up at him. What?
Nothing,
He says. He searches my eyes for a moment and my insides dance with what he doesn't say aloud. I say it back with my own eyes. For some reason, I still can't open my mouth to say them. Not yet. Yes, I love him. Yes, he loves me. That much is obvious. But we have a lot of ground to cover. I hold my heels in one hand and put my arms up, like a child wanting their parent to carry them. He chuckles as he lifts and cradles me in his arms. For a moment, we just look at each other, still saying nothing. He leans down and kisses me softly. It's an emotional kiss that leaves a knot in my throat when we pull apart.
God, Lila.
He breathes, setting his forehead on the top of my head for a second as he carries me toward his bedroom. When he sets me down, I take my shoes to the closet and turn around to find him taking his cufflinks off, then his black dress shoes and his belt. I let myself check him out again for a moment. It's impossible not to. When our eyes meet, his are so dark that I know keeping our hands to ourselves is going to be difficult. But we have to. Otherwise, we won't talk. Again. No sex, I say. His jaw drops.
What? Why?
Because we need to talk. I point toward the bathroom. I'm going to shower and change, then you'll shower and change, and we're going to sit somewhere and have an adult conversation.
We can shower together.
He bites his lip as he lets his heated gaze run over me. Lachlan Duke. His eyes snap to mine.
What?
This is serious, I say. Very serious, if you're taking me back to Fairview. The heat in his eyes is replaced by concern, and he nods. He watches as I grab my things and head to the bathroom. I don't have a hair cover, so I clip my hair up to keep it from getting wet. It might be an impossible feat with the way the water shoots from all angles. I haven't figured out how to turn on just one of the shower heads, so every time I get in here, they all turn on. It feels good, though, so I can't complain. I'm finishing rinsing off when a very naked, very hard Lachlan Duke steps in. I'm full-on ogling now, which seems to make him breathe faster with the way his chest starts moving.
I can be quick,
He says, eyes burning. Locke, I say, but my voice is needy. He doesn't wait for me to say anything else. He lifts me in his arms, I wrap my legs around him, and we crash together against the shower wall. He positions himself, and we both groan deeply when he thrusts inside me. He pauses, dropping his face to my neck as the spray hits him on the back.
I won't let you go,
He says, voice raspy beneath my ear.
I can't. I wouldn't know how to.
Then don't. I whisper against his mouth and kiss him. He makes good on his word. He makes me come fast and finds his own release as I'm spasming around him. We finish up, dry ourselves, brush our teeth, do all the things normal couples do, that we used to do. And it feels so good, so right. When we're both dressed in what we're going to sleep in, me in a t-shirt and cotton Star Wars panties, him in soft gray sleeping pants, we walk over to his bed.
This is where you want to talk?
He stops at the edge as I crawl to the center and sit down with my legs crossed. Yeah, why not?
There's no way in hell I'll be able to concentrate.
His eyes map their way down my body. I roll my eyes. Shut up and get in here. Just stay on that side. I'll try, he says in a voice that isn't very convincing, but he does what I ask. We both grab pillows and set them on our laps like we need lap desks to take notes or shields to keep us from climbing on each other again. You want to start? I ask, giving him permission to ask whatever he wants. He clears his throat.
Why the pictures?
Oh my God, I laugh. That's your first question?
You never told me,
he says.
You know how I get.
What, you couldn't find the answer on my social media or any of my emails? I raise an eyebrow and bite back a smile.
You don't have social media.
He scowls.
And you changed the password to your email and Liam won't help me hack you.
I stare at him for a moment and decide not to entertain that right now. I forgot what Luke looks like, I say, my words catching at the admission. I think about him and Mom a lot now, but I can't remember his face anymore. His parents took down his profiles, so it's not like I can look for a picture online. I'd taken everything to my dad's guest house since I was going to pack that up as well, but then everything happened. I shrug. I was terrified I'd forget what you look like. So I put pictures of you where I had to see you every day. It hurt. It still hurts, but I couldn't. I blink rapidly. I couldn't live with myself if I forgot your face. I pause and take a breath. I know I can always find you online, but it's not the same. I wanted those memories, you know? He's quiet for a long time, just staring at me. His face is impassive, but his eyes are pained.
Fuck, Lila,
he whispers after a moment. How long did you wait after you found out where I was? I ask, taking a shaky breath.
Less than a day,
he says, eyes dancing when he sees my shock.
I watched you all day.
I purse my lips. Yet you waited until Wade was about to kiss me to make your presence known. His eyes darken.
He kept touching you all night. I wanted to fucking kill him.
I keep what I want to say to myself. He's inconsequential, I say, and not worth discussing right now. He searches my eyes for a moment and nods lightly. I uncross my legs and get out of bed to get my phone. He's quiet as I log into my therapy patient portal and click the video I want to show him. Well, I don't want to show it to him, but I don't think I can explain the accident myself. I went to therapy. I start. Prescott forced me, but that's a story for another day. I did hypnotherapy, since it's supposed to go deep and make you relive your trauma so you can cope, or something like that.
Did it help?
It did, actually, I say. I had my therapist record some of my sessions. His brows furrow.
You can do that?
I asked, and she agreed. I search his eyes. I want you to watch one of them. He swallows but remains silent. It won't be easy, I say. You may feel differently about me once you know, I say, looking at his hands on the pillow as I whisper. When you hear about the rapes. I take a shaky breath and wipe my tears quickly. I hate this. Even though I was the one who was assaulted, I'm also the one who carries the burden of the secret and the shame of what happened. I've learned to live with that. But I love the way he looks at me. And it would kill me if that changes. He puts both my hands in his and waits for me to look at him.
There's nothing in this world that would make me feel differently towards you.
He squeezes my hands.
Nothing.
You can't know that, I whisper. He lifts a hand and wipes my tears with his thumb.
I do know that.
I flip the phone around, hand it to him, and let him decide for himself. He picks it up and clicks play. Chapter 44. The Accident. Lila.
When you're ready and comfortable, I want you to go ahead and close your eyes,
Dr. Riley says in her soothing voice. I fast forward that part of the video and stop when I see myself speaking. My legs feel like they'll give out at any moment from the 2 games I played. I text my roommates and tell them I'm going to be at my parents' house for a while since my mom promised she'd make my favorite soup. While I wait, I ice my legs on my favorite couch. My eyes feel heavy, and since I'm pretty sure I'm going to pass out before Mom gets home, I set the ice on the table. It's the kind of dream you're aware you're having, but can't seem to wake yourself up. In the dream, I'm at a party. There are people around, but I can't make out their faces. I hear their laughter, though, and feel myself smile at the sound. I'm standing by the pool when I start taking off my clothes. The cool air that hits my breasts as I lift it makes me shiver. Someone walks over and stands beside me and starts undressing as well. I can't see the person, but my hands stop at the waistband of my shorts when I realize they're there. I know it's a man from their height and body type, but I can't make out a face. Everything is blurry. I hear the flick of a lighter, and then the smell of a cigarette. In my dream, I gag, the way I am now just thinking about it. The smoke clouds my face and I cough and gag again. Despite this, I'm still pulling down my shorts and panties. He steps forward and grabs my breast roughly as he presses against me. I smack his hand away and shake my head no, making him laugh. It's a sound that makes my entire body freeze in terror. In my dream, I'm confused, and suddenly I'm no longer by the swimming pool. It's pitch black where I am. I can't see, but my legs are yanked apart, and I feel an intrusion that makes me scream. I'm completely dry and not prepared for him, but he keeps going. I whimper, feeling my eyes water as I struggle to get him off me. He laughs. That laugh again, and I open my eyes. That's when I realize what's happening isn't a dream. He's on top of me, staring at me as he moves roughly inside me. I scream and try to throw him off. I push his chest hard, and he slaps my face harder. So hard that I have to bring a hand up to the spot burning on my face. I keep moving until I buck him off me and kick him hard. I don't know where it lands because I turn around fast to escape, but my shorts are locked at my knees, and he easily pulls me back and presses me onto my stomach. I scream as loud as I can, and soon my scream turns into a pleading sob. Please don't do this! I keep saying that over and over. He hasn't pushed himself inside me yet, but I know he's coming. I'm still dry and not ready for him, so he spits on his hand and coats me with it to make for an easier entrance. I screw my eyes shut and keep pleading. He presses his mouth to my ear and tells me he should have fucked me like this sooner. That my lucid begging makes it more fun. He tells me his last one used to beg. I don't know what this means, and in that moment I don't care. I just want him off me. He positions himself between my legs again as he pins my back down, but he doesn't get a chance to do anything. My mom's shrieks fill the room, and he's off me quickly. "What the fuck is going on here?" she yells as she picks something up from the corner of the room. I scramble, lifting my shorts and lowering my t-shirt. I fall to my knees and sob harder, ashamed that my mother saw me like that. Terrified that she might think I wanted him to do it, or that she'll believe him if he says that to her. I try to focus on what's happening, but my chest is raking with sobs and my eyes are filled with tears. I hear screaming. I hear a loud thwack, followed by a louder thump. Someone yanks me hard once, twice, 3 times, and I realize it's my mom. "Let's go," she's screaming. "Let's go!" I finally snap out of it, adrenaline replacing the dread that previously filled me. I look at the floor and see him lying there. His hand moves, though. I grab my mother's arm and rush outside, stepping on the cracked eggs and flowers she dropped by the door. Mom's shaking so hard that she can't even push the button to unlock the car. Adrenaline replaces my fear as I look over my shoulder and take the keys from her hand. "Get in the car!" I yell. Light brown eyes that mirror mine widen, but she moves and gets into the passenger seat. I lock the doors, start the engine, and take 3 big, deep breaths. I can do this. I've survived this before. I'll survive it again. I floor it out of the circular driveway and turn onto the empty street. I'm going over the speed limit, and these roads are always crawling with police officers. Normally, I slow down. Today, I speed up. Best case scenario, one of them will chase after me and we'll be safe. "How many times has this happened?" Mom asks, crying. "I don't know. 3. My hands are shaking, but I focus on turning at the stop sign. "He was drugging me before. He started when I was 14. "What?" Mom shrieks. I stop at the red light down the road, my knee bouncing as I look at her. Her golden tan face is ashen, her eyes wide and horrified. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't know." I press the gas on the green light. "I didn't know until it was too late. And then he hadn't done it for years until today. I thought he wouldn't anymore. I thought he'd stopped. Oh my God," she says, her voice catching. "Oh my God, Lila. It's fine. It won't happen again." I look left and right at the next stop sign and drive forward. "You should have told me." "I didn't think you'd believe me." I bite my lip to keep from crying. "I didn't think anyone would." "Lila James!" she shouts, still crying. "Of course I would have believed you." She remains silent for a moment. "Who does this asshole think he is?" she yells. "Who the fuck does he think he is? Keep driving to the precinct. I'm calling the cops right now so they'll expect us when we get there." She starts to rummage through her purse for the phone. "Fuck!" she screams. "Stupid piece of shit! I can't believe we trusted him. I can't believe—" Through the rear view, I see a familiar red sports car approach and start to panic, my hands shaking again. He's still at least 2 blocks back. There's no way he'll catch up. Just in case, I swerve right and drive toward the 2-lane street the cops are always at. If I can get one behind me, we'll be safe. "Please, please, please pull me over." I chant that in my head as if they'll hear me. "Mom, focus!" I move up in my seat as my eyes bounce between the rearview mirror and the desolate street ahead. He's getting closer. "Fuck! Mom, focus!" I can't find my phone. She looks around, starts searching between the seats. "God damn it!" She takes off her seatbelt and reaches back. His car appears behind ours. I speed up. Fuck, 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 fuck! His car is much faster than Mom's SUV. Much faster. The shiny red car speeds up, almost hitting our bumper. There's dirt and rows of trees to our right. I try to figure out how I'd turn the wheel without losing control if it comes to that. God, I hope it doesn't come to that. The SUV is an off-road vehicle. I remind myself of that. It was one of their big selling points. Off-road. We'll be fine. A tap on the bumper moves us forward in our seats. Mom and I share a horrified look. "Mom!" I snap. "The phone!" "Shit!" She keeps reaching. I got it! The car swerves and hits the bumper of our car on the left side. I speed up. Please, 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 please let us be okay. We're only blocks away from the police station, so close I can see it. Mom should have called from home, but instead she grabbed one of Dad's autographed bats and swung it. It was the right call. It was the only call. A sob rakes through me as I recall the look in her eyes. But I breathe through it. I can't afford to lose my shit right now. I floor it, eyes forward. When he hits us again, it's no longer a warning tap. He completely slams into the car, hitting at an angle that makes us spin out of control once. We scream loudly. I slam on the brakes and steady the car, flooring it again. He hits us hard again. This time the car spins once, twice, and on the third we slam into an oak tree head on. The air whooshes out of me as I press against my seatbelt. The airbag slams into me, pushing me back with force. I hear my mom scream. I hear bones snap. I know it's bones because it's the same sound a teammate's knee made recently. Glass breaks, but I still haven't been able to take a breath, let alone open my eyes. I think I pass out. Or maybe I'm in shock. It's hard to blink, or move, or even speak. "Mom?" I say as loud as I can when I finally find my voice. 911, what's your emergency? Hello, 911, what's your emergency? The phone is on speaker. "Mom!" I scream, pushing the airbag off, ignoring the pain that slices through me with each movement. The operator speaks again. I take my seatbelt off and fight with the airbag, searching for my mother. The operator speaks again. "Mom!" I scream, when I'm finally able to see her. She's slumped forward. I start screaming, crying, and shaking uncontrollably. I say "Mom" more times than I ever had in my life, as if that will resuscitate her. I don't know how I know she's dead, but I know. When I move her head back to assess the damage on her head, I scream louder. There's a chunk of glass lodged into her left eye. The cut so deep it goes into her skull and cheek. I scream again and again. I can't stop screaming. The hospital is a blur. I hear my father wailing in the hall. I repeatedly apologize. To him, to the empty room, to anyone who has come near me, including the nurses. They tell me to get some rest and give me something to help me sleep. I don't want to go to sleep. I'm terrified I'll have that dream again. I don't dream, though. I haven't dreamed since. Chapter 45. Lila. I watch as Lachlan lowers my phone and looks up at me slowly. "Fuck, Lila," he whispers. "We have to tell the cops." I shake my head. That's the logical thing to do, of course. It's the first thing Mom thought of doing. The first thing Luke thought of doing. I know better, though. I know going to the cops will only lead to trouble. Last time, it led to death before we even made it to the precinct. This is the first time Locke's hearing this, so of course it's his first thought. I'm sure seeing me lose my shit at my therapist's office didn't help. I wait a moment before I speak. I'm going to go back to the beginning. My dad was signed with the Mets back in DR, but he moved here when he was 18 and went to the minors. He started playing in the major leagues 6 months later, and that's when Mom came over. They were both 19, and back home Mom had been studying to be an ophthalmologist, so she enrolled at Fairview to continue. I bite my lip, pausing for a moment. Locke sets his hands on mine. That's how they met David Jameson. Locke's hands tighten on mine. No. I nod and try to swallow, but it hurts. No, he says again, his face ashen like he's witnessing a nightmare all over again. I watch as he processes this. See him go from disbelief to hurt, back to disbelief, and finally anger. He did this to you? I nod. You think he put us in the hospital? I know he did. His eyes are still wide when he lets go of my hands and covers his face with them. He drags them down and shakes his head as he looks at me. He was there every day at the hospital. He was talking to my agent about different things we could do. He spoke to my mother. He fucked you out of those contracts, I say. Toronto? Boston? Jameson knows those coaches. Some of them were once his coaches. I don't know what he told them, but I know he's at fault for this. Locke is still just staring at me. I really wish I'd let Marissa and Prescott talk to me about you, I whisper, looking down. I could have told you, or told them to tell you. I'm sure it crossed their minds, but they're also scared. I could have... Stop. He grabs my hands again. His eyes are hard now. None of this is your fault. I was a fucking idiot to blame you. He brings my hands up and kisses them. Do you want me to keep going? Or will it be too much for you? Keep going. My parents were having this party when I was 14. I start. He stiffens. Mom made punch. Jameson served me some and was around all night, which I didn't think was too weird. He was my godfather and always looking after me. I purse my lips at that. The morning after that party, I woke up in my bed with my shirt pulled up to my neck, the skirt I was wearing, and no underwear. I was still wearing my socks, still had on my jewelry, and I clear my throat. I was sore and had some dried blood between my legs. Fuck, he says, his voice so low I barely catch it, but the rage on his face is unmistakable. I genuinely didn't know what happened. My friends hadn't started having sex yet, so it's not like we talked about what it was like. I didn't really think anything of it. I say, I thought I must have been extra tired and passed out. Maybe I'd gotten my period or something. I was naive. Stupid. No, you weren't. He brings a hand to cup my face. The look in his eyes breaks my heart. You had no reason not to trust him. It happened again like that. The third time, I was already suspicious. I poured out the soda he handed me and replaced it with another flavor. I wish I hadn't. Because that time, I remember. I shiver. Locke's eyes darken. He knew that I knew since I was screaming and fighting him. He didn't do it again after that, until the day of the accident.
We have to tell the cops,
he says quietly. And then Luke. I told him what happened. He'd been demanding to know what was wrong with me since I'd been acting differently. He wanted to know why I was suddenly wearing baggy clothes. He went to Jameson's house and took a bat to Jameson's car, punched him, and said he was going to the cops. I look at our hands, focus on how much bigger his look against mine. He'd been with me the night before and told me what he was going to do. I tried to talk him out of it, and he promised he wouldn't go. He fucking promised. And the next day when he didn't show up, I got worried. And then Prescott and I found him.
That's why you're sure it wasn't suicide.
My eyes snapped to his. His body was sitting upright on the chair. Half his fucking head was blown off, but his body was in a sitting position. Afterwards, Press and I were on the lawn, taking turns vomiting and shaking while being questioned. And in the midst of police and detectives and news reporters, Jameson walked by, smiling. He smiled at us. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment. I'll never forget that smile. I'm sure Prescott won't either.
That's why Press and Marissa won't say anything or go to the police,
he says. Jameson's cousin is the chief of police now. But even back then he had major pull in the department. And Jameson has always been the golden boy.
Fucking bastard!
Lachlan's jaw ticks.
He recruited me. He coached me for 2 years.
I know. And then he moved on and became the head of sports. Of all sports. His eyes flash.
That's why you quit.
I didn't want to give him any more power over me. He started showing up at our practices, going into the locker room when he thought I was alone. I knew he wasn't going to stop. I grit my teeth and wait a moment. For reasons I can't comprehend, and trust me, I've thought about it a lot, he thinks I belong to him. Lachlan, who was already angry, looks even angrier now.
You don't.
I know. I don't. I say quietly. He knows it as well. He wouldn't have attacked you otherwise.
I told the team that you were my girlfriend before the game. And he was there,
he says.
I thought it was safe, and I told them.
He runs his hands through his hair.
Fuck!
It isn't your fault. I grab his chin the way he does mine all the time. People had been talking about us since Marissa's birthday, and he saw me at the game wearing your jersey. I'm sure he saw you watching me at that football game screaming like a lunatic. I smile. Nothing can tarnish that memory. You giving us a title probably pissed him off more, but he was going to do it anyway. I wait until he speaks. He doesn't. Why the hell do you think I left? Why do you think I stayed away from you? I ask. I couldn't walk around with a public figure and risk him finding me, finding us. I knew if you were alone, he wouldn't do anything to you. So I stayed away.
I'm going to fucking murder him,
he says after a moment, in a low voice that sends a chill down my spine. "You can't just show up."
"Yes, I can."
His eyes flash to mine. What I see in them terrifies me.
"I'm going to show up, and I'm going to kill him."
Chapter 46. Lila. I wake up in the middle of the night and immediately feel his absence. I sit up, expecting to find him in the sitting area, but the room is empty. My heart pounds hard. I look at the time. It's 5 a.m. I throw off the covers and rush out of the room. If he left without me, I'm never going to forgive him. I halt when I see him sitting at the edge of the couch facing the city. It's a beautiful view, especially at night. With him still shirtless and in his gray pajama pants, even more so. His head snaps up as I walk over, but he doesn't say anything. My heart stops when I see the troubled look in his eyes. I walk between his legs and kneel. The cold marble floor on my shins makes it difficult to stay in place, but I manage. "Hey." I bring a hand up to his face. "What's wrong?"
"You don't have to marry me."
He swallows hard and looks above my head and into the city.
"It was fucked up of me to make you sign that marriage agreement to begin with."
He shakes his head.
"I already lost you once,"
he continues, running his fingers through his hair as he looks down at me.
"I don't want to lose you over this. I don't want you to wake up one day and remind me that the only reason you married me was that I forced you to. I don't want to be."
He swallows again, his jaw tensing.
"I don't want to be your nightmare."
I take in a sharp breath as I feel his words slice through me. I know saying them hurt him just as deeply, and from the troubled look on his face, I know he's fully expecting me to walk away from him. That's the thing about him that I've never quite understood. He's the hottest man alive, successful, funny, smart, and charming. He's never had issues getting any woman he wanted. It's one of the reasons he's always been so damn sure about everything. Yet, when it comes to me, he seems to question everything. To question this, though, it kills me that the thought even crossed his mind. Even at his worst, I'm not sure he could ever become my nightmare. He showed me love when other people wouldn't have. He made me feel when no one else could. The way you went about this was fucked up. I set a hand on his face and sit up on my knees so I'm closer to him. Pain flashes in his eyes, and he doesn't even bother to hide it. You want to know something crazy? He just stares, so I keep going. If you'd showed up that night, kissed me the way you did, gotten down on one knee, and proposed to me right there in front of Wade, I would have said yes. I say. He tries to move his face to look away, but I hold it hard. I think it's insane. But for you, with you, I'd do just about anything.
"No, Lila, I don't deserve you,"
he says. His voice is gravel and scrapes along my insides.
"I don't."
I lean in and kiss him softly, dropping my hands from his face and pulling away as I stand up. He tilts his head to look up at me, his eyes shutting when I comb my fingers through his hair. When I take too long to speak, he opens his eyes. I bite my tongue to keep tears from forming again. Fucking therapy. I bend a little so we're eye to eye. You could never be my nightmare, Lachlan Duke. I stand straight and wait until he's fully paying attention. I love you more than I hate anything. His lips part like he's completely shocked by my admission, which makes me smile. He stares, his eyes taking in my face, as if he's trying to catalog my features or memorize this moment. After what feels like an eternity, he stands and lifts me off the ground. Once my arms and legs are wrapped around him, he sits back down and brings his hands up to brush my hair out of my face.
I love you so fucking much. It physically hurts,
he says, voice hoarse, as he grabs my right hand and sets it on his rapidly beating heart. His words open up a net of butterflies in my stomach. They spread to my chest, my ears, my toes. Our lips meet in a kiss that starts out slow but turns frantic, with our hands in each other's hair and our teeth grazing each other's lips. We kiss the way we used to, with every bit of us we have to give, with everything we had before we thought we lost it. When I pull away, we're both breathing heavily. We should get married, I whisper. I'm serious. I want to, but I do have some conditions.
Anything,
he breathes, searching my eyes. You can't quit hockey. He lets out a short laugh, shaking his head.
Of course this is what you ask for.
I'm serious. I can't live with myself if you quit.
Lila James,
he groans, grabbing both sides of my face and pressing a hard kiss on my lips.
Why are you so difficult?
Because I love you more than anything. I grab both sides of his face and watch his eyes darken at my words. I lower my hands and bite my lip for a second to keep my emotions at bay. You not playing really hurts me, Locke.
Fuck. Don't say that.
He shuts his eyes and exhales as he drops his hands from my face.
I signed a contract. I don't think I can back out of it.
If Henry really loves you, he'll understand. I shoot him a hard look. Tell him to put a fucking pin on it. You'll come back in a couple of years.
Put a pin on it?
His brows rise, his eyes dancing. Yeah, old white rich men love saying shit like that. He bursts out laughing, making it impossible for me not to laugh with him. His lips pull into a sexy smile.
You're my favorite person in the world, you know that?
Good, because you're mine, I say. It helps that you're one of the few people in the world I can actually stand. He throws his head back with a laugh. I kiss his neck before he looks at me again. Do you agree to my condition?
I don't know what teams are looking right now.
He brings a hand up and brushes his thumb against my bottom lip. The butterflies are instant, but I tame them. He's trying to distract me. Your agent can get you a deal on any team you want, I say. And if he can't, he can fuck off. I'll do it myself. He grins.
I love it when you get cocky.
Locke. I pin him with a serious look.
I'll try my best, okay?
He asks.
You're the one who should be playing pro.
Nah. I shake my head, smiling.
Well, we're going to have to put a pin on that,
he says, eyes dancing. I roll my eyes. So, what do we do? Make an appointment at the courthouse for next week or something?
I think I should propose first, don't you?
My heart flutters. I mean, that's the least you can do, right? I whisper. He kisses me.
Are you going to be mad if I tell you I bought you a ring?
I pull away to look at him. When did you buy me a ring?
I'm not answering that,
he says, and I can tell he's had it for a while. You're fucking insane, you know that?
A couple of people have mentioned that I might be.
He kisses me again, stands up, and carries me toward his room.
But only when it comes to you.
Chapter 47. Lila. He walks me over to the bed and pulls away from me as he sets me down on the edge.
Don't move,
he says, turning to disappear into the closet. I'm about to ask him what he's doing when I spot a little black velvet box in his hand. My wide eyes shoot up to his, to the box, and back to his again. He doesn't say anything, but the amusement in his eyes is unmistakable. My pulse races. Oh my God, he's actually going to propose. He told me he would, but I didn't expect it to be right now. I feel like throwing up. My hands start shaking when he reaches me and gets down on one knee. Oh fuck. I am so not prepared for this. I wanted it, but I didn't expect to feel so nervous about it. It's Lachlan, for fuck's sake. But that's the thing. It's Lachlan. I don't trust myself to stay quiet right now. I can't. He sets a hand on my bouncing knee, stopping the movement. He searches my eyes but keeps the box closed. I think you're supposed to open it, I whisper, my heart pounding wildly. He shoots me a look.
Can you not?
Okay, but I don't think it's fair that you're not wearing a shirt while you're doing this. I say, you have an unfair advantage.
Seriously?
He cocks his head.
You're not wearing pants. I've been hard since you walked out there and you don't hear me complaining.
Fine. I bite back my smile. Continue.
Believe it or not, I had something planned, but I haven't rehearsed it in a while,
he says, laughing when my eyes widen. In a while?
From the day I met you.
He shakes his head and laughs hard, making me smile even though I'm pretty sure he's laughing at my expense. He clears his throat and gets serious.
You captured my attention the moment I met you. I think I might have fallen in love with you that night, standing against that wall without even realizing it. I've never chased anyone before you came along. I went after you the way I only go after a fucking hockey puck. And I don't regret it. I'll chase you forever, around the world if I have to. But I hope you don't make me. Stay with me forever, Lila James. Marry me.
I'm biting my lip hard to keep from crying. He finally opens the box, and my jaw drops. I had no idea what I was expecting, but holy shit. A dam breaks, and my tears start falling fast. I bring my hands up to cover my face. Oh my God, what is this ring? I whisper hoarsely, wiping the tears away quickly and stare at the ring as the knot in my throat expands.
It's a black speckled diamond for your little black heart,
he says, smiling as he takes it out of the box and slides it on my ring finger. Holy shit, I whisper again, my bottom lip wobbling as more tears form. I don't know if the band is white gold, silver, or platinum. In the middle is an enormous round stone. It's not entirely black. It's speckled, as he said, and sits on the most beautiful halo, covered in regular diamonds to contrast the one in the middle. Not only is it the most beautiful ring I've ever seen in my life, but the thought that went into it. My heart squeezes again. More tears trickle down my face. The fact that he picked out something so unconventionally perfect for me. I shake my head and swallow hard, wiping more tears.
I know.
He winks with that cocky smirk.
I did good, right?
I don't hate it, I whisper. His jaw drops for a second before he gets up and tackles me onto the bed. Between laughs, I manage to say, I'm kidding. You did amazing. I love it. I love it. Stop.
You didn't say yes.
He pulls back and looks down at me, serious again as he sits us both up. I laugh. Would you even let me say no?
Of course I would. But I'd just wear you down until you said yes.
You realize you didn't ask, right? I raise an eyebrow.
Lila.
He groans, shutting his eyes. Locke, I say quietly, bringing my hands to his face. I wait until he opens his eyes. Ask me. He looks at me for a long moment, takes a deep breath, and blurts,
Will you marry me, Lila James?
Yes. I smile wide, giving him the smile he once told me he wanted to possess. And I'll stay with you forever and ever and ever. His face is a mixture of relief and amazement as he stares at me before grabbing my face and kissing me deeply. We fall onto the bed again and pull apart to catch our breaths.
Let's get married tomorrow,
he says.
Here, we'll call Marissa and Prescott and get them to come here.
Absolutely not. I'm only getting married once, and I want to do this right. His eyes widen.
You're not going to make me wait a whole year, are you?
No. I laugh at the horrified look on his face. Maybe a whole week, though. He scowls.
I don't like it.
We'll do it when we get back from Fairview. I just need a few days before the actual—
No. Hell no.
He pulls away.
You're not going to Fairview.
Are you still going? I ask, my heart beating harder for different reasons. I knew this was going to happen. I freaking knew it.
Yes, but I don't want you anywhere near him. I don't want you there.
There's no way you're going without me. I say, I'm going.
Lila.
I narrow my eyes. He doesn't seem to understand that I may be the only person who can protect him. I'm not sure how, but I know if I'm not there, one of two things will happen. He'll kill Jameson, or Jameson will kill him. There's no freaking way he's going without me. I have to pick up my things from my dad's house anyway, I say.
I'll get them for you.
His eyes flash.
You're not going.
I stare at him. If you go without me, I'll get out of the contract. I'll file for divorce if I have to in order to void it. I'm not joking.
Jesus Christ, woman.
His eyes widen and he pulls me flush against his chest.
We haven't even gotten married.
I promise this is the only time I'll ever threaten you with that. I can't let you go alone, Locke. Please. He groans deeply.
I just want to take care of you, damn it.
Well, this is me taking care of you. I kiss his collarbone. I love you too much to lose you. He growls deeply and kisses me. We stay in bed for another hour, celebrating our engagement. Chapter 48. Lila. We agreed to meet at Duke Tech so I could see the place and go to lunch with his parents afterward. In the meantime, I text Marissa and Prescott a picture of the ring. I get Prescott's generic message, out of town on business, spotty reception, leave a message or call the office. Marissa video calls me right away. What? She screams, eyes wide on me. What? Oh my God! I laugh. Obviously, I said yes. Fuck, obviously, she breathes. Let me see it again. Holy shit, Lyles. He really did good. I know. I smile wide as I stare at the ring on my finger. How did he propose? Did he propose? I'll kill him if he didn't. He got down on one knee and proposed. I sigh contentedly. It was beautiful. She grins wide and lets out a little shriek. When's the wedding? I bet Locke wanted it to be 5 minutes after he proposed. I laugh. I told him we need to wait a week. To get everything in order? She asks. Will you do it at a venue or just the courthouse? I'm going to try to look for a small venue, I say. She smiles. I know a week is short notice, but I only need you and Prescott there. Well, obviously, she scoffs at me and looks up to smile at whomever she's handing a smoothie to. I'm the maid of honor. Obviously, I laugh. Does that mean you're no longer going to Fairview? She asks, eyes serious as she searches my face. I sigh. I have to, Mar. I wish you wouldn't, she whispers. We can't keep living like this. I signal between the two of us because she's been as affected by this as I have. She nods, concern etched on her face. It'll be fine, I say, taking a breath. Is Press still taking the red-eye back to New York? I think so, she says, frowning. I guess I'll have to tell him tomorrow, I say, looking at the closet. Anyway, I'm going to let you go. I'm meeting Locke at the office, and then we're going to lunch with his parents. And I haven't even gotten dressed. The office, Marissa says, eyes wide. I can't even believe he goes to a legit office. I know. I drop my hand and look at the floor. I hate it. Like, really hate it. Do you think he'll go back to hockey? I'm trying to get him to. I don't think I can live with myself knowing he quit because of me and got stuck at a regular office job, regardless of how much money he'll be making. I don't think you should feel guilty, Lyles, she says, walking around the back room of the shop. If the tables were turned and you gave up soccer to find him, would you hate him? Of course not. But I actually did give up soccer. This is different. Would you hate him if he made you walk away from soccer or your sports medicine career? He wouldn't do that. She sighs heavily and stops walking, shooting me a look. Just answer the fucking question you know I'm asking. No, I say plainly. I'd give up anything for him. Now multiply that times 10. That's how much that man loves you, she says. Don't beat yourself up over it. I'm going to get him back on the ice. Well, okay then. You used your no bullshit voice on that one, so I believe you, she says, smiling. I stand up and start walking toward the closet. Oh my God. I need to find a wedding dress. I'll start looking, she shrieks, grinning wide. Love you, bye! I laugh and hang up. I have no doubt she's going to look at every wedding dress within driving distance. Marissa sends me a handful of wedding dress links for me to look at, which made me go down a wedding rabbit hole. We'll have a very intimate wedding with a handful of guests, so a week should be more than enough time. I save the dresses I like. Since it's Marissa's account, I'm sure she'll go through them and text her opinion soon enough. I should be getting ready, but instead, I'm watching videos of small weddings. Every single one has the father walking the bride down the aisle. I've been so upset at my father for so many things that I can't imagine asking him to attend the wedding, let alone walking me down the aisle. I have to admit that it hurts a little. I try to think back to how we were before the accident and keep coming up blank. I know I have fond memories of him, but it's as if the person he became after the accident erased the man he was before. For me, Prescott is the only choice. He's been there for me as long as I can remember, and his friendship and love never wavered. Our first 2 years of college, we'd both been busy with different things and didn't make time for each other. But after the accident, he was there for me as much as he could be. As much as I let him. I log out and get dressed quickly. Most of my wardrobe consists of light or dark tones. The only color thrown in is whatever Marissa forces me to buy just in case. Today, I wear all black and throw on my dark beige coat. The only thing I hesitate on are the shoes. I'm definitely wearing flats. I'm just not sure if I'm in the black loafer mood or black high-top Converse mood. I go with the sneakers, hoping we grab deep dish pizza instead of ending up at some fancy restaurant. When I leave the room, I find Ronnie still sitting on the couch, watching the same movie he was watching earlier. It looks like a tearjerker, and nothing I'd picture him choosing. He switches it off and stands when he sees me. "Have you cried yet?" I ask as we head to the door. He laughs.
No, but I almost did a few times.
I shake my head, laughing as we walk to the elevator. We talk about movies, and he tells me how he ended up working at Duke and how much more he enjoys it than at the security company he used to be in. I tell him about med school and how I want to get Locke back on the ice, which he agrees with me about. The drive only takes 10 minutes, but by the time we park, I feel like we know each other, which is nice since he seems to be sticking around for now. Back at Duke, we take the elevator to Lachlan's floor, and Ronnie leads the way to his office. It's a massive space. He has a secretary who has his own huge space in front of 2 large doors that lead to his office. We greet the secretary, who seems to know who I am and tells me to go right in. Ronnie continues to speak to him as I open the door to Locke's office. My jaw drops as soon as I step inside and shut the door behind me. It is. Holy shit. I don't know if I'd be more productive or less with that view of the city as my backdrop. The room itself is 3 times the size of my office, with a bookshelf, couches, a large desk, and 2 chairs across from his. Sitting behind the desk is Lachlan, looking hot as hell in his crisp white dress shirt and blue tie, watching me take it all in. I close the distance between us and stand between his legs.
You look so fucking beautiful,
he says, voice husky when his smoldering green eyes reach mine. That's funny. I was thinking the same thing about you. I smile as I grab his tie to kiss him. He pulls me and adjusts me so I'm straddling him. I rock against him as we kiss and gasp, "Locke."
What? I get hard just fucking thinking about you,
he says, as he untucks my t-shirt and slides his large hands underneath it, stopping just beneath my bra. I ground my hips again, needing the pressure he provides. He hisses out a breath, his hands tightening on my rib cage.
And then you show up at my office looking like this.
I'm not even wearing anything tight. I roll my eyes, smiling as I pull away. He gives me one of his sexy, lopsided grins.
Do you not remember how you used to dress when I fell in love with you?
Good point. I sink my fingers into his thick hair and kiss him again. He groans as he deepens the kiss and exhales harshly when he pulls away.
Fuck, I want you.
He kisses my jaw, then my neck.
You should have worn a skirt.
We're supposed to go to lunch with your family soon, I remind him breathily.
They can wait. I need you.
He lifts me off him, practically runs to the door, locks it, and undoes his belt as he walks back to his chair. It takes me longer than I'd like to take off my sneakers since they're high tops. I take off my socks and start lowering my pants as he sits back in his chair and watches. He bites his lip, eyes burning as they drift down my body. When he brings them back to mine, I feel the fire in them in my core. His hands grip my thighs when I finish undressing from the waist down. He pulls me forward, pressing me to his face and licking between my legs. Oh, fuck. I shiver, sinking my fingers into his hair. We don't have time for that. He grunts and lets me step away as he continues to work on his belt and pants. My breath quickens as I watch him. His pants are to his ankles, but he leaves his boxer briefs on. My eyes snap up to meet his.
"Take my cock out,"
he says, voice hoarse. My heart is beating hard as I lean in and do as I'm told. I love it when he says that to me. He knows it, too, from the way his eyes darken even more at whatever he finds in mine. He lifts his hips so I can drag his boxer briefs down his legs to join his pants. I lick him from his balls to his tip, and he groans deeply, grabbing the back of my neck and pulling me away.
"We don't have time for that,"
he says, smirking. I huff and turn around, facing the city.
"Oh, fuck,"
he breathes.
"I wish I could take a picture of this view."
I smile as I position and lower myself onto him. We both moan as his cock enters me slowly. I bite my lip hard to keep from shouting as his fingers dig into my waist when I'm almost seated.
"Fuck, fuck, fuck,"
he says on a harsh breath. When he's to the hilt, I let my head fall back, a loud moan escaping me as I start to ride him slowly. He brings an arm around me. I gasp loudly when he slides his hand underneath my shirt and starts playing with my nipples as I move.
"You're so fucking hot,"
he says low into my ear.
"So hot, fucking me in my office like this."
My stomach clenches. His words drive me to pick up the speed a little, and I start riding him harder, faster. Oh my, holy shit, Locke, I whisper.
"I know, baby,"
he groans, pressing his face into my neck.
"You feel so fucking good. So fucking good. Turn around."
I keep riding him, eyes rolling back, too lost in the way he feels inside me to comply with his request. He removes his hand from underneath my shirt and slaps my ass hard. I inhale sharply and arch my back, but keep going.
"No,"
he says through gritted teeth, squeezing my ass.
"Get on my desk."
I shiver, standing up slowly until he pops out of me. I look at his desk. It's not full of papers, but it's not empty. I look at the couches in the corner and wonder if maybe we should go over there instead.
"We'll get there,"
he says, voice gruff.
"Today, I want you on my desk."
How do you want me? I ask, bending over his desk and wiggling my ass as I look up at him. His eyes darken as he takes me in. He closes them and takes a deep breath before he stands between my legs. I grab the other edge of the desk so I'm spread completely across it. He winds my hair in his hand, making my chest come off the desk, and thrusts into me slowly. I set my hands on the desk and push back onto him.
"Jesus fucking Christ,"
he mutters under his breath as he lets go of my hair. He pushes my back so I'm on my chest again and starts fucking me so deep and hard that everything out of my mouth becomes incoherent. I feel the pressure building, but he stops suddenly and pulls out. "No," I start. But he lifts and turns me so I'm on my back, pulls my legs up as he spreads them, and thrusts into me with enough force to pull the orgasm I was on the cusp of out of me. He keeps fucking me until I'm close to another one, pressing his thumb against my clit as he watches my face. He slams into me 3 more times and we both go overboard. I can't breathe. I don't know how my feet get back on the ground, but Locke envelops me in his arms as we catch our breath. "I like your office," I say quietly. He laughs against me.
"I like having you in my office."
Chapter 49. Lila. When we finally walk out of his office, he holds my hand and introduces me to everyone on his floor. He does the same on every floor of the building that he visits, including Liam's. When we get to Liam and he sees us holding hands with smiles on our faces, he grins. Finally. He looks at my left hand and I step closer to show off my ring. Oh, trust me, I've seen the ring more times than I can count. I laugh, shaking my head. Lachlan grumbles something, and Liam smiles and explains to me what he's doing. He can't explain much without getting into details, but it sounds crazy nonetheless. We say goodbye to him and tell him we'll see him downstairs to head out to lunch together, and Lachlan keeps walking me around the security department. "This place is insane," I whisper-shout, to not disturb everyone on their computers.
"You have no idea,"
he says, tugging my hand and leading me down another long hall. He stops in front of a door and knocks. On the other side, I hear a familiar voice give us permission to step inside. Oh my God. I try not to laugh when I see Sean sitting behind the desk. He raises an eyebrow when he sees us, and laughs as he stands and walks around the desk. I can only imagine what he must be thinking, since I told him he might know Lachlan freaking Duke. I let go of Locke's hand and wait for Sean to greet us properly, because that's what he looks like he wants to do.
"Mr. Duke, always a pleasure,"
he says, shaking Locke's hand.
"Likewise,"
Locke says.
"I'm showing her around the building,"
he says.
"This is Lila, my fiancée and very soon-to-be wife."
My eyes shoot to Locke's, and I have to bite back a laugh at the mischief in them.
"We've met. Great to see you again, Lila."
Sean grins as he takes my hand in his. "You too." I smile, dropping my hand.
"So I guess this means you were successful?"
His eyes twinkle as he asks. "God, no, I already told you that's not happening." I laugh. He laughs harder. Lachlan scowls.
"Well, congratulations,"
he says, looking at me, and then at Locke.
"You got yourself a good one. Trust me, I know."
Locke pulls me into his side. We talk a little longer before we walk out of his office. "You are so obvious, Lachlan Duke," I say, laughing, as I glance up at his face when we reach the elevator.
"I have no idea what you're talking about."
His lips tug up slightly as he pushes the button.
"What was that about, anyway?"
he asks.
"That little inside joke."
Inside joke? I frown. I have no idea what you're talking about. We step into the empty elevator, and after he pushes the button for the lobby, he walks over until he has my back against the wall. My heart skips when he lifts my chin so I can meet his eyes.
"Just tell me,"
he says, voice low, moving his hand to my throat, his thumb over my pulse as he leans down and kisses me. I shiver against him. He pulls away slowly, searching my eyes. "I asked him to hack into my boyfriend's brain," I say.
"What?"
He lets out an unexpected laugh.
"Leave it to you to make this the topic of your small talk."
"It's why I'm the most fun at parties," I say with a shrug.
"What did Sean say about that?"
"He said if he could do that, he may not have gotten a divorce," I respond, laughing as we walk out of the elevator. Locke shakes his head, and I keep talking. I told him I wouldn't want to hack into your brain anyway, because I'd be terrified of what I found.
"What do you think you'd find?"
He turns to me with an amused look on his face and a twinkle in his eyes. Honestly, I have no idea. Probably people's socials and what hospitals they were born at.
"I'm not that bad."
He laughs and laughs louder when I shoot him a pointed look.
"My brain would feel like you're in one of those mirror things at a carnival, where you see yourself everywhere."
"Those things are scary," I say, raising an eyebrow. Which proves my point.
"I didn't say it wasn't scary in there."
He shrugs, still amused. I'm just saying all you'd find in there is yourself. And hockey, I respond. Yeah, he nods in agreement. But mostly you. We're both smiling when we reach his parents and Liam. After lunch, Locke and his parents head back to the office while I stay behind in a cute little coffee shop across the street from the building. I'm looking at all of the links for dresses Marissa sent me when I see her text on my screen. Marissa, did you see this? Isn't this the event you were at? I click the link she sent. It's an article about the charity party we went to. In the first picture, 2 couples were photographed. And in the background, David Jameson, laughing with Mason. Holy shit. I grip my phone to keep it from slipping out of my hands. He was there. Mason's comment runs through my mind. He'd said it was a Fairview reunion. I thought he meant because I was there with Lachlan. I didn't think... Oh my God. I'm still looking at my phone when someone takes the seat in front of me. My entire body freezes as the cloud of cigarettes that follows him reaches my nose. I keep staring at my phone as if that'll make this less real. I just know he's been following me everywhere and waiting for his time to strike. For how long? Since the charity event? Fuck. He was probably keeping his distance since Ronnie had been with me the entire time. You're being very rude, Lila, he says. You're not supposed to ignore your own godfather. My heart pounds fiercely. I finally look up and meet his cold blue eyes. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing, he says. But I already have an idea. His hand comes down on mine. He does it so fast I don't have time to react. It's my right hand. He hasn't seen my ring. He hasn't seen my left. Underneath the table, I turn my ring, so the diamond is hidden in my fist and my hand is closed. I try to yank my hand from underneath his, but his grip tightens. I need to scream. I need to scream. Why can't I fucking scream? Did you not learn your lesson? He asks, tone grating, squeezing so hard I think he might break my bones. I guess I'll have to keep you drugged until I'm done with you. Let me go, I say, barely audible. I couldn't seem to get my voice any louder. That's not going to happen, he says calmly as he loosens his grip. You're going to get up and follow me out back. I shake my head. Why can't I scream? I look around wide-eyed, trying to catch anyone's attention, but they're all on their phones and computers. Fuck! If you try anything stupid, I'll wait outside of the Duke building or the apartment until your little boyfriend leaves, he says, eyes narrowed. Is that what you want? My lip trembles. I shake my head and look outside, breathing easier when I see Ronnie. He doesn't come inside, though. He's on the phone, pacing up and down in front of the doors. Since my voice won't work, I wave my left hand wildly in the air, trying to call his attention. Suddenly, Jameson lets go of my hand, stands up with his glare set on me, and walks toward the back. I count to 5, get up, and run to the front door. I'm sure the people quietly drinking their coffees think I'm insane right now, but I don't stop running until I exit and hit Ronnie's muscular back. He turns around with a frown and hangs up the phone when he sees me. What's going on? I point at the coffee shop. I'm shaking hard and I can't speak. Ronnie springs into action and goes inside. I follow him. I can't stay on the sidewalk by myself right now. We look around, but Jameson is gone. Just like that. I almost think I may have imagined him. But when I get inside the SUV, the scent of cigarettes on my hand makes me gag.
and I know it was real.
Chapter 50. Lila. Lachlan books a 2-night stay at a swanky hotel in Fairview that overlooks the ocean and is just a 10-minute drive from the university. We take 2 separate SUVs, one for us and one for the security coming along, to a private airport where Locke's dad's jet is waiting for us. I'm too nervous to comment on carbon emissions, even though it is on the tip of my tongue. It wouldn't matter anyway. This is the fastest way to get there and the quickest way to leave. He hasn't left my side since I told him what happened. I almost didn't, since I didn't want to worry him, but I couldn't keep it from him. I haven't told Marissa, and I'm not going to tell Prescott. When this is over, I will. But I don't want more people to worry about me. Thankfully, talking about the wedding lightened the mood, and he hasn't brought up the coffee shop again. His mom is helping me plan an intimate wedding, so I'm getting the romantic wedding I wanted. We have an idea for a venue to host us, and everything should run smoothly since it'll be a daytime wedding. At least that's what Valerie said. On our way to the private airport, I pull out my phone and go to settings to text Prescott about where we're going. I already sent him pictures of my ring, so it doesn't surprise me that there are texts from him when my phone comes back on. Prescott. WTF. Prescott. Call me now.
Why do you always set it on airplane mode?
Locke asks beside me. Because that way I only deal with people when I choose to. He starts to shake against me, and I look up and find him laughing. I nudge him hard, and he wraps an arm around me and pulls me even closer. My phone rings immediately.
Did you say yes, or did he force you to say yes?
Press asks as a greeting. Lachlan makes a disapproving sound but stays quiet otherwise. I chose to say yes, I say, and I'm choosing to go to Fairview right now.
You told him everything?
Yes.
Lyles, you shouldn't go back there.
We'll have security. It'll be fine, I say. Besides, I never packed up my stuff. I even left my freaking Herman trophy behind.
And what exactly are you guys going to do when you get there?
I don't know yet. Press sighs into the line.
You do realize Lachlan is going to actually murder him, right?
He won't.
Lila, listen to me.
Press says, interrupting.
If you told him everything that happened to you and showed him the pictures we took at the hospital, Lachlan will commit murder. I'm telling you right now, he will. He'll kill him and end up in jail.
My eyes widen. I bite the inside of my cheek and look out the window. Oh, fuck. Locke doesn't know about the pictures. And after what happened yesterday, I was hoping to keep it that way until Jameson was locked up and we got back to Chicago. I know he heard what Prescott said, so the fact that he's completely silent is not a good sign. I know Prescott's worry isn't for naught, which terrifies me. I'll keep you posted on what happens, I say. We're getting married next Saturday in Chicago. Can you make it? I know it's super last minute, but
of course I'll be there,
he says before I can finish speaking. Will you walk me down the aisle? I ask, and bite my lip to keep my emotions at bay. This is a big deal to me. I'm sure it is to most brides who have a ceremonial wedding, even one as unconventional as this one. Press?
Fuck.
He clears his throat.
Of course, I'll walk you down the aisle.
Thank you. I smile. I'll keep you posted on what happens.
Please don't let him do something he can go to jail for.
I won't. I hang up, set the phone on my lap, and glance up at Lachlan, whose jaw is ticking already.
You didn't show me any pictures.
He looks at me, barely contained rage in his eyes. Shit, this isn't going to end well. What you know is bad enough. I reach up and caress his face with the back of my hand, his stubble causing a shiver to run through me. This usually calms him down. Not this time.
I need to see them.
It's not worth it. I drop my hand. The only thing seeing them will do is make you even more upset. And you've already reached Hulk-level anger. That makes him pause for a moment.
You know I'll just look through your phone.
You don't even have my passcode. He raises an eyebrow.
Wanna bet?
I sigh. I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Give me your phone.
He sets his palm up, waiting. What if I have nudes in here? I ask to bide time, even though this will probably make him as angry as the pictures from the attack.
Do you?
Maybe. I shrug. What if a guy sent me his nudes and I have them on there?
Then I'd find out where he lives and pay him a visit.
His jaw ticks.
Stop fucking with me, Lila. Let me see the pictures.
I grip the phone on my lap, ignoring the holes Lachlan is burning through the side of my face. This isn't really a battle I want to fight him on, but now that Prescott put the thought of Locke going to jail in my head, I'm terrified. I don't know what I thought would happen. I knew he'd want to kick Jameson's ass, but killing him was never an option. I mean, it crossed my mind for a brief moment, but I wasn't seriously thinking he'd do it. Now, I'm not so sure. I turn to him, pulling my seatbelt so I can set my knee on the seat. First, I need you to calm down. Take some deep breaths. I say. He shoots me a look.
Show me the pictures.
Not if you're going to be like this already. He glares at me but takes a couple of deep breaths. I open up my picture app and click on the folder I saved them in. I hand him the phone and look at the pictures as he does. My face is swollen and bruised, and my nose is broken since they were taken before they set it back to normal. The right side of my torso is covered in purple bruises from when he pushed me to the ground and stepped on me and effectively broke one of my ribs. My arm is in a cast from the fall. That's it. But then how much more could he have done short of killing me? I'm completely unrecognizable. When Lachlan looks at me, the sadness in his eyes breaks my heart. He didn't, I say, knowing he'll understand. He didn't rape me.
You were alone,
he whispers.
I was in the hospital hating you with everything I had, and you were going through this alone.
He swallows hard.
Fuck!
A second later, he punches the other side of the seat.
Fuck!
I reach for his hand. I wasn't alone.
I wasn't there, Lila.
It doesn't matter. I'm fine. We're both fine. I squeeze his hand. I need you to promise me you won't kill him. I can't have you end up in jail.
I won't go to jail.
Promise me you won't kill him. I say again.
I can't,
he says quietly, his eyes troubled.
I'm not going to make you a promise I'm not sure I can keep.
I scoot as close as I can get with the strap around my waist. I don't know if this shit will even be effective if we get into an accident, but for some dumb reason, I think it still might be, and don't snap it off. I'm not telling you not to kick his ass. I say, I'm asking you not to kill him. To listen to me when I tell you to stop. And if I'm not there, to somehow keep it in your mind to stop.
I don't know if
you kill him, they will arrest you. Even if we leave, they'll arrest you. It doesn't matter that you're a billionaire's son, they'll arrest you. I say, if you don't stop before that happens, I will not go back to Chicago with you. His eyes darken.
I thought you said you were only going to threaten me with that once.
We're not married. I raise an eyebrow. I wouldn't be divorcing you. I'd be leaving you.
And I'd fucking find you.
He growls, closing the space between us.
I'd find you again and again and again.
Not if you're in jail. I point out calmly. If you're in jail, and I'm forced to go back to Rhodes and decide in a few years that I'm tired of being alone. He scoffs.
You love being alone.
Yeah, but if you're in jail for life, in a few years I might want to date someone new.
Stop.
He shoots me a warning look. Maybe in a few years I'll want to have a husband and some little kids running around our yard and—
Stop!
His hands form fists as he screws his eyes shut.
Stop, Jesus fucking Christ, stop! I won't kill him. I'll stop when you tell me to. Just shut the fuck up!
Okay, I'm stopping. He opens his eyes, pins me with an angry glare, and moves his face close to mine.
Don't ever put those thoughts in my head again,
he says through gritted teeth. Don't ever make me, I respond with narrowed eyes. His angry eyes search mine for a moment. Then he leans back and exhales deeply. He sits there for a couple of seconds, fury on his face, before he starts to laugh. I stare at him, thinking he's really gone mad this time. He looks at me for a long moment as if in disbelief.
Every time I think I have you, you one-up me somehow,
he says, eyes dancing even though he's still a little angry.
One of these days, Lila James.
I bite my lip, remembering the last time he said that to me. God, it feels like a lifetime ago. Well, last time you said that, you made me fall in love with you. So anything is possible. I shrug, smiling. He stares at me for the longest moment and somehow calms down. The anger gone, the anxiety gone, all of it. He moves toward me again, takes off my seatbelt, and pulls me onto his lap. He kisses me. A long, soft kiss. And when he pulls away, he holds me closer.
I don't know if there's something that goes beyond love, but whatever it is, that's what I feel for you,
he says, his breath on my forehead. I snuggle into him deeper and relish the moment. Hey, Locke. If we get into a car accident and the car flips over and lands at the bottom of a cliff, you know we'll both die, right? I ask. He pulls back to study my face as I continue. Or we'll be seriously injured and lose limbs and then—
Lila James.
What?
Stop talking.
He kisses me again and makes me forget what I was even saying.
Chapter 51. Lachlan. It feels weird to be back here with all of this information. The only thing I can think about is all the ways I want to kill Jameson. I want to fucking slaughter him into goddamn pieces. I won't, now that Lila put the image in my head of her starting a family with another man. When she threatened me with that, I thought I might actually die right there in the back seat of the SUV. It's a risk I'm not willing to take, especially now that she's finally wearing the engagement ring I bought her, and she's agreed to marry me. I swear this plan gets more complicated by the second. Originally, it was going to be simple. I was going to use her as bait to get the person responsible. Now that we're here, I wish I could leave her in our hotel room with 2 security guards at the door to prevent her from getting out until all of this was dealt with. I considered it, but I don't want to know what she'd do if I went through with it. She says I'm crazy, and maybe I am, but I'm fucking terrified of this woman. Whether she knows it or not, she holds my heart, my life in her hands. I look out the window again, my eyes on the tall buildings we're heading toward. Even though I think she should do it tomorrow, she's adamant about going to her dad's house to pick up a few things before the luncheon. She won't say it, but I think she's doing it since she has less of a chance to see him since he'll be busy. We decide to go to the hotel first. It's early enough that we can do both before the 3 o'clock luncheon. I sent the RSVP to include a guest, but there's no way anyone would think that she's my +1. Not that it matters. I wanted to catch Jameson off guard, but he obviously knows about us. Fuck. I'm livid about him showing up at all, but what pisses me off the most is that it confirms to Lila that she did the right thing in leaving me.
I'm still shocked Dad's not hosting at his house, she says beside me as she looks at the invitation on my phone.
He didn't last year either. She looks at me.
You went last year?
No, but I received the invitation.
Was it at the school?
Yeah, I say.
Really?
She frowns deeply and looks back at the invitation.
And there's no theme either. That's so strange.
Maybe he got tired of themes.
I guess a lot can change in 3 years.
She purses her lips, still looking at it.
It says formal. I guess that's good enough for him. I still can't believe it's not at home.
It's that new state-of-the-art building they were working on before we left, I say. The one with the Olympic-sized pool.
I know which one.
He probably wants to show off.
He would. She huffs out a laugh and hands me my phone. His donation practically built the entire thing.
Yeah, well, it has your last name on it, I say, and look out the opposite window. She sets a hand on my forearm and waits until I look at her.
You okay?
Yeah. I pull her to my side so she doesn't see the lie on my face. Not that it matters. She knows I'm not okay. It's going to take everything in me not to charge at him when I see him. Not because he screwed me over, but because of the horrifying things he did to Lila. His obsession with her is really fucking with me. That may be hypocritical of me, considering, but we're completely different. He'd rather kill her than let anyone else have her. I'd rather die than live in a world without her in it. Lila unpacks everything as soon as we're settled in the suite. I usually leave my shit in the suitcase and only take out whatever I don't want wrinkled, but even on a trip this short, she unpacks like she's staying here for a month. She looks at me as she's zipping her empty suitcase back up and setting it aside where it won't be a disturbance.
Do you want me to unpack your stuff?
Do you want to? I'm amused by this, but the look on her face is so serious that I don't want to laugh. She narrows her eyes at me like she can hear my thoughts and grabs my suitcase. They're both carry-ons, and it's not like I brought a lot of shit, so it won't take her long. I watch as she starts setting my things on the bed. I should be checking emails from my dad and responding to the latest one Lang sent. I asked him what my options were if I had proof that someone sabotaged the draft. I don't know that I'll get physical proof, but now that I know what happened, I need to know if I can use it. Depending on how things go down, I might. I don't want to play for either coach if they're good friends of Jameson's. I don't know if I can go back to playing at all because of my agreement with my father. He made it pretty fucking clear that I couldn't get out of the contract once I signed it. I'm more concerned about what Lila's next move is. I'm assuming she'll want to stay in Rhodes and do her 2-year residency at the sports center. I'd rather she travel with me, but I can't force her to quit. If I was going to force her to do anything, it would be to get back on the damn field and play professionally. She's not open to that idea, though, so I guess she'll go back there and do the 2-year residency at Cooper's Center and continue working with Wade whenever he's in town. It doesn't even bother me. I'm over it. She's going to be my wife, and they'll have to accept that she'll never be theirs. Not that there was ever a chance in hell that would have happened regardless, but having her officially puts all those worries aside. Rhodes is nice, but if I get back on the ice between practice and games both at home and on the road, we'd never see each other. I'll have to figure it out, but the thought of not seeing her every day doesn't sit well with me. Away games are one thing, and even that's going to suck, but I want to come home to her, even if just to watch her do simple shit like this. I smile as she folds my underwear and puts it away in a drawer. She does the same to my t-shirt and then hangs the suit I'll be wearing next to the sexy deep green silk dress she's going to wear. I haven't even seen it on her, and I already want to tear it off. This is very domestic of you. She glances over from the closet.
Don't get too comfortable. You'll be doing the laundry.
I don't mind doing laundry. I grin, stretching my legs and linking my fingers behind my head. Lila's eyes heat as they rake over me slowly. Fuck. I lower my arms and extend a hand to beckon her. Come here. She closes the closet door and moves until she's standing between my legs. Her hands rest on my shoulders as she straddles me. She feels so damn good in my arms. So perfect. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to the fact that she's officially mine forever, but I look forward to showing her how much I love her every fucking day. She lifts her gaze from my chest and I stare into those brown eyes that make me weak. The uncertainty in them kills me. I'm scared. She closes them and sets her forehead against mine. I sigh heavily and sit up, wrapping my arms around her. I know, baby. I don't want you to get hurt again because of me, she whispers. Of course, that's what she's worried about. I can't remember the last time I prayed. I gave up on faith a long time ago, but the fact that I got lucky enough to land this woman twice really makes me question my belief system. I know I don't deserve her. No one does, though, so if someone is going to have her, it's going to be me. Don't worry about me, I say after a moment. As long as you're unharmed, I'll be fine. Locke, she pulls back and looks at me for a long moment. I would die without you. My heart dips. Yeah. I slip my hands under her shirt and set them on her waist. You wouldn't just run off and marry another man. I lean forward and kiss her again. She smiles against my mouth. Maybe, maybe not, she whispers as she pulls away, a spark of mischief in her eyes. Oh, she wants to play. I'll take this over her uncertainty. Maybe, huh? I stand up with her in my arms and set her on her feet. I tap her chin so she looks up at me. Strip. Her eyes widen a touch, but she steps back and starts taking everything off slowly, holding my gaze the entire time. I've been hard since she gave me that look from the closet, but I was trying to contain myself since she told me she was scared. Now I'm so hard it fucking hurts, but I continue to restrain myself and keep watching her. When she's completely naked, I let my eyes roam her perfect body and walk behind her to do the same to her back. I grab her ass, then slap it, making her gasp, and stand flush against her back. Her breathing picks up when I dip down and rain kisses from her neck to her shoulder. I love that everything I do to her affects her. I slide my arms under hers and tweak her nipples, making her head fall back in a moan. She moans again when I grind my cock, still in my dress pants, against her naked ass. My hands leave her breasts and roam down her body. Maybe, I ask when I reach her mound. She gasps again. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, baby, I say quietly when I slip my hand between her legs and my fingers brush her already wet pussy. Fuck. I need to concentrate on my task. If I don't, I'll bend her over and fuck her right now. I keep moving my fingers and don't stop until I'm at the tip of her other hole. She tries to move against my hand, but I cup her hard, not letting her use me to get herself off. I bite the shell of her ear. You think another man can make you this wet just by looking at you? Locke. She arches her back, trying to get me to move my hand. I leave it there, grin against her temple, and reach around with my other hand to play with her nipples again. Fuck, she's perfect. Tell me what I want to hear. I don't know. Maybe, she says, shimmying her hips a little. I slide my hand and dip a finger inside her cunt. She takes a sharp breath. Oh my God, yes. Yes? I stop moving. Yes, you can find another man who does this to you the way I do. She growls, throwing her head back. Lachlan. You know what you have to do. Just say the words. I add another finger and start fucking her with both. Fuck, she's so damn wet I need to be inside her, but I want her to give in and tell me what I want to hear. I brush my thumb against her clit. Holy! Her body bows off my chest. When I stop, she's still breathing hard, but she rocks back against me. Please, just do it. Do what? I stop moving my fingers. Make me come, she pants. No, I don't think I will. I take my hand out and then turn around to walk to the bathroom. She grabs my arm before I've even taken my second step. I turn slightly and meet her glare. What?
You can't just leave me like that.
No? I arch an eyebrow. You're telling me you would die without me, on one breath, and on the other, you say you might find another man. She growls, her eyes narrowing as she pulls me so I'm facing her completely. She's still scowling as she works on the buttons of my dress shirt, still scowling as she unbuckles my belt and takes off my pants and boxer briefs. I bite back a laugh as I help her take off my clothes. When I'm completely naked, I just stand there, waiting. I watch as her hungry eyes roam down my body, taking in every muscle until she reaches my cock. She licks her lips when she gets there, and I have to restrain myself from throwing her on the bed and fucking her. Her hand closes around me and she starts stroking, meeting my eyes again. With her other hand, she cups my balls and starts massaging them. My stomach contracts. Fuck, Lila, I whisper. She takes her hands off and pushes my shoulders so I fall on the bed. I don't, but I indulge her and lie down anyway. She climbs on me and starts sliding on my cock, using it to pleasure herself. I bite my lip to keep myself from stopping her. She's so fucking hot I can't stand it. She brings her hands to either side of me and I position my cock where she wants it, where I need it. She hovers there, her pussy over my cock, her face over mine as her hair falls around us. Would you go find another woman? She asks quietly, her eyes searching mine. No, I scowl. Fuck no, you know I wouldn't. She smiles that ghost of a smile of hers and she begins to move up and down my cock slowly. So fucking slowly that my breath leaves me each time she does it. I think I might die from this alone. I'd say it would be a good way to go, but there's no way in hell I'm dying and letting some other asshole have her. I hold her and flip us over so I'm on top of her. I pull out and thrust in hard, groaning at the feel of her. Fuck, lock. She digs her fingernails into my forearms. I set my forehead on hers and breathe for a moment. When I pull back, I wait until she's looking at me. Tell me you're mine. Tell me you're mine, she counters with a pant. You know I'm yours, and only yours. I thrust again. She bites her lip to keep from crying out, but sounds escape her anyway. She narrows her eyes on me again when I stop moving. I'm yours, only yours, forever, she says, crying out when I really start to fuck her. I know it's the calm before the storm, and I don't know how this will end. But this moment is one I'll remember for a long time. Chapter 52. Lachlan. I'm shocked he didn't change the locks to this place, she says, pushing open the door of the guest house in her father's yard. We both step in. It must feel weird for her to be back here. It's weird for me, and I've only been once. God, that luncheon feels like a lifetime ago. In a sense, it was. Even though time normally seems to fly by, these past 3 have been the longest of my life. I shut the door and set the empty box we brought on the bed. They cleaned it, she says quietly as she looks around. But they left it the same. I'm not sure if she's talking to herself or me, but I remain silent. What am I supposed to say? I sit at the edge of the bed as she walks to the bookshelf and stares at it for a moment before she picks up her trophy. It's so heavy that she needs both hands to carry it, and even then, I can tell she's getting a bit of a workout from it. I stand up and take it, setting it on the bed for her. She stands over it and stares. I wish I could crawl into her brain and find out what she's thinking. Is she regretting the decision to quit the sport she loved? Is she sad that instead of trying out for a professional team, she went to med school? I can't imagine it'll be easy for her to do that, especially when it comes to soccer players. I'm sure any kind of medical field is difficult to get into and graduate from, and I'm proud as fuck of her for doing it, but I wish she'd go back to soccer. She's too talented to let it go to waste. There's no age limit to become a doctor. She can go back to it later. Of course, I can't say that aloud because I'll sound like the ultimate hypocrite, but my situation is entirely different. She felt forced to quit, and over time became used to the idea of not playing. I chose to step away from hockey. I hate that she's shouldering the blame for it, but I made peace with it even before I signed with Florida. The only reason I even played was because I didn't want to regret not doing it. 3 years was enough. Well, it wasn't, but without her, I felt like I was dying a slow death anyway, so what's the point? Hockey went from being an escape to becoming a burden. Each time I scored, she was all I could think about. Each time my skates hit the ice became a reminder that it was another moment without her, so I hung them up. I don't regret it at all. Lila snaps out of her trance, reaches for the bubble wrap and tape in the box, and starts to wrap the trophy. By the time she's finished, it looks safe enough, so I pick it up and set it in the box. She goes back to the bookshelf and scans the books quickly, not taking any, then moves to the drawers. I watch her face as she takes out each item, mostly her baggy shirts, and sets them on the bed. "Are you taking those?" I ask, my eyes on Lauryn Hill's face on the one on top. "Maybe," she shrugs. "I can use them as pajamas." I smile, glad that she no longer wants to use them as a shield to hide and protect herself. I hate that she felt like she needed to in the first place. I don't know how women survive in this world, let alone thrive, shouldering all of their burdens and everyone else's. I couldn't do it. Next, she starts taking out sweatshirts and placing them into 2 different piles. "What pile are you keeping?" I ask. "This one?" She taps to the right side where the Lauryn Hill shirt is. She turns around and keeps taking things out. My muscles tense the moment she brings out the Yale sweatshirt. "Whose is that?" Her eyes snap up as she holds the sweatshirt over herself. "Mine." "Did you get it from a guy?" She stares at me for a long moment, frowning as she tries to recall either where she got it or how I'd know where she got it. Finally, her jaw drops. I expect her to be upset, and I'm ready for the argument. No way am I letting her keep that shit. I watch her watch me, and suddenly she bursts out laughing. A real, doubled-over laugh that makes my lips pull into a smile and chuckle a little, even though I know she's laughing at me. She's so beautiful when she lets herself go like this. "I cannot believe you," she says, gasping as she wipes her eyes. "You went to prom with him." This makes her pause for a moment, staring at me like she can't believe this, before she falls into another fit of laughter. Jesus Christ, I already know she's never going to let me live this one down. "How?" she asks between laughs. "How can you possibly know that?" I cock my head. "Come on, Lila. Oh my God." She loses it again, her laughter making me laugh now. She wipes her face and takes a couple of deep breaths before she calms down enough to stare at me again. "You know what I find crazy?" "Let me guess." I shoot her an unamused look. "Me." "Well, I think that's pretty obvious," she says. "What I think is crazy is that you're so fucking hot and popular and you're this much of a stalker." I stare at her. She can't possibly think I've done this before. My entire life, women have thrown themselves at me. I've never even had to speak in order to get one to fuck. Really, I can't think of a time that I initiated something. Maybe that's arrogant and makes me sound like a douchebag, but it's the reality of it. I know I'm hot. I've always been aware of it. All I have to do is smile and it's in the bag. No speaking required on my end to close the deal. The first time I ever even remotely hinted to someone that I'd take them home was to freaking Lila at the sorority party where I met her. First time ever. And sure, I'd stalked my father a little, but even that wasn't this extensive. She sets a hand on her hip and waits for me to respond. "I've only ever stalked you," I say finally. "I've never even asked a woman to go home with me." "Really?" She shoots me a droll look. "I clearly remember a woman who's not you," I say, interrupting her. "Don't you understand by now that you're the only person who makes me do crazy shit?" She purses her lips. "Well, I stand by my words. You're too hot to be a stalker, and you're too hot not to be stalked," I respond. "I wanted you and you wouldn't give me any information, so I had to go looking." "I can't even..." She laughs again. "How the hell did you even find me?" "I went down some rabbit hole that led me to him, and then I looked through all his posts," I say. Which, by the way, the only straight men who post as much as he does are cocky and annoying as fuck. "Says the cockiest man on the planet," she says, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not cocky." I set a hand on my chest, taking a step back, because I'm not. "Lachlan Duke," she says, walking around the bed until she's right in front of me. "You are the cockiest person I know." "Says you." I pick her up and kiss her as she wraps her legs around my waist. I'm only cocky when it comes to sports and things that require competing, she says, a smile blooming on her face. And is it even cocky if you're actually the best? That makes me laugh wholeheartedly. As I laugh, I kiss her 3 times in sequence. Well, there you go. I'm not cocky. I just know I'm the hottest, best hockey player on the planet. She searches my eyes for a long time before kissing me thoroughly, but pulls back when I groan into her mouth and try to deepen the kiss. I'm going to show up at your mom's house, ransack your old room, and burn anything your exes gave you. I bite her lip. I fucked her not even an hour ago, and I really feel like if I don't fuck her right now, I'll go out of my mind. I don't think anyone's given me anything, and if they did, I sure as hell didn't keep it. I let her kiss me one last time before I throw her on the bed and yank her leggings down. She claws at me like I can't get inside her fast enough. I sink my fingers between her legs and find her wet and ready for me, and when I finally thrust inside and her pussy squeezes my cock, the last bit of control I was holding on to snaps.
Chapter 53. Lila.
You're so fucking beautiful,
He murmurs behind my ear, looking at our reflections in the full-length mirror as he wraps his arms around me. You're beautiful, I say, taking him in. He's wearing a navy blue suit, no tie, with the top button of his crisp white dress shirt undone. His beard just a tad fuller than a 5 o'clock shadow. His deep green eyes hungrily taking over me, and his hair disheveled in a way that drives me crazy and makes me want to strip off all his clothes. Again, despite the fact that I'm really sore there right now. My silk dress reaches beneath my knees, and the green tone almost matches his eyes. With my gold heels, the top of my head reaches his nose, so he doesn't have to dip as low to kiss me, which I love. He does dip, though, and kisses the side of my neck.
God, you smell good,
he murmurs, nuzzling into me. A shiver rakes through me, and I dig my nails into his forearms. His eyes snap up to mine again, and despite the soreness between my legs, the mischief in his eyes makes my stomach clench and heart somersault. We don't have time for that, I warn.
I know,
he groans against me, making another shiver run through me. I feel his incredibly hard cock on my ass and shoot him a warning look that makes him grin as he straightens.
I'll behave, for now.
You know I bought this dress because it reminded me of your eyes. I smile as I turn in his arms and meet his gaze.
When did you buy it?
I think about it for a moment. Like 2 years ago. He stares at me and looks so deeply into my eyes that I get completely lost in the depths of his. He cups my face, brushing his thumb back and forth over my bottom lip. I wrap my arms around him and kiss him, the reality of who we're going to see hitting me as our tongues meet. I hold him tighter. I'll die if something happens to this man. One thing was being apart while I thought he was living out his dream. Losing him forever is completely different and unfathomable to me. When I pull away, he gives me one more soft peck and sets me down.
The things you do to me, Lila James.
He exhales, shaking his head slowly. The feeling is completely mutual. I smile wide. He stares at me and kisses me one last time.
Let's go.
He grabs my hand and starts walking toward the door like his feet are on fire. Slow down, I laugh, pulling my hand. I need to get my purse. He lets go of my hand and pins me with heated green eyes.
If we don't leave in the next 2 seconds, I'm going to toss you on the bed, spread your legs, and devour you.
My breath quickens and I'm forced to squeeze my legs shut and bite my lip to keep from saying anything at all. I turn, grab my purse, and put my hand in his again, letting him lead me to the elevator. the feeling between my legs still present even after we're inside, sharing the elevator with strangers.
Stop,
he says quietly, his voice husky in my ear.
I know what you're thinking about, and if you don't stop, I won't stop, and we'll never make it to the luncheon.
I swallow hard and nod, replacing thoughts of us in bed together with the reality that we're about to experience. I'm not ready, but I don't think I ever will be. In the SUV, we have a security briefing of sorts. It ends in an argument. Our security detail thinks we should go with the original plan of using me as bait, which I agree with, but Locke is completely opposed.
I don't want you anywhere near him,
Lachlan says next to me. It's our best shot at a full confession, I say for the 5th time since the argument started. Locke glares at me.
I don't fucking care. I don't want you anywhere near him.
Ronnie, Derek, the other bodyguard, and I exchange a look. If we were to take a vote, Locke would be in the minority. I know David Jameson. I know he'll come after me first. He's too blinded by his sick obsession not to. The obsession is the extent of Ronnie's and the rest of the security team's knowledge. As far as I'm concerned, it's all they need to know. Mic me up, I say, ignoring Locke's glare burning holes in the side of my face. Better to be safe than sorry. I watch enough reality television to know how bulky mics can be. This isn't that. This is thin and untraceable unless you purposely look for it. When they're done, Derek takes out a tablet and shows me the drone footage they're currently recording. It shows a bird's-eye view of the building from all 4 angles. They explain the rest. One of them will be inside the building while the rest of them hang back, listening and watching. They'll step in when they have incriminating footage, unless something goes sideways and they have to interfere. We're both quiet once 007 Training 101 is finished, but I can feel Lachlan's disapproval. He has to know that there's no way in hell Jameson will go after him. The only reason he was able to take him down the first time is that Locke had his guard down, and the attack was completely unexpected. Jameson's in great shape, and not a small guy by any means, but there's no way he can take Lachlan in a fight. He'll go for me first, I know it. The only reason he left me alone in Chicago is that he knew someone was with me. Once the car starts moving, I scoot closer to Lachlan. Despite his annoyance with me, he puts an arm around me and lets me sink into his side. I stare down at the ring on my finger and wonder if Jameson will be even more upset about the engagement. I made sure he didn't see it the other day, but he won't miss it today. A part of me wants to take it off and hide it. Another part wishes we'd just gotten married. Maybe then he'd leave us alone. I can see why he'd think he owned me when I was young. He was doing things with me that I wasn't even aware of. Even when I was in college, he could have held soccer over my head once he became the director of the athletic department. There's nothing he can use as leverage now besides Lachlan. If this is a sick competition and we're married, he has to know Locke already won. Maybe not. I don't know. Whenever I try to understand his actions, I come up short. You can't really try to find logic in insanity without losing your own. Do you think it makes a difference whether we're engaged or married? I ask. Locke pulls back slightly and searches my face.
What do you mean?
To him. Maybe if we were already married, he'd drop this whole thing. Of course, we still need to do something about him. But I mean, as far as trying to own me, I say. Maybe we should just tell people we're already married.
I'll say whatever you want me to say,
he responds.
But it's highly unlikely that it'll make a difference.
My brows furrow. How do you know?
Because, baby.
He kisses the top of my head and holds me closer.
It wouldn't make a difference to me.
I sit with that for a moment. Lachlan's done a lot to try to get me, and then to keep me. But there's no doubt in my mind that if I put an end to this and made it clear that I didn't want him, he'd stop. It would kill him. I know this because it would kill me as well. But he'd do it because he loves me. Jameson doesn't love me. He just wants to possess me. It occurs to me that I may not be his only victim. For years, I thought I was. But when you take away the love aspect and are only left with obsession and control, things look a little different. It would make sense if he gets off on doing this to multiple people. God, I hope not. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. I put it out of my head and focus on the familiar buildings we're driving by. I haven't been here since that night, so seeing my shared apartment with Marissa feels strange. It's currently being rented by 2 guys. Her mom packed up all of our things and put most of it in storage. Marissa hasn't been back here either. She only sees her parents out of town, which kills me since I know how much Gina loves to have her daughter home for the holidays. She's told Marissa countless times to bring me along, and still always sends me a present for Christmas. She knows enough not to ask any questions, or bring us up to my father or anyone else in Fairview. She's how I got those pictures of Locke that are in my office. When we drive by Prescott's old place, I smile at the memory of being there with Locke. When I look at these streets, the only memories that come to mind are the ones with him. I look up at him and catch him lost in thought as he looks outside. "What are you thinking about?" I ask, pulling away so I'm no longer leaning against him.
"That you're the only thing I miss about this place."
He links our hands together, his eyes still outside. "Not the parties or the girls." I raise an eyebrow, hating the way the question makes me feel. Amused eyes flash to mine.
"Are you jealous, Lila James?"
"No." I scowl. He chuckles and leans in to kiss me softly.
"I don't miss the parties or the girls. You were in my life for less than 3 months, and you managed to become the best thing of my college experience."
I'm not sure if I believe you, but I accept that answer. I smile and look outside again. "Have you been back here at all?"
"Once."
He lets out a harsh laugh.
"I met the new team and had lunch with Coach Rob and Jameson."
Anger shoots through me. I hate him.
"It really makes me wonder if all those times he reached out, he was just trying to get information on where you were,"
he says.
"Or trying to find out whether or not we were together."
My anger grows. We spent 3 years of our lives apart because of him. I'm all for everything happens for a reason, but this was forced by a person with an obsession and a God complex. He killed my mother and one of my best friends. He tried to kill me and was unsuccessful, but I still missed out on a season and a half of soccer. I missed out on the rest of my college experience. I ran from the love of my life because I was terrified of what might happen to him. All of those things sit heavy over my chest as we turn onto the street that leads to the new building. I really hate him, I whisper, as Ronnie parks at the curb. Locke opens the door and I take his hand as he helps me out of the car and keeps it in his while he speaks to Derek again. Ronnie looks at me when I lean into the back seat. I don't know what's going to happen, but if he gets me alone, try to get everything he says before you come for me. Ronnie stares at me for a long moment before he gives a sharp nod. I step back out and look around over my shoulder, down the street, and inside the building. There are people arriving behind us, women wearing nice dresses and men in suits. I see a few familiar faces, but I don't know anyone. It isn't until Locke tugs my hand that I realize I'm just standing there. He looks at me, eyes full of concern, and I squeeze his hand to let him know I'm fine. I'm not. I'm shutting down. but I don't need to tell him that. He knows me better than anyone. His green eyes scan my face for a moment.
You can shut out the entire world, Lila James.
He kisses my lips hard, making my heart skip a beat.
But never me.
I take a breath and let him lead me inside the building.
Chapter 54. Lachlan. We say hello to some of the current and former athletes who walk up to us as we make our way through the facility's enormous lobby. I thought coming to the event would be torturous, but it's not bad. I'm sure we'd have a great time if Jameson weren't a concern. I'm not letting these interactions distract me, but I am trying to only focus on my attack and not on what he did to Lila. If I think about that, I'll fucking lose it. Lila lets go of my hand while I'm talking to the current left and right wing. She only moves a couple of steps away to speak to some girls. She's right there. But without her hand in mine, my adrenaline instantly spikes and my senses go on high alert. The guys ask for a selfie with me, which I gladly take. Of course, they ask about my retirement. The second we move away after saying goodbye to everyone, I grab her hand again. We walk to the check-in section and I speak to the woman behind the table. While I'm giving her my name, Lila lets go of my hand again, and I pause mid-sentence to see what the hell she's doing now. I didn't think of it before, but I should have bought one of those leashes parents use on their kids. What? I ask when she doesn't turn back around. Banks is here. She looks at me. I haven't seen him since. Let me finish here. I give her a look that I wish would freeze her in place. I continue the check-in process. The woman starts talking about the facility and everything it has. Olympic pool, tennis court, basketball court, weight rooms, etc. Then she moves on to the banquet room we're about to sit in. I'm sure whatever she's saying about the place is great, but I'm so tuned in to Lila that I'm only half listening. I thank the woman, get the gift and table number, and grab Lila's hand to lead her away from the crowd behind us that's waiting to check in. He probably hates me, she says as she watches him laugh with some guys who take pictures with him. I'm sure he doesn't. He's probably worried, though. I need to talk to him. I look around the lobby area once. Twice. When I don't see who I'm looking for, I give a nod in Banks' direction. Let's go. When we walk up, Banks halts mid-conversation and looks at Lila like he sees a ghost. I let go of her hand so she can adequately greet her friend and watch Banks go through every emotion. Disbelief, confusion, sadness, joy, and relief. He settles on that one and smiles, even though he looks like he's about to start crying. It's doubtful that Lila will, since she's already adopted her poker face, but she's a lot more emotional these days, so I can't be sure. The guys Banks was talking to are also watching the interaction and giving him space before they pat him on the back and walk away. Holy shit, he whispers when he finally gets in front of her. Lila says nothing. She just launches herself at him and gives him the tightest hug I think she's ever given. Her impassive expression cracks as they pull away, and he brings a hand up to her face, as if to make sure she's real. I know the feeling. He glances over at me, jaw still open, then back at her. Were you together this whole time? He asks. No, he just found me. She smiles, that ghost of a smile. I'm so freaking sorry I had to leave like that. I'm sure you hate me, but I swear I had a reason. I don't hate you. He frowns and hugs her again. I'm so fucking glad you're okay. Her eyes get watery as she nods, but she manages to hold her tears back. Either way, it shocks the fuck out of Banks. I bite back a laugh at the confused expression on his face. Lila catches it and laughs. I went to therapy, she says, as if she can't possibly just be emotional otherwise. This time, I laugh. She shoots me a dirty look and I laugh harder. Banks looks at me again, shaking his head in disbelief before he focuses on her. Marissa told me you were okay, but that was ages ago. I haven't heard from either of you since. I know. I swear I'll tell you the whole story after the event, she says. Marissa's fine, though. He just stares. What about you? Lila asks, punching him lightly on the chest to break the moment. I saw you were signed by San Diego. Ah, he grins. You watch football now? Sometimes. Another ghost of a smile. I know Banks is her friend, but that bit of information stings. Knowing that she didn't watch any of my games sucks. I understand why she couldn't watch, and I can't fault her for it, but it sucks. I remind myself that what they share is entirely different from what we have. I've known that from the start, which is why I never cared too much about them hanging out. Besides, it's not like they ever hung out alone, and if Banks wanted to make a move, he would have done it by then. Who knows, maybe he did and got rejected. Either way, I'm not worried about him. We should probably invite him to the wedding. I'm sure it would mean a lot to her to have him there. As if she hears my thoughts, she looks at me briefly, and I know that's what she's asking. I smile and give a shrug. She smiles wide, my smile, only at me, before she turns to him.
We're getting married next Saturday, she says, her words rushed. In Chicago. It's totally spur of the moment. We just decided like 2 nights ago, so it's nothing big, but we'd love for you to be there.
Damn, Banks grins at me. I guess you got on our list after all. I laugh wholeheartedly. It took a while, but yeah, I knew I'd dominate that damn list. Congratulations, he says, smiling at the two of us. You should come celebrate with us, I say. Bring a date if you have someone. Nah, he says. Just went through a pretty rough breakup.
Oh, God, Lila rolls her eyes. Every time you say that, it means one thing. Tell me you didn't cheat on this one.
No, his brows shoot up. But she thought I did.
She thought? She laughs lightly. I don't even know what to make of that.
I'll tell you about it later, he says with a laugh as he looks at me again. And I would love to go to your wedding. I'll text you the details. I extend my fist for him to bump, and he does. His brows hike up. You have my number? Did you change it from the time we were here? No, same one, he says. Then I should have it. Huh. He frowns, but it's quickly replaced with joy. Text me the details. I'll be there. We say goodbye and walk away. Lila puts her hand in mine again.
You got his number from my phone, didn't you? She asks, eyes dancing when he looks up at me.
You hung out with him a lot, I say. I did what I had to do. She laughs quietly, shaking her head, but doesn't say anything. We're not near the crowd, so we can stand here without causing a disturbance. I stop walking and hold her hand steady, so she stops walking and faces me. If the tables were turned, what would you have done? I ask, because I'm genuinely curious. Lila's jealous as fuck when it comes to me, and if she says otherwise, she's a damn liar. It's not a trust issue between us. I know she'd never be with anyone else, and I sure as hell hope she knows I wouldn't either. Still, the jealousy remains. I think it's healthy. I don't really care if it's not. What would you have done? I ask again. If some girl was always around me and we spent hours together on the ice. She scowls and looks away. For a moment, I think she's going to say she wouldn't care. Honestly, I'll leave it at that because of where we are and why we're here, but she looks at me again, that fire in her eyes that instantly turns me on.
I'm not sure what I'd do, but I know she'd wish she'd never met you at all.
I laugh and dip to kiss her. I think you may be a little crazy, Lila James.
Only when it comes to you,
she says, smiling. I'm stuck on that smile for a long time until I remember something. Is your mic on? She pulls the material of her dress forward, checks, and looks mortified when she meets my gaze again. I burst out laughing. What? You don't want people to know you're so crazy about me that you're jealous? I grin as I pull her toward the doors.
It's not funny.
She scowls, then drops her head to speak into the mic.
Please ignore that little lapse of judgment.
I laugh again. I can only imagine them back in the SUV. They must be laughing their asses off. They're used to serious jobs, so to them, this feels like a very well-paid vacation. My smile drops when we walk inside when I spot Jameson. I have never hated a person so much in my life. I've never been this angry. Even when my father didn't show up for us when I knew he could, I didn't feel this way. I remind myself to keep my face impassive. He glances up and waves when he sees me, a forced, fake smile on his face. I don't even bother returning the greeting. By now, he has to know I know. Still, I can't fucking believe the nerve of him saying hello to me like that. The smile instantly drops when his eyes shift and he sees whose hand I'm holding. Cold eyes and hardened features immediately replace the cordial look on his face. I'm going to fucking kill him. He blinks it away and tries cordial again. I tear my eyes from him and squeeze the hand not holding Lila's into a tight fist. She hasn't noticed him. If she had, she would have squeezed my hand. She looks over her shoulder and stops walking. I'm not sure what she sees on my face, but she turns around and faces me immediately. The second she does, I pull her into my arms and kiss the fuck out of her, making sure it's clear that she's mine.
Chapter 55. Lila. I don't know who came up with the idea of sitting a group of strangers together at social gatherings, but it may go down as one of the worst ideas in history. Obviously, my father loves it. He thinks it's great networking. I think it's an extension of hell. I've been talking to the Fairview volleyball coach for 10 minutes now. Lachlan is speaking to the NFL player next to him, but he's tense and hasn't let go of my hand since we sat down, even though I've tried to take it back 3 times. I know this means he saw Jameson, but I've swept the room twice and have yet to see him. I saw my dad. Well, I see my dad. He gave a quick speech in the beginning and thanked everyone for being here. Now he's sitting a few tables over with his back to us. The curious thing is that Marie is nowhere in sight. My phone buzzes in my purse and Locke looks at me. This time he lets go of my hand and keeps talking to the guy. I didn't set it on airplane mode in case of emergency. "Excuse me a moment," I say to the volleyball coach as I take my phone out. "Marissa, update please." Me. At luncheon. Haven't seen him, but I think Locke did because he's acting weird. "Marissa. Shit. Be careful." Me. I know. Heart. "Marissa. Coop asked about you." Me. "What did you tell him?" "Marissa. That you had a fam emergency and went OOT." "Marissa. I think he's going to ask you out when you get back." Lachlan tenses. I look up and find his eyes narrowed and dark as he looks from the screen to me. I ignore him. Me. "It's not gonna happen, Obv. I'll have to talk to him." Lachlan signals for me to hand the phone to him. I look up with a frown but hand it to him anyway because I'm curious to see what he's going to do next. Me. "Mar, it's Lachlan. Do me a favor and tell him to go fuck himself." Marissa. LMAO, I can't do that. Me. "Tell him she got back together with her ex and that he proposed and they got married right away and she's very, very, very happy." That happy, huh? I ask, amused. He shoots me a look and types again. Me. "Tell that shithead Wade the same thing." Me. "And whoever else I didn't meet and wants to fuck Lila." Marissa. LOOOOLLLLL, you're insane. But I'll tell them if I see them again before I leave. Me. "Thanks." He hands back the phone. I stare at him for a moment and put it away. Regardless of what happened, I was going to tell them both about Lachlan the moment I got back. That was before things escalated so quickly. They're going to be shocked when I tell them that not only did I get back with my ex, but we got married. I can't even blame Locke for wanting to put an end to their advances. If the tables were turned, I'd do the same. I look around again but still don't see Jameson. We remain seated during lunch and afterward as we wait for dessert. They bring us glasses of wine, red or white. They're already poured and on the trays, so I pick red, even though I doubt I'll drink it. Locke does the same, and also sets it in front of his plate. Another server comes back with water and tops mine off before he continues to the next table. I take a sip of that instead. I've been drinking it the entire time and it's been fine, so I'm not worried. The dessert is placed in front of us, a slice of chocolate ganache cake that looks amazing. Neither of us touches it. "Have you seen Coach Bev?" The volleyball coach asks me as she digs into the slice of chocolate cake. "Not yet." I look around. "She's at the very last table over there. The same one we're in, but on the opposite side." I'll have to say hello. I smile a little. "I'm sure she'd love to hear all the amazing things you've been up to." She smiles. My gaze drifts over to where Coach Bev is sitting. Banks is the only person I recognize at the table. I wait a few more minutes before scooting my chair back and rising from my seat. Locke follows suit, so we politely excuse ourselves and head to the lobby. One of the men traveling with us is walking the lobby and turns to acknowledge us. "I have to go to the bathroom. I say, loud enough for him to hear. Do I turn this off?
You don't have to,
He says, his lips pulling into a smile.
Trust me, there's nothing in this world we haven't heard.
I look at Lachlan and shoot him a look that amuses him, but he has the sense not to laugh. I don't want to leave the mic on while I'm actually in the stall, but I'm more scared than I am embarrassed. At least I think I am. The doors beside us open suddenly, and we turn to see my father step out, jaw dropped when he looks at me.
I thought it was you,
he says, his voice hoarse as he walks over to me. Before I can even say hello, he throws his arms around me and hugs me tight. I'm not sure what I expected would happen when I saw him again, but it wasn't this kind of greeting. He showed me indifference for so long that this doesn't feel real. I know it's genuine, but it doesn't feel real. When he pulls away, he holds me by the shoulders and looks at my face again, tears brimming in his eyes.
Oh my God, Lila.
He shakes his head, blinking back tears as his hands leave my shoulders.
Where have you been?
In med school.
Med school?
He blinks, brows shooting up.
What? How?
I know what he's asking is with what money. He'd be right to have that question since he paid for everything I've ever had. I may have been ignored many times and shown indifference to others, but money and the things it could buy were never something I lacked. That included school. When I left, I forfeited all of it. Since I didn't want to be found, I didn't even get into the bank account that had been set up for me as an infant. I'd borrowed money from Prescott and Marissa. Even though they'd been adamant about not paying them back, I did. Of course, paying them back meant I could only pay the bare minimum of my school loans, but I couldn't complain about the financial struggle I was experiencing for the first time when so many lived paycheck to paycheck their entire lives. Dad's still staring at me like he can't believe I'm real. I study him just as intently. His light brown eyes, smooth dark complexion, and the natural waves in his short hair. He'd always seemed larger than life to me, and in stature he still is. But right now, I feel bigger and stronger than him in every other aspect. I clear my throat when I realize we've just been standing there staring at each other. I did it on my own, I say. His confusion is replaced by a proud smile.
Wow. Your mother would be so proud.
My heart stops for a moment. He's never spoken a word about her since the accident. Not when I needed him to. I'm not sure I like that he's doing it now. He doesn't deserve to. But he was with my mother longer than I'd been alive at that point, so I can't say a thing about it. I take the compliment for what it is. My mother would be proud of me, but she would have been proud regardless of what I'd accomplished.
You didn't say goodbye,
he says, clearing his throat, his eyes filling with tears again.
I know I was a shitty father, but I thought I'd at least get a goodbye.
I wish I had been able to say goodbye, I say, because it's true, even though I won't apologize for not doing so. It's a long story. Even if I had the time to get into the entirety of it, I'm not sure I would. What am I supposed to say? That his best friend sexually assaulted me multiple times, and because of him, my mother and friend are dead? In my mind, it sounds far-fetched, so I can't imagine what his reaction would be if I said it aloud. His gaze drops to the ring on my finger. It's kind of impossible to miss. He looks up at me again, the question clear in his eyes, but he doesn't ask it.
Will you come to the house tomorrow?
He asks instead. then looks over at Lachlan like he's just realizing he's standing here.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. Don't apologize to me.
Locke says, his voice and expression hard. Dad stares at him for a moment. I'm sure the bite in Locke's tone caught him off guard. Instead of addressing it, my dad focuses on me again.
Will you come to the house tomorrow?
Shit. I hadn't been expecting that.
Are you two...
He looks at Lachlan and then at me.
Getting married? Yes.
Locke says. I elbow him. Not because I'm upset he told him, but because of the disdain in his voice when he said it. He may have been, as he said, a shitty father, but he's still mine.
Wow.
My dad inhales sharply.
Wow. Congratulations. I would have asked for your blessing, but I didn't feel like I needed to, considering.
Locke says. I'm going to freaking kill him when we get out of here. At what time? I ask. We're leaving tomorrow.
Breakfast, then,
he says. Shouldn't you check with Marie first? I don't bother to hide the disdain in my voice.
I haven't been with Marie for over 2 years,
he says.
I've been...
He shakes his head.
Please come over tomorrow. We have so much to catch up on.
I look up at Locke. I know that even though he's glowering, he'll go along with whatever I decide. Okay, we'll be there, I say. Dad gives me another hug and wipes his face again when he pulls away. Locke grunts his goodbye and holds my hand a little tighter as he walks me to the bathroom. Chapter 56. Lila. I'm washing my hands and wetting a paper towel to fix my eyeliner when I hear the door open and shut. I glance up, half expecting to see Lachlan checking on me. But I see no one. I look for feet under the stalls and find none. Weird. When I bring my eyes to the mirror again, Jameson is standing right behind me. I open my mouth to scream, but he covers it so hard with a gloved hand that I can only hope the mic is able to pick up my muffled struggle. He doesn't smell of cigarettes today, or his strong cologne. Fuck, did he do that on purpose? He stares at our reflection for a long moment, his angry blue eyes set on my very wide brown ones. He says nothing as he drags me toward the door that leads to the hallway where Locke is waiting for me. My heart beats faster as he reaches the door. Instead of opening it, he locks it. I scream as loud as I can, hoping that the sound in my throat is transferring. Jameson drags me to the other side of the bathroom. For a moment, I think he'll take me into a stall and rape me there. I'm ready for it. I'm ready to fight and scream and do whatever I need to do to get away from him. But I'm also prepared to shut down if all of my attempts are futile and he goes through with it. I don't want to be. I don't want to even consider it a possibility. Not again. Not after all of these years that I lived in fear and shut everything out in order to protect myself from the trauma. After I worked through it with a professional so that it would no longer dictate the way I live my life. But I have to be prepared, and sometimes that means numbing myself until I reach a place in my mind where none of it exists, even as it happens. He walks past the stalls. I keep kicking, screaming, and thrashing against him. I can't kick him with my heel because of the way he's dragging me, but I will the moment he lets me go. I'll kick him so hard and scream so loud that the ears of the bodyguards listening to the feed will ring for the rest of the day.
You know what I like most about this facility?
He asks in my ear as he pushes another door open with his back.
The bathrooms open to the outside.
I jerk my body harder, my eyes wide on the Olympic-sized swimming pool as he drags me past it. Oh my God, where is he taking me? Is he going to drown me? Is this really how my life ends? Drowning at the hands of a psychopath? He stops walking suddenly and I jerk harder, elbowing wildly behind me in the hopes I hit him hard enough for him to let go. I connect, but not enough for him to move. I see his cell phone in his left hand, watch as he clicks something, and suddenly the fire alarm in the building goes off. No. Oh my God, no.
Technology, am I right?
He says with a laugh as he continues to drag me to the side of the building. I'm not sure exactly where we're headed, but I'm praying it's not the parking lot. I know I'm doomed if he manages to get me in a car. He releases his grip on my mouth. I start screaming, a loud shrill that any other time would have carried for blocks, but is currently drowned out by the alarm. Side of the building by the pool! I yell anyway as loudly as I can. Please, 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 please! I kick back, hitting something, his shin, his foot. Whatever it is makes him grunt. Once we reach the side of the building, he pushes me to the ground, slaps me with the back of his hand, and straddles me. It's not a hard slap, not hard enough to mark me, but hard enough to make me shut up. I don't, though. I won't. I thrash my head side to side, trying to find someone. The people in the event have to be outside or on their way out by now. I realize that we're in a pocket on the other end of the building, and even if they do walk out back, they may not see us. It's a golf area, I realize. Fuck, I need to get out of here. David, please! I scream, my eyes tearing up as I beg. Somehow I hold them back. Please don't do this! He's struggling to hold me down and take his jacket off at the same time, glaring at me when I try to buck him off me. His expression is as menacing as it was that night when he pinned me on my parents' couch and I fought him. Up until the time before that, he was used to me being submissive, drinking whatever he gave me until I was unconscious, and he could do whatever he wanted. That night, he'd told me that my fighting turned him on. A part of me wants to stop, but the survivor in me won't let me.
We have some unfinished business,
he seethes.
Don't you think?
I scream again, kick and move my hips. I know they'll come for me. I just need to hold him off until they do.
If I could,
he says, setting a hand over my mouth again and holding me as still as he can with his body over mine.
I would take you somewhere and take my time with you, so you remember who the fuck owns you. Unfortunately, we don't have time for that today.
My chest rakes with the screams bottled up in it and the tears I know I won't shed. Not for him. Not ever. He's hard on my stomach, and I know nothing I do will make a difference. He starts to unbuckle his belt with the hand not covering my mouth. My chest is heaving as I continue to struggle. He's having trouble with his fancy belt, so he lifts his hand from my mouth again. No, I beg. Please, please don't do this. I scream again. David, don't do this!
This is on you. You know what happened to the last little girl who stepped out of line?
He asks, cold and cynical.
She's dead.
My stomach heaves. I start to gag.
You keep stepping out of line. I guess your mother's death wasn't enough. Luke's death wasn't enough. Not even attacking your boyfriend,
he shouts,
was enough.
Please, I whimper, as he starts lifting my dress, his hand rough on my thighs.
You know, even though you're not my first toy, you are the only one who was a virgin,
he says, eyes gleaming proudly as he pulls back so he's lower on my legs near my shins. My chest heaves again, but I scream and use all my strength to lift my leg and kick him in the groin. He grunts loudly as he doubles over. I roll out from under him, push him away, and stand. My body trembles, threatened by the strong memories of the last time I found myself in this situation. I push through it. I cannot clam up right now. I can't let him win. Not this time. I start running, cursing myself for choosing to wear heels with straps that I can't just kick off. I scream as I run. What's taking them so fucking long? I hear him come up behind me. He's fast. If I wasn't wearing these fucking heels, I'm sure I could get away easily. I'm almost at the exit when my heel goes down into one of the holes in the ground. Strong arms wrap around me and he lifts me, taking a few steps to the side wall of the building. He presses onto me, still hard in his pants as he breathes harshly against my face. He brings his arm up and for a moment I flinch, thinking he'll elbow me in the face. Instead, he sets his forearm against my chest, so he's blocking my arms from lifting, and starts hiking up my dress. I scream again as loud as my raw throat allows. When I go to shout the second time, a dry cough is what comes out. He brings a knee up and sets it between my legs, bringing it all the way up so I feel it. He's still struggling with his belt. "Please, David!" I shout, shimmying against the wall as I try to move my arms up to hit him. "Please don't do this!"
"You can blame yourself for this,"
he grits, blue eyes narrowed on mine.
"And for whatever happens to your boyfriend when I'm done with you."
I inhale sharply and move harder, bringing my knee up again, but his shin is blocking it. I move hard again and manage to free one of my arms. I punch him once, twice. He laughs, but he spits blood as he does it, his eyes even more menacing as he adjusts his arm and pushes me again.
"Do that again, and your boyfriend dies."
My chest tightens. I know he'd make good on his promise. I was wrong before when I thought he couldn't hold anything over me. He can use Lachlan. I stop struggling for a moment and squeeze my eyes shut to think about how I can get out of this situation and ensure Locke remains unharmed. When I stop, he laughs. Suddenly, the fire alarm stops. His eyes widen on mine, and I scream again, but my throat is hoarse. "Side of the building!" I say as loud as I can. "Golf area!" His belt comes off and he tosses it aside, working on the button of his pants next. He brings a hand to my thigh and starts making his way up, and I know that all I can do is wait. I keep struggling, though. I'm exhausted, but I keep at it.
Chapter 57. Lachlan. "Don't fucking tell me you've looked everywhere," I shout at Ronnie and Derek over the fire alarm. "He couldn't have gotten far." My entire body shakes as I take off running in the other direction. With the deafening alarm, they haven't been able to speak to the two guys who stayed back in the SUV and are listening to her mic. The drone is still flying somewhere. I know it's just a matter of time before we locate her, but we don't have time. She doesn't have time. I don't have time. I try to concentrate and push away the images that flash through my head, but it's impossible. I can't stop thinking about that fucking psychotic creep touching her. The idea of him even touching her arm is enough to set me off, but that's not where the images stop. Everyone is mostly contained on the left side of the building, since that's where the event space is. The bathroom is on the other side, but we checked it. We checked outside. We checked. Oh, fuck. I take off running to the other side of the building. We checked it, of course, but we didn't check all of it. We couldn't have. I take off my jacket and tie, tossing them behind me as I run. The buttons of my sleeves pop off when I jerk the material up to my elbows. The alarm finally stops fucking ringing, and I hear her scream. I run faster. I reach the side of the building and look around. There's an area there that we missed. It looks like a picnic area. As I get closer, I realize it must be for golf. I scan it, but can't see the entirety of it. When I finally do, I see one of his hands moving up her leg, almost near her ass. Lila's trying to push him off her. Her attempts are weak, as if she's tired and can't hold him off any longer. Even as she does this, her expression is blank, like she's already taken herself elsewhere. My heart can't possibly break any more than it does right now. My rage grows as I get near them. By the time I reach them and yank him off her, I say a silent apology to her in my head, because I know I won't be able to stop until he's dead.
Chapter 58. Lila. 1 minute, Jameson is breathing on my face, touching me in ways that make me want to vomit, and the next, he's hauled off me. I instantly sag to the ground, my body trembling uncontrollably. I hear shouting and see 2 pairs of dress shoes just a few steps away from me, but my body is too paralyzed by adrenaline to move.
"This is none of your business!"
Jameson screams loudly. I look up and see both men towering above me. Jameson's in shape, but not like Lachlan. And even if he wasn't in superior shape, Lachlan has 2 advantages: his age and an anger that holds the weight of 1,000 men.
"You thought you were going to get rid of me?"
Locke screams, punching him so hard that I hear his bones crack as his face turns. Locke keeps going.
"You're a fucking coward!"
I quickly start working on unstrapping my heels and stand up, using the wall beside me to support my shaky legs. Locke throws another punch and Jameson manages to dodge it. He swings at Locke, who also tries to dodge it, but it grazes his jaw.
"This is none of your business!"
Jameson screams again, the rage showing on his face as he pushes Lachlan.
"She's not yours!"
I see the moment Lachlan processes that. I see the fury practically coming out of his ears. He grabs Jameson by the throat and slams him against the brick wall.
"She's my fucking wife,"
he says in a voice so quiet it sends a chill down my spine. Jameson's eyes widen. He pushes Locke hard enough to get him off and throws another punch.
"That's right, motherfucker!"
He punches Jameson once.
"My fucking wife!"
He punches him again so hard that Jameson staggers back. He seems to fall in slow motion. Or maybe that's just how I see it. The minute he hits the ground, Lachlan is on him again, straddling him and punching. Jameson doesn't react.
"She is mine,"
he growls as he lands another punch.
"She was never yours."
For a moment, I'm still frozen. Part of me doesn't want to stop him. I don't want this man to live. But I can't risk losing Lachlan. Out of nowhere, a wave of calm energy courses through my body and I snap out of my daze. It's almost as if I'm floating when I walk over to Lachlan. I surge forward and scream his name once, twice. He pulls back, panting so hard that it looks like he might hyperventilate. But I can tell he's not going to stop. "Lachlan!" His eyes are wild when he looks at me, then looks down at Jameson. "Locke, stop." He growls, eyes narrowed, as he continues to look at the man on the ground. He's too far gone. I try everything. I pull his arm, I grip his shoulders, I try to slap him. Jameson finally makes some kind of sound, a puffed, gargled breath, the only sign of life I've heard so far. Lachlan's face transforms again, rage spiking. I wrap my arms around his neck. He's shaking, uncontrolled rage or adrenaline or both coursing through him. "Look at me!" I yell. "Look at me!" He's still breathing hard. In the distance, I hear sirens. He needs to get the fuck out of here. I shift and fall to my knees, grabbing his face, turning it to look in his eyes. My breath catches. There's a faraway look in them that tells me he's here, but not really. The sirens grow louder. I'm sure Jameson's Officer Hugh isn't there. As chief of police, he no longer shows up to sights. But if he hears Jameson is involved, he may, and that'll be a shit show. When we left 3 years ago, Marissa called the Fairview cops and told them everything. They said they would look into it and get back to us. They never did. We knew they wouldn't. We knew the moment the news hit Officer Hughes, it would be buried underneath all of the other corrupt shit they buried. Locke moves, as if he's trying to get me off him, so I grab his face harder. "Baby, please," I whisper, searching his eyes. "Please, please, please don't do this. I can't lose you again." His jaw is still set hard. He tries to move his face, and again I hold him tight. "Please, Lachlan." "You promised," I say, my chest shaking with tears that can no longer be held back. "You fucking promised." He tries to move again. I wrap my arms around his neck and squeeze him tight this time. "I can't lose you," I say, voice hoarse from screaming and crying.
"Please, Locke, don't do this to me. I'll never forgive you if you don't stop."
I pull back and watch him swallow. His expression relaxes a little, his jaw loosens, and his breaths start slowing. He's still shaking and still has that faraway look on his face. I drop my hands from his face and reach for his hands. His knuckles are raw and bloodied as I pry his tightly balled fists open, which I'm sure has to hurt, but his expression doesn't falter. His eyes don't leave mine as I help him get off Jameson. He stands slowly, letting me hold his hands in mine. I'm careful with them, avoiding contact with his wounds. His eyes begin to slowly regain focus as they stay on me. I manage to walk him a few steps away from Jameson's body.
"I love you."
I let go of one of his hands to bring mine up to his face, running the back across it softly. I examine his face. He has a small cut on his lip, but otherwise he looks unharmed. I lick my lips, tasting tears on them as I meet his gaze again.
"I love you,"
I repeat, making sure he hears me. He takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and brings both hands to my cheeks, tenderly wiping away my tears with his thumbs. He sets his forehead against mine and takes a deep breath, as if trying to take some of my oxygen with him. Maybe he is. He can take it all, for all I care. I just need him to be okay. He presses his lips against mine. The kiss starts slowly, his tongue brushing against the edges of my lips before slipping inside my mouth. When our tongues meet, he moves his hands further back to cup the back of my neck with his long fingers and brings me as close as possible to him, intensifying the kiss. He lets out a deep moan that travels through me all the way down to my toes. In the distance, I hear people shouting, the sirens still wailing. They seem far away as we kiss. Nothing else exists. Only his lips on mine, and his hands holding me as if he's afraid I'll disappear. I pull away first, setting my feet on the ground. But I don't back away from him. I can't. The intensity in his eyes makes it difficult to breathe.
"You're mine,"
he says. His voice so quiet, I almost don't hear it over the noise.
"I've only ever been yours."
I bring my hands over his wrists and hold him there. He takes a deep, shaky breath as he holds my gaze, as if he's relieved to hear the confirmation from my lips. I wish I could wrap him up, hide him inside me, and take him far away from this mess. I wish I could make him go someplace safe, while I deal with all of this the way it should have been dealt with from the beginning. From my peripheral vision, I see people running toward us. I lower Locke's hands from my face as I take a step back. Ronnie reaches us first. He takes one look at Locke, his eyes widen, and he turns his attention to me. Behind him, Derek and the two other men appear. They go straight to Jameson and check for a pulse.
"Are you okay? Do you need medical attention?"
he asks.
"Does he?"
I'm fine. I look at Locke's knuckles. I don't know. He needs to get these cleaned up.
"The drone kept going over the area."
He looks troubled, so I put a hand up to stop him. I'm fine, I say. Did you... I swallow. Did you get anything on the mic?
"Everything,"
he says. His hard expression doesn't change, but I see the sadness in his eyes.
"You two can leave. Derek will take you back to the hotel. If you stay, you'll have to answer questions."
I know. I bite my lip and look toward the sound of the ambulances and police sirens. I can't see anything from here. It's like we're encased in a box. I hear more chaos unfold. I think about it for a moment. If I stay, I'll have to answer questions that should have already been answered. For a long time, I blamed myself for not speaking up sooner, but I refused to carry that burden any longer. I was a child. I didn't even know what was happening to me, and when I finally confirmed it, my mother and best friend were murdered. I couldn't have done anything to stop this back then. I didn't have the support I needed. Sure, I had Marissa and Prescott, but they've also been scared shitless. We were kids. We did what we had to do to survive. Mar partied, Press buried himself in hockey and school, and I detached. Survival looks different on everyone. We can't be judged for what we did or didn't do. But enough is enough. I look at Lachlan. Go with Derek. I'll handle this.
No.
His eyes narrow slightly on mine. It's all he says and does. He's still coming down from the adrenaline rush. Do you think what we got on the mic will be enough to get us out of this mess? I ask quietly.
Yes,
he says.
Everything will be taken care of. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to stay.
I want to, I whisper, clearing my throat. I want to speak to the police, even if it's just to expose the kind of man they've been protecting all these years. Ronnie gives a small smile and sets a hand on my shoulder. Beside me, Lachlan makes a sound. We both look at him and find him staring daggers into Ronnie, who squeezes me gently before dropping his hand.
I just want you to know that we all think that you're a fucking badass,
he says. It happens in an instant. Tears swell in my eyes and my lip begins to wobble. The sound that leaves my throat is a mix of a laugh and a sob. None of what I've done has felt heroic or very badass, but the fact that I've survived this long proves my resilience. I take a breath and wipe my face quickly. Thank you, I say, and begin to walk out of the area. The other two guys have already taken Jameson away. I don't know and don't care to ask what they'll do with him. They can turn him over to the authorities or bury him in a ditch for all I care, as long as nothing comes back to Lachlan. Right now, he's all I care about.
I'm right behind you,
Ronnie says as he follows. I hold Locke's arm as we walk. As soon as we step out of the area, an officer charges toward us. My entire body clenches in fear. I've seen what happens next. One too many times. Ronnie stands between us and the officer.
They need to be checked out by a medic. They'll answer questions if and when they're ready.
My eyes go wide as I watch, waiting for the officer to tase him or something. He doesn't. He just backs away and lets us continue walking. When we reach the sidewalk, I notice a lot of the people from the luncheon are still here. 2 paramedics rush over to us, so I drop Lachlan's arm. One comes up to me and the other to him. They both speak to each of us as they lead us to the ambulances. I glance over my shoulder to make sure Lachlan is still walking and see the paramedic trying to usher him to a separate ambulance. He shrugs him off and strides over to me.
I go where she goes.
It's all he says, but his tone doesn't leave room for argument. We share a seat inside the truck as they check us out. I know I'm fine, but I let them do it because in the state he's in, I'm not sure Locke will let them if I don't. We move to the ledge of the ambulance as they clean his wounds. I'm looking at the lights when I spot my father running through the chaos, rushing around. He runs to Jameson, who I now see as being wheeled away on a stretcher. The police officer that rushed at us earlier points over at us, and Dad's eyes go wide when he sees me. He jogs over and is stopped by Ronnie immediately. They're both tall and wide, but Ronnie wins the stare down and my father takes a step back, looking at me over Ronnie's shoulder. It's fine, I say, clearing my throat. Ronnie looks over at me. He can come through.
Oh my God, Lila, what the hell happened?
He asks, rushing over and setting a hand on my forehead like he did when I was little and had a fever. That was probably the last time he cared.
Are you okay?
He asks quickly. I'm fine. He looks at Locke, down at the wounds they're cleaning, and back at his face.
Are you okay? I'm fine.
He snaps, glaring at my father. Dad takes in his expression and looks at me again.
What the fuck happened?
Ronnie, I say, and wait for him to turn around. Tell the officer I'm ready to speak now. A woman. I'll only speak to a woman. I look at Dad again. Stay here and listen. He does, a concerned look on his face. A woman officer walks over. Most officers introduce themselves by their last names. She just tells us to call her Amy. Probably a tactic she uses to make people comfortable. It works. I recount everything. From what happened when I was 14 to what happened the night of the accident. When I get to that part, Dad, who was already crying, loses his shit. He steps toward me and I pull back because it's a sudden movement and I'm on edge as it is. Locke shoots up and gets in my dad's face.
Don't fucking touch her,
he seethes.
You don't deserve to call her your daughter.
Locke. I hop off the ledge and from behind I wrap my arms around his middle. It's okay. Let them finish cleaning you up. He does what I ask, but keeps his glare on my father, who hunches over, setting his hands on his knees as he doubles over, crying harder. I've never seen my father cry. I've seen him laugh and scream, but never cry. It hurts a little to witness, but not enough for me to comfort him. When they finish bandaging up Lachlan's hands, they explain what he needs to do and how often to change his bandages. I tell them I know how to do it. And finally, they check us off their list. We stay on the ledge as another police officer walks over. Despite me telling Amy everything, the police want me to go down to the precinct.
No,
Dad says, his voice hard as he collects himself.
They're not going to a fucking police station without a lawyer.
He looks at me.
Where are you going now? Do you want to come home?
I scoff. Home. I can't remember the last time I thought of his house as my home. I'm not opposed to going. A part of me still hopes that I can salvage whatever is left of my frayed relationship with my father. That same part of me wants to prove that I can walk into that house and walk out unscathed. I haven't stepped foot in that house since the night my mom died, and it feels long overdue for me to do this. I'll let you know. Maybe we'll drop by. I tell my dad after a moment. We have to go to the hotel first.
Please do,
he says, and stops speaking when his words catch.
I'm so sorry, Lila. I'm so sorry.
He begins to sob again. This time, I hop off the ledge and hug him. Dad's a big guy. Powerful sobs rake through him, and I tremble in response. He apologizes repeatedly. I try to hold back my tears, but they run down my cheeks freely. It's the way he holds me, the way I had wanted him to so many times in the past. It's another reminder of what he didn't do, and the realization of something I didn't know I was missing. When I step away, we both wipe our faces.
Please come by,
he says again. I will. I try to smile. Maybe tonight. Definitely before we leave. I leave him with that promise and let Lachlan, no longer in shock, lead me to the car.
Chapter 59. Lachlan. I should have killed him. The thought has been running through my head on loop. I did as Lila asked and stopped myself when she asked me to. I'm still considering showing up at the hospital and putting a pillow over his head while he's there. We have clear audio of him taking the blame for the accident that killed her mother, Luke's supposed suicide, and killing another girl, which should be enough to put him away for life. I thought the punishment would be enough, but it's not. He has too many connections, and I don't trust our justice system to keep him behind bars. I want him dead. Every time I replay what happened, my anger reignites. When I saw him touching her and unbuckling his pants, ready to lower them. Fuck. And then he had the nerve to call her his. I think that's what ultimately sent me over the edge the second time. He fought back, but he stood no chance. Everything about it and whatever happened afterwards is a blur. I remember Lila hugging her dad and walking away. I don't remember showering when we got here, but I must have since I'm sitting in bed under the covers in a t-shirt and pajama pants. I have the worst fucking headache. I'm not sure if I say it aloud, but Lila has a bottle of ibuprofen in her hand as she walks out of the bathroom. She gives me the medicine, holds a cup of water to my lips, and sets it on the nightstand. I watch her grab clean bandages and climb on the bed, sitting in front of me on top of the covers. I protest and make her get up so she can sit underneath the covers with me. The moment her ass is on the mattress, I pull her into me, burying my face in her neck and breathing her in for a couple of seconds. Minutes, hours, days, I'm not sure, I don't really care. When she pulls away, she kneels between my legs and sets the bandages down. She runs the back of her hand over my face softly as she looks at me with those beautiful brown eyes of hers I want to live inside of. "How are you feeling?" she asks quietly as she sets her hand on her lap. "Fine." She shoots me a look. "Try again and tell me the truth this time." I sigh heavily, bringing my bandaged hands to her face. "I wish I'd killed him." "I know," she whispers. "I'm just happy you're here with me." "He hurt you." I let my hands drop and pause to swallow past the pain in my throat. "He could have..." I can't even bring myself to say the damn word. It fucking hurts to think about, let alone speak into the universe. "He didn't. He wouldn't have." She reaches up and holds my face tight when I try to look away. "I knew you'd come for me. You always do." This fucking girl. I pull her to me again, holding her tighter this time. I don't know what I would have done if he had. I guess I would have gone to jail for murder, but then I wouldn't have this. I wouldn't have her. And I know I'd be lost without her. I was lost without her before I found her again. "I love you so much," she whispers against my ear. "I would die without you." She wouldn't. We both know she wouldn't. I probably would, but she's too strong to die of a broken heart. Still, it feels good to hear her say the words, even if they make my chest ache. The thought of being without her is insurmountable. I shut my eyes and focus so I don't hurt her by tightening my grip on her. But it's what I want to do. I want to mold her to me. I want to make her entire being a part of me so I never have to live a moment without her. "Fuck, Lila James," I breathe out. "I need to rebandage your hands," she says when she tries to pull away and I don't let her. I let her go, only because I know she'll fight me on it if I don't let her do this. She holds one of my hands and begins unwrapping the bandage gently, slowing down even more when she reaches the wounds. I really fucked myself up this time. I've never been an enforcer, so I don't get into a lot of fights. At least I didn't until I played in Florida and was always angry. On the ice, it's never personal. With Jameson, it was too personal. "Are you in pain anywhere else?" she asks, her concerned eyes snapping to mine for a moment. "Your ribs are a little bruised, but you didn't complain about it in the shower?" "You bathed me?" Her lips twitch. "Yep." Fuck. She bathed me and I don't even remember. I'm probably going to need a lot of help bathing for the next couple of days. "Really?" She laughs and her lips pull into one of those incredible smiles of hers. "Really?" I yank my hand from hers, the bandage hanging off as I cup her face and kiss her. "Thank you." She blinks, her brows rising with my words, and I wonder if she thinks I'm an ungrateful fuck. I've thanked her in the past, right? Damn, maybe I haven't. I should probably start doing that every day she's with me. "You don't have to thank me," she says. "I should be the one thanking you." The grip in my chest loosens and I smile at her. "You never have to thank me for protecting you. That's my job." Your job. Her lips quirk as she goes back to the bandage on my right hand. What's the job title exactly? Husband? At this, she smiles, my smile, and meets my eyes. Fuck. How the hell did I get this lucky? Husband, she repeats, still smiling as she starts cleaning my knuckles with antiseptic wipes. What else is in this job description? Definitely laundry. I laugh. Laundry, sometimes cooking even though I'll need recipes, taking out the trash, pumping gas in your car. I can pump my own gas. She laughs, shaking her head. I know you can, but from now on, I'm going to. Her eyes flick to mine and she sets my hand down gently on her lap. What else? She asks, genuinely intrigued now. Orgasms? She smiles wide again. I guess you're hired. You want me to try out for the position? I ask, feeling my body heat instantly. She bites the side of her lip, her eyes burning as she looks at me, but she shakes her head. I need to finish up here. It's a standing offer, I say, and her eyes darken even more. How the hell does she expect me to sit in bed with her and not fuck her? It's an impossibility. I try to think back, but can't pinpoint the exact moment I started feeling this way. It doesn't matter. The feeling's here to stay, and I don't think I can sit here and not fuck her. I try to distract myself by looking at her hands, but her ring catches my attention, and I want to fuck her all over again. Jesus. I stare at the oversized Fairview Blaze sweatshirt she's wearing, but now I want to know whether or not she's naked underneath it. I exhale heavily and look toward the bathroom. What's wrong? Her hands stop moving. I'm trying to distract myself so I don't fuck you in the middle of this. She laughs loudly, throwing her head back, and I feel myself grin and laugh along a little. Just focus on what I'm doing, she says, or turn on the television. Nope, I'm focused. I round my shoulders and take a breath. She looks at me, amusement lighting her eyes as she shakes her head. I look at her hands again as she rolls on the bandages. Did they teach you how to do this in medical school? Can you believe they didn't? What the hell? I ask. And you're a doctor? Not yet. She looks up at me. I'm prepared for my residency program where I'll learn essential things. What about drawing blood? I can do that. What about IVs? I can also do that. She glances up at me. I've been wrapping my wrists and ankles since I was 13. Oh, you were out in the field, fighting people? She laughs. Sometimes I fell and caught myself wrong or punched the pitch a little too hard after a loss. And my ankles, well, that's obvious. You punched the pitch when you lost a game? I hiss, jerking my hand away from her when she wipes a nasty cut I have on my left middle knuckle. No, we won the games. She meets my eyes again and pulls my hand back. It was usually when I missed a penalty kick. You got mad enough to punch the field because you missed a penalty kick? The pitch, she says, sounding annoyed. I bite back a laugh. And yes, penalty kicks are freaking easy. I shouldn't have missed those. I stare at the top of her head for a moment while she looks down and wraps new bandages around my left hand. I don't care what she says. She's meant to be on the field. Pitch, whatever the fuck it's called. You're too competitive not to play, I say. I'm not going to play, but if I decided to try out for the pro team, she starts. We'd never see each other. Of course we would. Her head snaps up and she stares at me. You're getting back on the ice before the next season starts. Let's say some miracle happens and I do get back on the ice, I say. I'd be done around the same time your season is starting. How do you know? I cock my head. Come on, Lila James. You're insane. She laughs as she starts picking up the bloody bandages and used tape. What are you going to do, travel with me? That's exactly what we'd do. You'll travel with me and I'll travel with you. Locke, she says in a voice that asks me to be realistic. I don't like it. We'll put a pin on this, I say, smiling when she rolls her eyes. Fine. She gets out of bed and walks to the bathroom. I stand up and follow her. I cross my arms and lean against the doorframe. Have you spoken to your dad? She looks at my reflection as she turns off the faucet and dries her hands. He texted? And? He wants us to go over. She walks over and stands in front of me, her back against the other side of the frame. Personally, I don't want to see her father at all, but if she wants to go, I'll support her decision and go with her. Do you want to go?
She covers her face with both hands and rubs her eyes. It's complicated. Tell me. I reach out and gently grab her wrists, lowering her hands from her face. I haven't been inside the house since my mom died. I blink. At all? At all. She bites her lip and averts her gaze for a moment before meeting my eyes again. I wasn't living there at the time. I moved to the guest house afterwards, not because I wanted to be anywhere near the house or my dad, but because... She bites her lip again and looks away. I grab her face and turn it to me. Tell me. I run the pad of my thumb over her cheek. I don't know. I couldn't be around my teammates anymore. They were so sweet and really supportive, but I couldn't do that to them. I went to the guest house for a night because I needed to get away, and one night turned into a year and a half, and then Marissa convinced me to go to the apartment. And you never went into the house afterwards? She shakes her head. Not even for a glass of water. I had everything I needed, and whatever I didn't have, I'd have delivered or pick up when I drove to school and back. Are you sure you're ready to go back now? I am. She gives a decisive nod. Because he's no longer a threat? I ask. Because you'd be with me, she says quietly. My chest squeezes again. She was numb when I met her, closed off to everyone, and somehow she let me in. Somehow she decided to put her trust in me. Me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life protecting this woman. I dip my face down and kiss her deeply, my heart beating uncontrollably as she leans into me. When I pull away, I set my forehead against hers. I love you so fucking much, I breathe. I know, she says, and I pull away fully, only because I hear the smile in her voice and I need to see it, need to experience it for myself. I'm glad I do, because that smile is everything.
Chapter 60. Lila. Dad's holding a drink in his hand when he opens the door for us. He looks rough, red eyes, dark bags under them, and a disheveled shirt. I reach for Lachlan's hand and link the lower part of our fingers so I don't hurt him. It's hard enough for me to step foot in this house, but it'll be worse if Dad starts crying again.
Just so we're clear,
Lachlan says before we walk in.
I don't think you deserve a second of her time. I agree. Which is why I'm so grateful she's here at all.
Dad steps back to give us space. At first, I try to keep my eyes on the massive dual staircase past the grand foyer, but my eyes drift off to the side anyway. My breath catches, but the awful couch I was attacked on isn't here. He replaced it. I let out a breath and loosen my grip on Locke's fingers. The house still has the distinct smell of the purple product the cleaning ladies use on the floor. Dad shuts the door behind us and I let go of Lachlan's hand as we head to the kitchen where all conversations happen. We settle into the informal dining space.
Can I get you a drink?
Dad asks, looking at each of us.
What are you drinking?
Locke asks.
Bourbon. I'll have some bourbon then.
I'll have the same, I say as Dad walks away. I smile at the amusement in Lachlan's eyes. What? I like bourbon.
I didn't say anything.
He leans in and kisses me softly.
Are you okay?
I am. I swallow and whisper. He changed the couch. Locke's expression darkens as he looks away. I take his face in my hands and bring it back to mine. I'm fine, I say. I'm fine because you are here with me. He stretches his long arms and pulls me into his hard chest, burying his face in my neck. I feel like I disappear every time he holds me. It's my favorite place to be.
God, Lila James,
he says on an exhale that tickles a little.
You're the strongest person I know.
Dad clears his throat and I pull away, sitting back in my seat. Dad sets the drinks in front of us and takes a seat with his own. Lachlan reaches for mine and takes a sip first. Dad watches with a frown on his face.
Your best friend used to drug her, before he raped her.
Locke explains, voice hard. I shoot him a look, but he doesn't acknowledge it. Dad's face crumbles. He covers it when he starts to cry. We take a sip of our drinks and wait for him to recover. He wipes his face and takes a breath.
I'm so sorry,
he says, shaking his head.
I'm so sorry.
Thanks.
I wish you'd told me,
he says quietly.
I would have believed you.
I squeeze my hands under the table, struggling with that. I know he means it, but I'm not sure it would have made a difference. Even if I thought he might have believed me, I was too ashamed to speak. Maybe if I had, maybe Mom would still be alive. Luke would still be alive. I push those thoughts aside. I can't change what happened. Mom caught him, I say, clearing my throat. The last time. It was how the accident happened. He ran us off the road.
Jesus Christ.
Dad shuts his eyes and takes a breath.
He was there the entire time at the hospital mourning with me. He was at that same hospital when she gave birth to you, for Christ's sake.
He's a psychotic sociopath, I say plainly, and move on to the topic I'm really interested in discussing. If he dies at the hospital, would they blame Lachlan?
It would be up for debate, but it was self-defense.
Dad says.
I don't think he'll die. At least not while he's there. But even if he does, I'll handle it. Can we keep Lila's name out of this?
Locke asks. My face whips to his. He holds my gaze.
I don't want you involved.
I don't want you involved, I say sharply.
He involved me. The very first time he touched you.
He says, eyes narrowed.
He involved me again the night he attacked us. He involved me when you left me, when he fucked me out of my contracts, and when he tried to rape you earlier today. Trust me, I'm fucking involved.
Jesus. Dad whispers across from us.
What the fuck?
Stop. I set my hands on Lachlan's forearms when I feel his anger building. His muscles flex underneath my hold. I wait for his anger to dissipate, at least a little. Take a breath. He swallows hard, his muscles flexing again before he does it. I turn back to my father. He also killed Luke, I say.
What?
Dad's eyes widen even more.
How?
Luke told him he was going to the cops, so Jameson shot him and staged it to look like a suicide. I say, which it didn't. Luke wasn't even on the ground when I found him.
Fuck, Lila.
Dad looks like he might throw up, but he manages to breathe through it.
You've been shouldering all of this on your own? All this time?
No. Marissa and Press knew. I became so detached after a while that I couldn't feel anything. I say, it was the only way I survived.
I'm sorry,
he says again. I forgive you, I say. I'm done with it, all of it. I just need to make sure that Lachlan isn't charged with anything.
He won't be,
Dad says instantly.
If it comes to that, I'll take care of it,
he says again, taking a sip of his drink and staring at the table.
Luke's parents are still so fucking torn up about it,
he whispers.
Understandably so. I'm still torn up about your mother.
I let out a laugh. What happened to Marie? Wasn't she helping with that?
She's gone.
Dad's eyes flash.
And yes, I caved and gave in to her advances. I was fucked up. And Marie was always there. That doesn't mean she took my pain away or replaced your mother. Nothing can do that.
Yet, she was there. I purse my lips and look away. Before, during, and after.
That's fucking bullshit, Lila!
Dad shouts, pounding the table with his fist.
Careful,
Locke says, his voice low and menacing. I grip the bottom of his shirt so he doesn't stand. His knees start to bounce.
Don't fucking talk to her like that.
He seethes.
I'm sorry, but that's bullshit,
Dad says, his voice lower as his jaw ticks.
Your mother and I had our issues when we were much younger. I didn't have an affair with Marie. She was always around helping with campaigns, but your mother was always there and she knew I wouldn't.
Well, I guess if she was always there, her intuition was probably right. I say.
That doesn't mean I cheated on her.
Whatever, it doesn't even matter. I mutter.
Marie's gone. When you left,
He shakes his head, eyes watering again.
I lost it. I couldn't bear the fact that I lost you and your mother. I gave up my position as mayor. I told Marie to fuck off. For a year, I just sat here.
He stops speaking, anger flashing in his eyes.
David was the only one who could get through to me.
He continues.
I was heartbroken when you didn't say goodbye. And worse, when I called you and your phone was disconnected. Prescott told me you were fine, and I did everything to get him to talk, but he wouldn't. I tried to have him followed to see if I could find you, but I was unsuccessful.
He scoffs.
Now I'm grateful for it, since it would have led David to you.
He bangs both fists over the table.
That motherfucker!
You wouldn't have found me, I say. I changed my name and moved to Rhodes. Dad's brows pull.
Really?
Yep.
Will you stay there now that...
He swallows.
Now that it's safe?
I'm not sure. Probably. I shrug.
Really?
He asks, his voice dripping in disbelief. Really? I laugh. It's an actual city, you know. It's growing pretty quickly. It's a city with a small-town feel. It's cute. I love it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people are moving there.
He says, and looks at Lachlan.
Will you move there? I go wherever she goes.
He says, setting a bandaged hand over mine.
We haven't decided where we'll live yet.
It occurs to me that we have a lot of important things to discuss. I'm not concerned about any of it, but there's still decisions we need to make together. What are you up to now that you're no longer mayor? I ask.
I'm just focused on the car dealerships, some real estate.
He says.
Things that keep me busy but don't rely on me making life-altering decisions.
That's good, I say, and mean it. I take too big of a sip of my bourbon and try not to flinch as it burns my throat.
So, you're getting married,
Dad says. Yep.
That's nice.
He smiles his genuine smile, not the smile he's had on his face for 9 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Locke and I say in unison. I should probably take this opportunity to invite him to the wedding. I'm a sucker for second chances, and I know after this conversation, I'm going to let him back into my life. I don't know to what capacity, but I know I want him in it. I'm not sure how I feel about him being at the wedding, though, or how he'll feel about being there and not walking me down the aisle. I think it'll hurt both of us if he doesn't. But I don't know that I want to give him the privilege of doing that. I take another sip of my bourbon and make a decision. Prescott's walking me down the aisle. I say, if you want to be there, I clear my throat. I'd love to have you there, but I don't know how you'd feel about sitting in the audience and not walking me down the aisle. I lower my gaze for a moment. I don't know how I'd feel about you being there and not walking me down the aisle, despite everything, but you're not entirely sure if you want me to, he says. That's fair. I understand I lost that privilege a long time ago. And yes, I think it'll hurt to watch someone else walk you. He pauses, tears filling his eyes. But it'll hurt more if I'm not there the day my little girl gets married. My mother won't be there either. Emotion crawls up on me quickly, lodging in my throat. I already know I won't be able to stop my tears, so I turn my face to Lachlan in an attempt to hide it. He pulls me into him, his large body shielding me from everything. It's not like my father doesn't know I'm crying, but I'm just not used to crying in front of anyone. Maybe one day I'll get there. Not today. I sniffle against Locke's t-shirt as his hands move soothingly up and down my back.
I got you, baby.
He kisses the top of my head.
You're okay.
I swallow and take a few shaky breaths, wiping my face as I pull away. Before I turn back to my dad, Locke tilts my face and presses a kiss on my lips. It's chaste, no tongue or anything, but it still feels weird doing it in front of my father. This is the man who didn't even agree to let Luke be my official boyfriend until junior year. Of course, he didn't know that the very thing he was trying to prevent was happening right underneath his roof without his knowledge, and without mine. Locke continues to hold my face. He has the same look on his face that he had the first time I cried in front of him. Compassion, understanding, love. I smile up at him, and even though he doesn't return my smile, his eyes light up. I turn back to my father and find him smiling proudly. I can't remember the last time I saw that smile on his face. My high school graduation, maybe.
So, when's the wedding?
He asks, still smiling. A week, I say, laughing at the look on his face.
Where is it?
Dad asks. Chicago. I know it's last minute, but we just decided last night. It's a long story, and no, I'm not pregnant. Can you be there?
Of course.
Dad smiles softly.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
We keep talking. I tell him about med school and tackle sports center. He tells me about what's been happening around our neighborhood and at the country club. I show Locke my old bedroom, which I haven't even seen in years. His curiosity is the only reason I brought him up here. It's clean and looks exactly the same as I left it, which is a mindfuck in and of itself. When we're leaving, I give Dad a tight hug and a kiss and tell him I'll see him soon. He seems surprised by my gesture, but smiles so wide when I fully pull away. He turns and hugs Lachlan. His eyes have tears in them again as he pats him on the back.
I haven't seen my daughter smile.
He starts, swallowing hard.
Or show any kind of emotion in years. I can see the love between you two, and I'm happy you found each other.
He clears his throat.
I know I've been a shitty father, but if you hurt her, I'll kill you. Noted.
Locke's lips tug into a small smile.
I'm not worried about it. I would never risk losing her.
By the time we leave there, I feel lighter and know that conversation needed to happen. It should have happened years ago.
Chapter 61. Lachlan. I look up from the email I'm typing when Liam barges into my office, breathing hard, as if he just took 3 flights of stairs instead of the elevator. "What the fuck, Lee?" "Have you looked at your calendar?" he asks, walking over quickly. "Shit, did I forget a meeting?" I open up my calendar and look at it. I have 3 conference calls set up. I already went through 2 of them. I look at Liam again. "What am I looking at?" "So you didn't know," he says, taking control of the mouse and clicking different things on the screen. "Didn't know what?" "Do you know where Lila is right now?" He looks back at me over his shoulder and clicks something else. My heart sinks. Did something happen? We received word yesterday that David Jameson would probably be in a coma for the rest of his life, and his loved ones decided to pull the plug and let him go. I know I should feel remorse for being the cause of it, but I don't. He hurt Lila in ways I still can't think about. He hurt others, according to the confession we got from Lila's mic. The only thing I regret is that he wasn't alive to see this downfall and watch his own people turn on him when they found out what a monster he really was. "No, it's not about that," Liam says. "Well, then she's buying a wedding dress right now." "She's not." I'm trying not to panic, but Liam doesn't act this way unless he's freaking out or knows that I'll freak out. She's definitely not in danger, so it can't be that. Did she leave? She wouldn't, right? No, she wouldn't. I know she wouldn't. When I left the apartment this morning, she was perfectly happy. I look at the time. I've only been here for 4 hours. What the hell could have happened in 4 hours? A lot. That's the answer. "Liam, what the fuck? Spit it out already." He moves out of the way so I can see. It's my father's calendar, and there's Lila fucking James's name blocking 2 hours of the day. I'm frozen for a moment, staring at her name and my father's up top, as if one of them will change to something that makes sense. What the fuck is this? "She's been here for an hour?" I push my chair back and stand quickly. "Yep," he says. "How the fuck did you just find out?" "Because I don't fucking stalk her," he says behind me as he follows me out of the office. "Do you think Dad called her? Do you think he's making her sign more papers? Do you think—" "I don't know what to think," I snap. We stand outside our father's office for a moment, looking at each other. We've never just barged in there, but there's a first time for everything. I push the door open and halt so fast that Liam crashes into me. Lila, my mother, and Prescott are sitting across from my father, all smiling. They have glasses of champagne set in front of them like this is a fucking weekend brunch. Their smiles drop when they see me. I was never the one left without an invitation to parties when I was younger, but I understand what it feels like now. Lila stands up immediately as I charge toward them. I pause mid-step as I fully take her in. She's wearing black heels and a beige dress past her knees, but molded to each of her curves. Fuck. I would have hired her on the spot if she wasn't mine and had shown up dressed like that for a job interview. Or not, since that would definitely end with an HR complaint. I feel the tension in the room building as I check her out and remember why I'm here. What the fuck is going on? I close the distance between us and glare at Prescott, who looks amused, which further pisses me off. "We just finished up a meeting," my fiancé says simply. "Why's Prescott here?" I look at him again. "Because he's my lawyer," she says, answering for him. The motherfucker leans in and plucks his glass of champagne from my dad's desk and starts to sip on it. Oh, I'm going to kill him. He was my right wing for 4 years, my enforcer, my boy. Does that mean nothing to him? "Why are you here?" I look at my mother, who looks worried. She probably thinks I'm going to cause a big scene and start flipping and breaking shit. The verdict is still out on that. "Because we were dress shopping and she asked if I wanted to tag along," she responds. My eyes narrow. "Why the champagne?" "Because everything is set for the wedding and I found a dress," Lila says. I narrow my eyes at everyone and land on my father. "Is that what the 2-hour meeting is about?" "I'm not getting involved," he says, putting up his hands. "My wife is sitting in your office," I snap. "You're already involved." "Your fiancé," he says with a smile. "Oh ho ho, I'm going to jail today." I try to focus on breathing and look at Lila again, since she's the only one in this office I'm not liable to kill, even if it is her fault they're all here. "Is this really about the wedding?" I ask as calmly as I can. "It's partially about the wedding, yes," she says. Partially. I turn around momentarily, sinking my fingers into my hair, exhaling in frustration, and turn back to her. "Why didn't you tell me you were here?"
"Because I knew you'd come in here and try to take over the entire thing?"
I scowl. "No, I wouldn't."
"Really?"
She shoots me a look. A wave of snickers spreads throughout the room, and I feel my anger rising. I give each person an intense glare again, since the first one didn't seem to work. I wrap my hand around Lila's wrist and pull her away from the group. The office is massive, but it's not big enough to provide enough privacy for us, and I can't take this out into the hall and risk employees hearing us argue. I drop her hand when I feel we're at a good distance. "Why do you need your lawyer?" I ask, air quoting as I glare at Prescott again. He's drinking and typing on his phone with his free hand.
"I wanted to go over the contract you made me sign blindly that night."
"And you had to do it today?" I ask. "The day before our wedding?" My heart sinks. What the hell does this mean? She can't walk away. I can't fucking lose her again. The rational part of me knows she won't, but the angry, emotional child inside me is terrified she might. She means more to me than anyone in the world. If she does that, it'll fucking crush me. She brings her hands up to caress my face. My eyes shut instinctively. I'm addicted to everything she does to me, and she knows it. I grab her wrists and lower her hands from my face.
"Yes, it needed to be today," she says simply.
"Did you change something?" I ask, searching her face.
"Some things, yes."
"What things?"
"Some things I didn't like. I also added some stipulations,"
she says, as if that's a better explanation. "What things?" I grit my teeth. She raises an eyebrow at me. I ignore it. Fuck that. "What things, Lila James?" She stares at me for a moment, that stare of hers that gives away nothing, the one she never uses with me, the one I fucking hate more than anything. After a moment, a deep, worried frown appears on her face. I almost laugh. She's fucking worried.
"I would never leave you," she says quietly when she finally speaks. "You know that, right?"
Oh, fuck. My chest squeezes hard. I try to look away, but she grabs my face. I shut my eyes. It's not like I didn't have abandonment issues before her. I don't need a therapist to confirm that, though one did when my anger became a problem at home. It's one of the many reasons I never let anyone in. And I didn't just let Lila in. Of course not. Like her, I can't do anything half-assed. I allowed her to fucking consume me in a way I never thought possible. I remind myself again that she's not going to leave me, but the uncertainty creeps up anyway.
"Open your eyes, baby,"
she whispers, and fuck when she says that. I take a deep breath, open my eyes, and find her looking at me with the kind of love she reserves only for me.
"I love you so much. So much."
"I know you do," I mutter under my breath. "But you can still leave me."
"Lachlan Duke,"
she drops her hands, an amused expression on her face.
"Any signed contract, marriage or not, won't bind me to you if I wanted to leave you or vice versa."
"I would never leave you," I growl quietly. Her eyes heat instantly, and damn it, now I need to fuck her. She crosses her arms, the heat still in her eyes, but she's much better at containing the urge than I am. "Just tell me what you added," I say quietly, my voice softer.
"Stay here,"
she says and walks away. I watch her go up to Prescott and say something. My mom, dad, and now Liam, who's joined the party like a fucking traitor, are sipping their champagne and looking at me like I'm the one who's acting crazy. My wife is making important decisions without me, and they're just sitting there, enabling her. Lila walks back with papers in her hands and hands them to me. "Can we go to your office?" she asks. My heart sinks. She wants more privacy. I simply nod. She turns around and tells them she'll be right back, and then we walk out. I follow her, papers in my right hand and my heart in my throat. Once we're inside my office, she shuts the door behind us and walks to the couch. I follow and sit next to her. "I asked them not to write it in legalese," she says, sounding amused by this. Maybe I would be amused too if I wasn't so damn nervous about what I might find. The first few pages looked the same, but what do I know? I don't know legalese either. I've only looked at merch and hockey contracts, and then I'm only primarily interested in the length of time I'm committing to and how many zeros will be on the check. I keep flipping. What kind of arrogant, pretentious douchebag decided the contract should be more than one page anyway? Finally, I find new things on the very last page. She wasn't kidding when she said she made them write it in plain English. Lila James Marischal agrees to waive the right to the money owed to her for her marriage to Lachlan James Duke. The sum of $2 million will be donated to women's clinics and hospitals in need. Lila James Marischal agrees to put her shares of Duke Tech Enterprises in an account for any future children she has while married to Lachlan James Duke. The account will remain untouched until their children are 25, not married. That part makes me laugh a little. Lila James Marischal agrees to provide her medical services to any veteran employed by Duke Tech Enterprises for the next 3 years, at least, during and after her residency, so long as she is able. In return, Lachlan James Duke's contract with Duke Tech Enterprises is void and left pending upon agreement that Lachlan James Duke forfeits his duties with Duke Tech Enterprises for the next 3 years, at least. Lila clears her throat. You'll still get your inheritance since we'll be married. I keep my eyes on the paper. I can't remember the last time I cried, probably when I was a kid and my father didn't show up for something. I'm pretty sure I'm crying right now if the wet drops on the contract are any indication. I inhale a shaky breath and wipe my face. I had my lawyer look at the contract I signed with Duke Tech a second time, and he said it was ironclad and nearly impossible to get out of. He suggested I speak to my father, but I hadn't figured out a way to do that without feeling like an ungrateful bastard. Duke Tech is the only reason I found Lila. There's no way I can ever repay him for that. It's why I made peace with not going back to the league. I choose her over hockey any day. Every day. Fucking Lila. I read it again. She agreed to work for Duke when called upon. She forfeited all of the money she could have used to pay her debt for me. Of course, I'm going to pay it for her, but that's not the point. My mother loves me. My brother loves me. My father claims he loves me, but none of them have ever done anything that comes close to this. I'm not certain that they would if they were in this situation. Lila scoots closer and sets a hand on mine. I lower the contract and look at her. She smiles but starts fighting her own tears when she sees the ones brimming in my eyes. I open my arms and she launches into me, the way she did with Banks the other day. I pull her into my arms. We hold each other until she pulls away. I take a breath, and she wipes her face again. This is a terrible negotiation, I swallow. You get nothing out of it. I get you. I get to see you do what you were meant to do, she says, and fuck, I might start crying again. I don't. I take a breath and then another and manage to remain composed. Lila, it's the best contract I've ever signed, she says. But soccer, it says so long as she is able for a reason. She smiles with a shrug. I'm pretty sure that ship has sailed, but just in case. Fuck, Lila. You're not going to fight me on this, she says, serious again. I don't think I'd win if I tried. I laugh at the truth in my words. She kisses me again, a deep kiss I instantly feel in my pants. Why are you wearing this? I squeeze her hips and groan against her mouth. Because it looks good on me. Too good. She gives me one more kiss and stands up. My eyes trace her body from the hem of the skirt to her beautiful eyes. Lift up. No, she says quickly before I finish the sentence. She backs away even faster until she reaches the door. No. I toss the papers aside and stand up. Come here. Lachlan Duke, I am not fucking joking, she says in her no-bullshit voice that turns me on even more. I groan. I'll be fast. They're waiting for us, she says, but the fire in her eyes tells me she wants this as much as I do. We'll come back after the meeting. I take a breath. Fine. I still think my fiancé should have consulted me, I say when we walk back into my father's office. But I understand why she didn't. For the record, I still think all of you are assholes, I say and look at my mother. Except you, Mom. She laughs. Well, I guess we should leave so you can pack a bag, she says to Lila. A bag for what? I ask. Aren't we all having dinner tonight? Of course, my mother says. We're getting married tomorrow, which means we won't be sleeping together tonight, Lila says, a glint in her eyes. I blink. What? Why? It's tradition, Mom says. Fuck tradition, I say. I'm not spending a night apart from you. It's one night, Prescott says. I glare at him. I don't care. She rolls her eyes. Fine, I'll go to the second floor then. My bed. I lower my face and suck her lip into my mouth. Our bed. That's not up for negotiation. She laughs.
Maybe Press wants to take you to a strip club or something. This was all so quick that you didn't have a bachelor party.
I don't need a bachelor party, I scoff. My entire life was a fucking bachelor party.
Maybe she wants to go to a male strip club,
Liam says. My eyes snap to hers. Do you?
Are you going to be one of the strippers? She asks.
If you go, I will have to be. She laughs along with everyone else, but I'm too lost in the sound of hers to pay attention to anyone else. Chapter 62. Lachlan. Henry Duke has enough pull to get an officiant, rent out the rooftop of a popular restaurant, and set it up for a wedding ceremony, complete with fake grass, chairs, and a nice arch of flowers in under 24 hours. I'm standing in front of the nice arch right now. Because of my father, they were able to plan all of this in less than a week. I have to say, I'm very impressed. The only hiccup was that the restaurant only let us rent the place out until 5 o'clock, since they have to open it to the public for dinner. My dad was willing to dish out whatever they asked to cover the cost of dinner, but Lila freaked when he said that, so he didn't. He's already done enough. Besides, 5 o'clock is perfect. I haven't even seen Lila yet, and I'm already dying to whisk her away. I can't, though. I need to let her enjoy this. She picked the colors and the music and pointed at things on the menu my mom showed her. She ran things by Marissa, not me. As long as she's happy, I don't really care. She could have picked a dirty fucking subway station to get married in, and I would have agreed. The beginning dun-dun-dun-dun of Back That Ass Up starts blasting through the speakers when the door opens, and I'm kind of regretting not sharing my input on the music. Some of our guests look around in confusion. Behind me, the officiant starts hiding his laugh with a cough. Banks, Mason, Nolan, Logan, and May burst out laughing from the seats, and when Marissa and Liam walk out, they're smiling wide and shaking their heads. My mother, father, Lila's dad, Marissa's parents, and my agent have no idea what's happening. Thankfully, the song stops before the rap actually comes on, but I'm sure the photographer got a lot of pictures of the confusion and amusement on our faces. Leave it to Lila. The door opens again, and she yells out, "Just kidding!" This fucking girl. I look at the crowd again, shaking my head as I laugh along with them. It's a bigger crowd than we thought. We kept it close friends. Admittedly, most are my friends, but Lila met the 3 she didn't know last night at dinner, and they instantly hit it off. When she saw Nolan, she gave him an accusatory look for messing with her at the finals game in college. He spent at least 15 minutes trying to piss me off by flirting with her. He did piss me off, but I pretended I didn't care. I would have loved to extend an invitation to Cooper and shithead Wade. They would have gotten the VIP treatment, front row seats to watch her marry me. I smile at my petty thoughts. Those guys are inconsequential now that she's officially mine. Besides, I already created an IG account for Lila, friend requested them, and posted 2 pictures of us together. I'll have to tell her about the account later so she can hear it from me and not them. A Bruno Mars song about weddings replaces the rap song, and part of me expects Liam and Marissa to break out into one of those flash mobs I've seen online. They don't. They're tossing rose petals on the ground as they walk, since they're playing the roles of maid of honor, best man, and flower people all in one. When they reach the altar, Ed Sheeran replaces the song by thinking out loud. This song I've heard. Mom is obsessed with Ed Sheeran. I glance over at her. Sure enough, she's already crying her eyes out. Lila's father, who's been pointing his phone in the direction of the door, turns to get a better angle. The door opens and Prescott walks out, offering his arm to Lila. When I see her, I stop breathing. That feeling of watching the puck flying toward the goal rushes through me. I don't think I'll cry, but the emotion sits heavy in my chest and throat as I watch her walk toward me, holding a bouquet of gardenias. She's always the most beautiful person in the room, but this is just... wow. Her brown hair is down in waves, and she's wearing a sleeveless white dress that I can only describe as willowy. It has a deep cut between her breasts, hugs her body up top, and expands at her waist. The bottom is a thin material that I'm sure would be see-through if it weren't overlapping a million layers of the same fabric. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't care. I'm ripping it off the moment we leave this place. She looks at me and smiles when Ed Sheeran says something about falling hard at 23. The emotion in my throat gets harder to swallow past. She starts walking and pauses again when she reaches her father, extending her hand for him to take. He hesitates, like a deer caught in headlights. I'm shocked by this move, and I'm sure he's 10 times more shocked by it. He stands and she holds his arm, walking toward me with both him and Prescott at her sides. Her dad wipes his face. Prescott wipes his face. These fuckers are going to make me cry. The song fades out when they reach me. Prescott lets go of her and gives me a tight hug that I return, one full of love and gratitude, because he's been such a good friend. Even though I hated that he warned me about her and didn't tell me where she was, he kept her safe all these years, and I can never repay him for that. His eyes are filled with unshed tears as he lets go. Her father hugs me next, patting me on the back. When they both walk away, I take a breath and wipe my face to make sure I'm not crying. I'm surprised to find that I'm not, at least not visibly. Lila smiles as she gives me her hand. It takes everything in me not to pull her against me right now. It takes even more effort for me not to kiss her. When we get to the vows, I stop the officiant and tell him I'm going to speak my own. I clear my throat and look into her beautiful eyes. You are, by far, the most difficult person I've ever come across in my entire life. You shut me out repeatedly. You made me chase you, which is ludicrous, I say, pulling a face that makes everyone laugh. You were rude, mean, standoffish. Okay, Lila interrupts, squeezing the tips of my bandaged hands lightly. I think we need to go over what wedding vows are supposed to be like. Everyone laughs again. I continue. But then you let me in. Me. Even after you knew what my reputation was, you gave me a shot. You are the most selfless, brave, loving person I know, and you're funny as fuck. You quickly became my favorite person on the planet, and I became addicted to you. I'm in love with you. I'm obsessed with you. I promise to do everything in my power to keep you happy, so you can be mine forever. She blinks rapidly and reaches up to wipe her eyes before tears fall. She swallows and takes a deep breath. When I met your mother, she told me that love has no logic. You're the reason I believe that. You're relentless, annoying, cocky, possessive, and hands down the most insane person I've ever met in my life. She raises an eyebrow when I scowl. But you make me feel safe, cherished, loved, and wanted. I walked around completely numb to everything before you came along and made me feel. You understand me in ways that I can't explain. You've ruined me for anyone else. You're my best friend, my husband, my everything. Forever. Fuck. I take a shaky breath and swallow hard. We exchange rings and finally, he tells me to kiss my bride. I lift her in my arms and crash my lips against hers. She brings her hands to my hair and sinks her fingers into it. The flowers Marissa handed her a few seconds ago drop. The world vanishes, replaced by a world where only Lila James exists. With me and only me, of course. She pulls away slightly with a huge smile. Mine, only mine, and maybe our children's if we have any in the future, but that's it. You fuck me up, Lila James. I bring my forehead to hers. You fuck me up. That makes her start laughing and crying. I kiss her repeatedly until my mother laughs and shouts from the crowd that I need to stop. Epilogue. Lachlan. Fitz is carrying his toddler as he skates toward us. They wear matching jerseys, as usual. Will celebrated his first birthday recently, and I'm pretty sure his jersey collection already rivals his father's. Say hi to your uncles, Will, Fitz says, stopping in front of us. Hey, Will says, smiling as he extends his tiny fist for us to bump. You're such a smart guy, Will, I say. He is, right? Fitz smiles wide and kisses his son's cheek. Okay, hand him over, Nolan says, dropping his stick and taking him from Fitz. Why are you wearing his jersey again? You're supposed to root for me. Will giggles loudly when Nolan does a swift turn with him. He's so fucking cute. I drop the stick in my hand and open my arms for Will, who likes to switch between the three of us like he's a hot potato. I'd never held a baby before this one. I didn't even like babies before this one. I'm still not sure I do, but I love Will, and I know I'll love mine. Since Fitz and I play for the same team, I've seen Will at every stage. It's pretty cool, but it makes me want to start my own family with Lila. If it were up to me, we already would have, but this will only be her third season playing pro soccer, and I don't want to be the reason she hangs up her cleats. Lately, she's been complaining about all the traveling, which I get. We're never home, and when we are, it doesn't feel like much of a break with all of the events we still have to attend. Lila says she's content with the years she's played and wants to return to sports medicine. I think she's only talking about it since I'm retiring after the championship this summer. For good this time. I love hockey, but it's started taking a toll on my body, and I don't want to be one of those dads who can't run around with his kids because of back issues. Fitz and Nolan are in the same boat. We're going to win another Stanley Cup together this year and then walk away. I'm sure I'll miss the hell out of this, but the last 3 years have been a wild ride, and I couldn't ask for a better team to close out this chapter with. Oddly enough, I've been looking forward to going back to Duke Tech. Unfortunately, it'll mean I won't be able to go to as many of Lila's games as I'd like, but we'll figure something out. I guess that's where the perk of being a billionaire comes in handy. Not that we take full advantage of the perks. Lila won't even take the jet anywhere, unless it's our last resort or we're taking a family trip and my parents beg her to. Will starts slapping both sides of my face to get my attention. He's been doing this to me and Nolan for a couple of months. He showers our wives with kisses and winks, but we get slapped. Smart kid. Are 1-year-olds supposed to hit this hard? I flinch when he does it again. No slapping, Will, Fitz reprimands softly.
No lapping,
Will says, giggling and making the three of us grin. He's so cute, I say, catching myself. He repeats everything these days. I hand him back to Fitz and turn at the sound of his wife's voice. Logan, May yells. Bring him. He shakes his head with a laugh. I'll be back. We watch him skate off with his son, and I'm hit with an image of me doing that with my own kid. You're fucking dying to have a kid, Nolan says, shaking his head as we start walking back to the locker rooms to get ready for the game. Why don't you have a serious conversation with Lila about it and stop skirting around the subject? I scowl. I don't skirt around the subject. Please, dude, he shoots me a look. At Thanksgiving, when my mom asked you about wanting kids in front of Lila, you got all flustered. I never get flustered. I feel my brows pull. He laughs. Every time that topic comes up, you get flustered. You're so full of shit. Okay, he shrugs. I think Lila wants to wait, I say when we walk into the room and start grabbing the rest of our gear. She's been talking about retiring since last season, he says. Maybe that's part of the reason. I doubt it. I reach for my bag and look for my phone. If I have that conversation with her, she'll think I want her to retire. Lila talks about retiring all the time, but she usually brings up going back to medicine. I usually try to listen and not give her my input. Of course, the selfish asshole in me wants her to retire, especially now that I'll be home, but I love her too much to hint at it. The look in her eyes when she's on the pitch is worth waiting 1,000,000 years to start a family. I just really hope I don't have to. I look at my phone and see a text from her. Lila, you better kick ass out there tonight. I love you. I smile, shaking my head as I type. Me. Have a great game, baby. Wish I was there. I love you more. I wait a few seconds, and when she doesn't respond, I put the phone away and keep getting ready. As we skate off the ice during the first intermission, we read the signs the fans are holding up. I never pay attention to them during the game, but I try to read them when I get a breather. I swear they get more ridiculous every week. In the best way. One reads, "Leave your wife for me before I throw a fits." We laugh and check for May to see if she caught it. Our wives think most of the signs are hysterical. The baby ones, not so much, but they have a laugh at the rest. Another reads, "Duke, I'll be your Duchess. Put a baby in me." I've been seeing a variation of that one for years, and I've never thought twice about it. Lila hates it, which I used to get a kick out of, but now that babies are on my mind, I wish I could rip it from their hands and throw the damn thing away. A couple of similar ones about marriage and babies are directed at Nolan and some other guys. I don't know how they do it, but they never seem to run out of creative shit to write. As we skate by, my eyes fall on Lila's empty seat. I hate not seeing her in it. I wonder if she feels the same when she sees my usual seat empty at her home stadium. The night goes on. We're up 4-2, but I narrowly scored a fifth goal with 10 seconds left, and the crowd goes wild, as if we'd been losing all along. This energy is what I'll miss when I retire. I throw up my arms in celebration as my teammates all skate over and squeeze the shit out of me. When the game officially ends, I make my way around the ice, putting my hand on the plexiglass as I go to celebrate with the fans. When I reach the section our wives sit in, I wave at May and Nolan's wife, who's standing behind her, cheering. I'm about to turn around when I see a ridiculous sign. When I read this one, my heart drops. I blink to make sure I'm not seeing things, but the words remain the same. Get ready, Daddy Duke. We're having a baby. My heart is pounding hard as I skate over. The person holding the sign is in Lila's seat, but it can't be her. There's no way. It has to be a prank. A fucking horrible, twisted prank if it is one. As I get closer, the sign covering my wife's beautiful face lowers and she smiles wide. My smile. She's holding ultrasound pictures in one hand and the sign in the other. I'm still in shock, my brain struggling to process all of this information. Lila's here, not at her game. Lila's pregnant. We're having a baby. Fuck. A knot forms in my throat as I reach the plexiglass and stand in front of her. I set a hand on it and look at her face. The ultrasound pictures, the sign, and her face again. I swallow hard. You're serious? I'm sure she can't hear me over the noise, and I can barely see her with my eyes blurring, but I catch her nod. I feel like I'm moving in slow motion as I drop my helmet and skate to the nearest door where she meets me. When I open it, she tosses the sign behind her and launches at me, wrapping her arms and legs around me. I bury my face in her neck, inhaling that gardenia scent that always comforts me. You're serious? I ask, voice hoarse. She nods against me, and I pull away to look at her face. She wipes the tears from it and smiles, brushing some off my face for me. I hold her tight and skate us to the other side of the rink, setting her down on the ground. I step off the ice and grab her hand to pull her to the hall that leads to the locker rooms. I'm still in shock when I stop walking and lean against the brick wall. What are you doing here? Was your game canceled? I ask as my eyes take her in from head to toe and back. I know you hate it when I make decisions without you, but I've been talking about retiring for a while now, so I did it. When? A little over a week ago. I was supposed to sign my contract again and told Lang I wanted to retire. Lang knew? My eyes go wide. He's been my agent longer than he's known her, that traitor. She hands me the ultrasound pictures and points and explains what I'm looking at, while my throat closes up again. A baby. Holy shit. She has been a little bloated lately, but it's always something with the female body. Bloating, bleeding, fucking, ovulating. I don't question it anymore. A baby, I whisper, setting my hands on her stomach. We're going to have a baby. I know, she smiles wide. Did you like my sign, Daddy Duke? I lift her into my arms again and start walking. It's my new favorite. Now, everyone's going to take my idea and call you that, she says against my ear. But only you're going to call me that when I fuck you. I respond, smiling when I hear her gasp. I like that idea, she whispers. A baby, I say again. When did you find out? Remember when I thought I had food poisoning? In Phoenix, I ask, frowning as I set her down. She nods. I took a test while I was there. That was 2 weeks ago. My brows pull tighter. The moment she told me she had food poisoning, I told her to fly home immediately. Why would she keep this from me for 2 weeks? How could I not have known? I bet she texted Marissa about it. I wonder if she had it on her calendar. It's not like I'd know. I don't go through her things. Marriage has changed me a lot. I still don't like men checking her out for too long, but I don't go through her phone or emails. I don't have to. She tells me everything. At least I thought she did. I can't believe you didn't tell me, I say quietly, looking at the pictures again. I wanted to tell you so bad, she says. But it took a week for the doctor to see me, and I didn't want to get your hopes up. She bites her lip and looks at the ground. I know how much you want this. Hey, I lift her chin. My chest tightens when I see the uncertainty in her eyes. I want you. Of course I want to start a family with you, but you're my priority. You're the only thing I need. You know that. I know, she whispers, visibly swallowing and blinking back tears. Is this why you've been crying during commercials? I ask. Stupid fucking hormones, she mutters, wiping her face. I laugh. Are you going soft on me, Lila James? I hate you, she says, her lips twitching into her ghost of a smile. Yeah, you hate me so much that you announced to everyone in this arena that you're pregnant with my baby. I raise an eyebrow. I know, she says, laughing as she shakes her head. That was Marissa's idea. It was worth it, though. The look on your face was priceless. I can fucking imagine. I kiss her quickly. I'll shower fast and then we'll have dinner somewhere.
Pizza,
she says, eyes lighting up. I'll get her pizza from every fucking pizza parlor in the country if that's what she wants. I grin as I walk into the locker room. Holy shit, I have to text my brother and my parents. I wonder if she already told her dad. He practically lives at our house when either of us is home. He bought a place a few blocks from us and recently started dating a lovely woman Lila loves. My face hurts from smiling so much when I make it back to the hall, but Lila's no longer standing where I left her. I look down the hall and see her walking back over as she types something on her phone. My chest squeezes when she looks up and smiles at me. I take her hand as we start walking toward the parking lot. A baby. Fuck, I can't believe it. When can we tell people? I ask as we sit in my car and pull our seatbelts on.
I mean, my sign kind of told everyone. She laughs. I found out pretty late. I'll be 12 weeks in a few days, which means a lower chance for complications.
Complications? God, I don't even want to think about anything going wrong. So, we tell everyone? I ask as we stop again.
Who do you want to tell?
She asks warily. No one. I'm just asking, I say, driving out of the parking lot. I wonder what caption I should use to post it on our IG. I'm thinking, she's mine forever, assholes. It's not like I'm worried about any of them. Lila's been mine. I just like reminding them from time to time. Maybe saying marriage changed me is a little far-fetched, but I've gotten better. Besides, Lila loves it, and if she says otherwise, she's lying.
Lachlan Duke,
she says, snapping me out of my thoughts. What?
Are you trying to figure out if you can post it on my social media?
What? I scoff. No, that's an invasion of privacy. She throws her head back in laughter, and I feel myself smile. She's still laughing when I park, and I take off my seatbelt and turn toward her, just to see the twinkle in her eyes. She smiles and laughs a lot more these days, but experiencing them still feels like a gift. Stop laughing at me, I say, although I'm also laughing now. It's impossible not to around her. Her laughter dies down when I grab her hands and kiss the backs of both. I have to take a breath when her expression heats. If this starts now, she won't get her pizza, and I refuse to have my pregnant wife go hungry. Lila, I warn.
What? I didn't even say anything.
She glances away quickly, a smile playing on her lips as she takes her hands back and folds them on her lap. How do you feel? I ask her after a moment. Between the disbelief and elation, I completely forgot to ask her the most important question.
Good, she smiles. I've been so tired and then had that stomach bug that wasn't a bug, but I feel great now.
How do you feel about being pregnant? I grab her hands and bring them up to my lips again. I know she wants this. Maybe not as much as I do, but I can tell she's happy. Still, I'm not the one carrying a human being inside me for the next 9 months. She takes a breath and looks out the window again, and my heart stops. Lila. I squeeze her hand softly and wait for her to look at me again. How do you feel about being pregnant with my baby?
I mean...
Her lips pull into that smile that makes my heart skip a beat.
I don't hate it.
I laugh, shaking my head. One of these days, Lila James. This has been Until I Get You, written by Claire Contreras, narrated by Joe Arden and Kasha Kensington. If you enjoyed Until I Get You, try the Sins and Deceit series by Claire Contreras. Book 1, Because You're Mine, is narrated by Scarlett Hayes and Stephen Dexter. Copyright 2023 by Claire Contreras. Production copyright 2023 by Claire Contreras. Production coordination by Lyric Audiobooks. Producer Katie Robinson. Post-production by Noise International. Joe Arden and Kasha Kensington are members of SAG-AFTRA. To keep up with new releases, visit ClaireContrerasBooks.com.